India's third edition of Dell Technologies presents Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave 2023, Think Big, Think Smart, powered by Intel. I am Smriti Rastogi, political editor, Jagran TV, Jagran New Media, and I will be hosting you all for this evening. Well, after the resounding success of the first two editions, we are thrilled to host you all for the third edition of Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave. Well, as the festivities are underway, we all are enthused with the ambience, aura, and positivity around, and with this motivation, we are commencing today's conclave. We are grateful for your presence and unwavering support for our endeavor, and I'm absolutely hopeful that there will be a lot of learnings and knowledge which we all will be taking home from here today. This event has emerged as a cornerstone in the vibrant landscape of MSME-focused initiatives, uniting a diverse group of visionaries, including MSME entrepreneurs, investors, thought leaders, technology enablers, and policy and opinion makers. In a rapidly evolving business environment, our event today will delve deep into the strategies and approaches that are instrumental in fostering the growth of the MSMEs. With an unwavering commitment to the prosperity of this sector, this conclave will place a strong emphasis on the seamless integration of the MSMEs with sustainable manufacturing practices and the latest technological trends that are reshaping the industries. Let us take a moment to give you a brief on the prestigious Jagran New Media. It is the digital wing of Jagran Prakashan Limited, India's leading media conglomerate with pan-India presence and wide reader base. Jagran New Media is impacting 73.1 million users and counting, which is commendable. And today, with a meticulously curated fireside chats, panel discussions, we will be decoding various aspects related to MSME growth in India, digital transformation of MSMEs, easing the adoption of digital solutions for MSMEs, learn from the best, thinking smart, sharing success stories, transforming business from a promoter-driven to a professionally run organization, enabling women entrepreneurs, the future of work, tech innovations, powering hybrid workspaces. We will be discussing them and much more. Well, before moving ahead, let me pause here for a moment and thank all those without whom this event would have not been possible. Our presenting sponsor, Dell Technologies, powered by Intel, our partners, Funding Touch and HDFC Sky, and supported by Rocket Ship Films. Our gratitude to all of you. Let us all put our hands together and show our gratitude to all our partners for making this event possible. Thank you so much. And now we are all set to officially commence this much-awaited conclave. And to delve deeper and understand what this conclave means for all of us, here is an event AV. I would request my team to kindly play the event AV.
Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave 2023. Think big. Think smart.
Wow, what a powerful start. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, try to appreciate the team's effort behind it. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. And now with this, I will introduce Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media, a dynamic young leader. Mr. Bharat Gupta is the vision and force behind the success of Jagran New Media. An industry-recognized leader, Mr. Gupta is also serving as the director to the International News and Media Association South Asia Board and the Misinformation Combat Alliance Association. He is a governing council member at the Internet and Mobile Association of India and on the board of the esteemed International Fact-Checking Network. The founding member of Digital News Publishers Association, he was recognized in 2021 by Great Place to Work as one of India's best leaders in the times of crisis. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome Mr. Bharat Gupta to deliver the welcome address. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Smriti. Greetings and a warm welcome to all to the MSME Conclave BADLAV. We are thrilled to share some exciting facts with you that demonstrate the tremendous impact MSMEs on Indian economy. Over the past 10 years, over the past 10 years, MSMEs have contributed to more than 30% to the GDP and 40% to exports. Additionally, they make up to 33% of total manufacturing output. India is a diverse nation with a population of 1.4 billion, making it the world's most populous nation. With over 720 million internet users and only 50% penetration, it also has the largest internet population. More than 65% of the population is under 35, and soon India is heading towards the youngest nation. India has 28 states, 8 union territories, and 179 languages, 544 dialects. India's literacy rate is 73%, with 81% for men and 65% for women. Look at the geographic and the demographic profile. In March 2023, India's GDP reached $3.7 trillion, overtaking UK to become the 5th largest economy. And very soon, as per IMF's predictions, India will soon be the 3rd place on global ranking with projected $5.4 trillion economy by 2027. All of this can happen when the growth is diverse, inclusive, and equitable, or the DEI framework as summarized by G20. The MSME sector will soon become the largest employment provider in India. Already with over 1.64 crores MSME, it has generated over 10.73 crore jobs. Clearly, MSMEs are the growth engines of the new Indian economy. However, one of the biggest challenges they face is the credit gap problem, followed by new age technology adoption, thus limiting them to scale and to sustain. Research shows that MSMEs receive a small share of credit from the financial system, with more than 80% not receiving any financing and struggling to get even a 50,000 loans. How can Open Credit Enablement Network, or OCEN, help them in this regard? BADLAV, my friends, or change as we call it, has 3 pillars of literacy, advocacy, and policy. Literacy, the platform aims to empower MSMEs by equipping them with the information and knowledge of tools, financial instruments, and policies that are already existing for MSMEs. Advocacy, bring in tech, financial, and knowledge partners to ideate, innovate, and collaborate a Web 3.0 growth architecture for accelerating this change. And finally, policy, to understand, deliberate, and formulate progressive ideas towards a conducive environment for MSME scale and sustainability. I think this is much required to accelerate India inclusively towards the 3rd largest economy. At Jagran New Media, we are committed to a mission of enabling and empowering New Bharat through knowledge, information, and voice towards an inclusive and progressive society. With over 100 million users and 7 audience platforms, we are amongst the top 10 in news and info company within India and top 30 globally. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see all of us work as a strong community of change towards a mission of inclusive and progressive India. In the end, let me begin by saying that let us all resolve to build for India, solve for India, and revolutionize India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for always being a torchbearer for all of us and supporting and appreciating our efforts time and again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing this conclave with an important and vital keynote address on the topic, Transformative Role of Technologies in Building MSMEs. And let me have this honor to introduce Samriddhi Bhattacharya, Director, Small Business, Dell India. A small brief into her illustrious career, Samriddhi comes with diverse experience in the information technology industry and has held various sales leadership positions in the past across organizations of repute. She has a rich experience in acquiring new logos, new market development, leading major GTMs, and driving business expansion in international markets such as US, UK, and ASEAN apart from India. I would request Samriddhi Bhattacharya, Director, Small Business, Dell India, to kindly come up on the stage and address the august gathering with her kind words. Let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome Samriddhi Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Smriti. Can I have my notes, please? This is the clicker. No, there will be a... Thank you. Hello? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch and have settled in well. So my name is Samriddhi and I lead the Small Businesses Division for Dell in India. Now, I'm very, very pleased to address all of you in the third edition of Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave, Think Big and Think Smart. Now, this is not just a catchphrase, it is a pivotal guiding principle for anyone harboring their dreams of launching a new business. The importance of this philosophy cannot be overstated, especially for small and medium businesses across the country. These businesses are the backbone of the India growth story, and as Mr. Bharat just mentioned, it contributes to 30% of India's GDP, and it contributes to 120 million of jobs. So definitely a sizable part of the India's GDP is depending on the small businesses. To operate with efficiency and achieve sustainable growth, these businesses rely on a conducive ecosystem which creates employment opportunities and income, and it depends on driving efficiency and sustainable growth, led by skilled personnel, and also it depends a lot on technology. Technology is definitely the most dependable partner for businesses aiming for growth and success. For holistic development, companies require scalable technology resources that can help create a robust information technology framework. Now, if you see, now going with this particular slide, operation efficiency, market reach, and streamlining distribution all comes under how well we can build technology into the ecosystem. MSMEs can expand their operations efficiently. These technologies serve as the gateways for expanding market reach and distribution processes. We are living in an era where AI is becoming the talk of the town. Everybody is talking about ChatGPT. Everybody is talking about productivity enhancement, accuracy, and operational efficiency, which the MSMEs have to bring onto the table every single day. At Dell, I mean, anybody knows when Dell was started? It was started 39 years back, and precisely it started as a small business. So when Michael Dell started this organization, he started it out of his dorm room in Texas. So technology is very well introduced into this as a DNA, and we are deeply committing to assisting small businesses in navigating economic uncertainties. We provide not only the devices, but also the solutions that can help MSMEs in addressing their specific requirements. From powerful laptops and workstations to robust data storage and modern data infrastructure, edge security, we provide all this as a holistic solution to cater to every MSME's needs. And we understand that every rupee counts for an MSME. It is not easy to get access to capital, to get access to resources, and hence we work very hard, and our goal is to provide cost-effective, high-performance solutions that truly make a difference. Now, this is a few stories on how technology acts as a strategic enabler to MSMEs to make a difference. I'll share 3 stories with you. Now, Aries was a technology services offshore partner for ours, which sets up offshore companies for companies who want to get into India. Now, Aries was looking for a partner who can help them build that offshore backbone for addressing the needs of various small businesses which are getting into India. And guess what? This is around the pre-COVID and the COVID times. Dell acted hand in hand with Aries to set up the backbone, the technology infrastructure, to build scalable infra solutions for not only one MSMEs, for multiple MSMEs across India. Wine Studio is a woman-led business. It's a podcasting agency, again, just a pre-COVID baby, I would say, and they were struggling to get access to the latest and greatest technology, including the laptops, the infrastructure that they needed. And what happened is that during COVID, everything came to a halt. And that is when Dell came to their help and helped them scale up. And today they are doing great business in the podcasting space. Concept Medical, this is again another interesting healthcare story. Now, Concept Medical is into a very core field of medical devices where they are using drug coating on the balloon to address angioplasty and other cardiac issues. Dell Technologies is working hand in hand to create the entire backbone of the infrastructure, and not only that, they are helping them move into the next level of growth for these organizations. So when we hear this kind of stories, these are diverse stories across multiple industry, and you understand that technology can be such a key enabler in driving the MSME growth. In today's digital first marketplace, this digital transformation can be a great leveler. Technology is directly linked to the talent, which has transformed as a result of remote work. We all know it, right? Because of COVID, a lot of us have started working remotely, and we continue to do so, right? So geographical separation is no longer a barrier. What is more important, it also creates entrepreneurial opportunities to get access to talent, to get access to resources, irrespective of the size and location of the particular businesses. This is definitely more relevant for women entrepreneurs who are constantly struggling with different roles, as we see. And when I speak to a lot of women entrepreneurs, this is one of the key challenges that come across. But you know, when you have a robust technology partner and you have a robust ecosystem to support you, you can pretty much run your businesses from anywhere. And this is what happened with some of these companies which have actually come out very strong post-COVID. Now, some of these are, some of them are from Delhi, Noida, and some of them are also based in remote location. The interesting thing to note here is that, all of them can compete at a global scale, and they can compete at a scale that was just a privilege to large corporates in the past. So just to summarize, I would say in conclusion that technology is the driving force for every MSME in this country. It empowers these businesses to innovate, compete, and thrive in a rapidly evolving landscape. And as we continue to embark on this journey of digital transformation, it is crucial for all of us to realize that technology can be such a strong enabler in strengthening the MSMEs of our country. So together, along with the technology that we bring to the table, we can create a much better, brighter, and prosperous future for the small businesses in India. Thank you so much for listening in.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Samriddhi Bhattacharya, for this power-packed presentation. I request you to kindly stay back. Ms. Bhattacharya, I request you to kindly stay back, and would invite Ms. Divya Singh, Chief Revenue Officer of Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and present a memento as a token of appreciation to Ms. Samriddhi Bhattacharya. Thank you once again for that crisp and extremely knowledge-driven presentation, Ms. Bhattacharya. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Singh. And now it's time for the second keynote address of this evening on the topic Supporting MSMEs with ESG Model. And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Piyush Mishra, Advisor to Union Minister of State for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise, Government of India, and co-founder Net Zero Indian Foundation. A very warm welcome to Mr. Piyush Mishra.
थैंक यू स्मृति जी फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग मी स्टेज एंड सबसे पहले तो मैं जागरण को धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने ये इतना अच्छा इवेंट किया। और सबसे पहले तो मैंने अभी करीब एक हफ्ते पहले ही दैनिक जागरण का एक फुल फ्रंट पेज मतलब सेकंड पेज पढ़ा, जिसमें उन्होंने पूरा बता रखा है कि कैसे लोगों को अपना एनर्जी पे ट्रांजिशन करना है, क्या क्या वो अच्छे अच्छे प्रोडक्ट्स यूज़ कर सकते हैं, कैसे कार्बन इमिशन को कम कर सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं जागरण की इस पहल के लिए दैनिक जागरण और जागरण ग्रुप को पूरे को बहुत ही ज़्यादा सराहनीय कदम है ये, और उसके लिए बहुत बहुत साधुवाद धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि ये आज के टाइम की ना सबसे बड़ी रिक्वायरमेंट है। वैसे देखा जाए तो ESG का तो फुल फॉर्म यहाँ पे सारे लोग ही जान रहे होंगे कि इन्वायरमेंटल, सोशल एंड गवर्नेंस, ये 3 मॉडल हैं जिससे कि हम अपनी MSME को अभी इस समय इंक्लूड करना चाहते हैं। इन्वायरमेंटल क्राइसिस पे बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले तो क्राइसिस कितनी बड़ी हो गई है कि 2050 तक हम लोग जो करीब 1.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस का टारगेट लेके चल रहे थे, वो 2 डिग्री सेल्सियस बड़े आराम से आ जाएगा। और 1.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस तापमान पे ही हम देख रहे थे कि 70 से 90% तक कोरल रीफ गायब हो जाएंगे। फिर देखा जाए कि अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 40% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन है जो इस समय एक प्रकार से कोस्टल एरिया के नज़दीक रहती है, विद इन 100 किलोमीटर रेंज ऑफ कोस्टल एरिया। तो सबसे पहले तो उनके डिस्प्लेसमेंट की दिक्कत आएगी कि वो उनको कहाँ डिस्प्लेस किया जाए, बिकॉज हम देख रहे हैं कि मोस्टली जितना भी पॉपुलेशन है ग्रो करता जा रहा है कोस्टल एरिया के अराउंड। ठीक है। फिर सबसे दूसरी चीज़ देखी जाए, आपको देखा कि 2019 में एक UN का एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ, उसमें करीब 11,000 साइंटिस्ट ने मिलके एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को एज आ क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी घोषित किया। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि इमरजेंसी कब देते हैं हम कि क्राइसिस बहुत ज़्यादा लेवल पे जाके ग्रो हो चुकी है। उसका सबसे बड़ा इम्पैक्ट देखा जाए तो हम लोग अभी इस समय देख रहे होंगे कि कहीं पे हीट वेव आ रही हैं, और यहीं हमारे राजस्थान में आपके बर्फ़बारी हो जा रही है, और कहीं देख रहे हैं हम लोग एक प्रकार से ड्रॉट है, और कहीं पे बाढ़ आ जा रही है। तो बेसिकली हमें ये देखना कि हम इन्वायरमेंटल के साथ में कर क्या रहे हैं, ये क्यों इतना ज़्यादा डिसबैलेंस क्रिएट होता जा रहा है। अभी मैंने एक जगह पे पढ़ा कि पिछले 22 सालों से वेस्ट अमेरिका साइड में करीब 1200 साल पुराना, मतलब 22 साल से ड्रॉट है, मतलब सूखा पड़ा हुआ है वहाँ। तो आप समझ सकते हो कितनी क्राइसिस होती जा रही है। और इस समय देखा जाए तो करीब अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 90% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन वाटर स्कैर्सिटी जोन में आ गई है। अभी आपने कुछ समय पहले देखा होगा चेन्नई को तो एक प्रकार से मतलब एक बिल्कुल सूखा घोषित कर दिया गया है, वहाँ पे पानी ही नहीं है। तो बेसिकली जीवन के जीने के कुछ अस्तित्व होते हैं, उनमें एक वायु होती है, फिर पानी होता है और खाना होता है। तो हम एक प्रकार से देखते जा रहे हैं कि हमने सारे के सारे एस्पेक्ट जितने भी हैं वो सबको किसी न किसी तरीके से एक बहुत बड़े एक्सटेंट तक पॉल्यूट कर दिया। ठीक है। और वो किस में कर दिया, जस्ट हमारी एक भूख है कंजम्पशन की, कि कोई चीज़ अगर हमें दिख गई तो उसको हमें ख़त्म कर देना है। मतलब मैंने मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम देखा है कि लोग बाग रिसोर्सेज को इस तरीके से यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं जैसे मतलब इनका मतलब एक प्रकार से ये आते ही रहेंगे, जबकि ऐसा तो है नहीं। अभी इस समय देखा जाए कि 90% ऑफ द डिज़ास्टर जो है वो कॉज हो रहे हैं केवल क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से, और इसकी वजह से आपको $520 बिलियन एनुअली इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है। पूरा देखा जाए इन ऑल टोटल उसमें तो $520 बिलियन इस समय खर्च कर रही है सरकार पूरे विश्व की मिलके इनसे फाइट करने के लिए। तो एक प्रकार से देखा जाए तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 3.6 बिलियन पीपल हैं जो एक प्रकार से क्लाइमेट चेंज वल्नरेबल एरियाज़ में रह रहे हैं। क्यों हम लोग मतलब देखते जा रहे हैं कि एक प्लानेट अगर हम 1881 से बात करें और अभी तक की, तो 1881 में वर्ल्ड की पॉपुलेशन हुआ करती थी 120 बिलियन, करीब 120 करोड़ लोग हुआ करते थे पूरी दुनिया में। आज वही पॉपुलेशन हो गई है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 800+ बिलियन। मैं मान के चलता हूँ कि 850 तक पहुँच गई होगी, और उसको ही देखा जाए तो 7 टाइम्स का चेंज आया पूरी वर्ल्ड की पॉपुलेशन में। और वहीं पे हम देखें कि हमारे इमिशंस या हमारा पॉल्यूशन लेवल अगर जज किया जाए तो एक प्रकार से उस टाइम पे करीब 60 मिलियन टन ऑफ GHG का इमिशंस होता था अराउंड द वर्ल्ड। ठीक है, जो कि बढ़ के इस समय 50 बिलियन ऑफ टन हो गया है, मतलब मिलियन से बिलियन पे आ गए हम। ठीक है, 120 करोड़ जनता, 60 मिलियन टन ऑफ GHG, 850 करोड़ जनता, इस समय 51 बिलियन टन ऑफ GHG इमिशन। सो बेसिकली एक सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर देखा जाए 7 गुना चेंज में 1000 गुना पॉल्यूशन का चेंज आ गया। तो अब इसमें फैक्टर्स क्या क्या हैं, एक तो भाई हमने प्री इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल देखा और एक ये इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल आया। तो इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल में दो फैक्टर्स हैं जिनको मतलब एक को तो जागरण ग्रुप बहुत अच्छा एड्रेस कर रहा है, बाकी सारे लोग काम कर रहे हैं केवल इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर, लेकिन जागरण ग्रुप ने जो एक पहली पहल की ना लोगों के ऊपर, क्योंकि भाई एक इन्फॉर्म कंजम्पशन भी तो बहुत ज़रूरी है ना, कि हम क्या कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं और कैसे कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, इसकी कितनी अवेलेबिलिटी है, ये हर किसी को पता होनी चाहिए। अगर हम आज सपोज कर लीजिए हमारे पास में ग्राउंड वाटर तो एक डेफिनेट नंबर में ही है ना, तो अगर हम ग्राउंड वाटर आज ही निकाल लेंगे तो कल हमारे बच्चे और बाकी फ्यूचर क्या करेगा। तो हमें एक इन्फॉर्म्ड कंजम्पशन के ऊपर भी काम करना है। तो प्रोडक्शन तो है ही एक बड़ा फैक्टर प्ले करता है। मैं देख रहा था अराउंड द वर्ल्ड टोटल जीएचजी इमिशंस हो रहे हैं, उसमें 21% ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री का एक पॉल्यूशन आ रहा है, ठीक है। तो बाकी आपका 79% कहाँ से आ रहा है, वो तो लोग ही क्रिएट कर रहे हैं ना। तो लोगों को भी इसके बारे में इन्फॉर्म करने की ज़रूरत है। तो बेसिकली अगर हम एक प्रकार से जाएं तो ESG इज़ नॉट ओनली मैंडेटरी फॉर द इंडस्ट्री, इट मस्ट बी मैंडेटरी फॉर द पीपल ऑल्सो, कि भाई लोगों को भी हम इसके बारे में जागृत करें कि हमें अपने एनवायरनमेंट के, बेसिकली देखा जाए तो रहना तो इस एनवायरनमेंट में सबको ही है ना। कोई भी कितना भी कैसा भी पैसा कमा ले, ठीक है, कितनी भी पावर क्रिएट कर ले, ऑक्सीजन की जगह कोई दूसरी तो गैस नहीं लेने लगेगा वो, ये तो पॉसिबिलिटी बनती ही नहीं है। और लेना सबको एटमॉस्फेयर में बाहर ही आके रहना पड़ेगा। ज़्यादा पैसा कमा लेंगे तो हो सकता है हम बंकर में शिफ्ट हो जाएं और वहाँ पे एयर प्यूरीफायर लगा लें, जैसे कि अभी हम लोगों ने कोरोना में देखा होगा। कोरोना ने इंसान को बताया कि वो कितना लाचार और कमज़ोर है, कि हमें पूरा वर्ल्ड को हॉल्ट पे लेके आ गए हम। क्यों लेके आ गए? बस एक छोटा सा वायरस जो दिख भी नहीं रहा था किसी को। लेकिन अभी हम जो डिज़ास्टर कॉज करते जा रहे हैं ना, डे बाई डे, ब्रिक बाई ब्रिक, वो उससे देखिए आप एक प्रकार से अंटार्कटिक का कई सारे जंगल ना ऊपर आ गए उभर के, वहाँ की बर्फ़ पिघल गई, तो वो कई सारे जंगल मतलब वहाँ पे आप देखेंगे फ्लोरा फौना सामने आने लग गया। तो इसका असर ना फ्यूचर में डिजीज़ के ऊपर पड़ने वाला है, कि वहीं से कई सारे वायरस थे या फिर कई सारे ऐसी मतलब आप समझो कुछ भी ऐसे जीव जंतु हो सकते हैं जो वहाँ पे काफ़ी समय तक दबे हुए थे, अब वो एक्सपोज हो गए हैं, तो दे आर गोइंग टू कॉज अ सीवियर प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस। सो बेसिकली क्या है कि हमें ना अपने कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स को ध्यान में देते हुए बाकी सारी चीज़ें देखनी चाहिए, ठीक है। अभी इस समय देखा जाए तो वर्ल्ड ना 3 टाइप की प्रॉब्लम से, ट्रिपल प्लानिटरी क्राइसिस बोलते हैं इसको, 3 प्रकार की प्रॉब्लम से जूझ रहा है। सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है क्लाइमेट चेंज, दूसरी आपकी आती है पॉल्यूशन, और तीसरी आती है बायोडाइवर्सिटी। सो बेसिकली देखा जाए तो मेरे हिसाब से क्लाइमेट चेंज से आपकी बायोडाइवर्सिटी इफेक्ट हो रही है और पॉल्यूशन से आपका क्लाइमेट चेंज कॉज हो रहा है। सो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है? पॉल्यूशन। और पॉल्यूशन ना केवल इंडस्ट्री फैलाती है, सारे के सारे जितने भी हम इंसान हैं सब लोग मिलके फैला रहे हैं। क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि क्रिएशन ऑफ प्लास्टिक इज़ नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, ये तो यूटिलिटी है। डिस्पोजल ऑफ प्लास्टिक इज़ अ प्रॉब्लम, कि भाई हम सारे लोग सबके सामने अभी एक एक बोतल रखी हुई है और ये बोतल का कहाँ डिस्पोजल होगा किसी को नहीं पता। और ये वैसे तो बोतल जब तक पानी में रखी है के साथ में हमारे लिए यूटिलिटी, हमारी प्यास बुझाएगी, लेकिन जब ये खाली हो जाएगी उसके बाद हम इसका क्या कर रहे हैं, यही हमारी प्रॉब्लम का रूट कॉज है। सो बेसिकली भारत ने एक प्रकार से देखा जाए ना विश्व को कई सारा ज्ञान दिया, इसीलिए हम विश्व गुरु बोले जाते थे। सो नाउ टाइम है कि हम लोगों को ना बेसिकली ESG पे नहीं, इन्वायरमेंटल सोशल पे ज्ञान देना चाहिए। गवर्नेंस तो अपने आप आ जाएगी। गवर्नेंस तो तब रहेगी ना जब लोग रहेंगे। सो लोग ही नहीं रहें तो हम क्या करेंगे उसका गवर्नेंस का? सरकारें भी तो लोग ही चुनते हैं ना, बेसिकली आप हम सब लोग मिलकर ही चुन रहे हैं सरकार। और अगर हमारे पास लोग ही नहीं होंगे तो सरकार किसको चुनेंगे? सरकार ही नहीं होगी, लोग ही नहीं होंगे, सरकार का क्या मतलब बनता है? सो बेसिकली देखा जाए कि प्रॉब्लम ग्रो कर रही है डे बाय डे, पर डे, मतलब एक प्रकार से देखा जाए हमारे लिए एक नया दिक्कत खड़ी हो जा रही है। फिर देखिए कई सारे ग्रुप बने और कई सारा काफ़ी लोगों ने काम किया इस पर, ठीक है। मैं देख रहा था कि 60 की एज में लोग रिटायर्ड हो जाते हैं। बेसिकली 60 साल की उम्र हमारी हो रही होती है तो हम लोग रिटायरमेंट पे फोकस करने लगते हैं। लेकिन मेरे को जो ये जीवन में बदलाव आया वो 65 ईयर के एक ओल्ड पर्सन की वजह से आया। 65 साल की उम्र में वो इंसान बाइक पे कई सारे कंट्रीज़ की यात्रा पे निकला और उनका नाम था सदगुरु जी। तो करीब 2 साल पहले मैं ऐसे ही 15 अगस्त को ना एक उनका वो देख रहा था, क्या कहते हैं, वीडियो, जो उन्होंने लोगों के साथ में अपील की थी सेफ सॉइल को लेके, कि भाई ये सॉइल है, सॉइल कितना इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर प्ले कर रहा है हम लोगों के जीवन में, और इसको कैसे क्या कहते हैं, कहाँ डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है और कैसे ये प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करने वाला है। सो बेसिकली वो 65 साल के 65 साल के जो बुज़ुर्ग हैं माननीय सदगुरु जी, उन सदगुरु जी ने पूरे वर्ल्ड को बताया कि भाई देखिए आप कितनी बड़ी क्राइसिस क्रिएट करते जा रहे हैं। 2050 तक 90% ऑफ द सैंड यूजलेस हो जाएगी। क्यों भाई, हम लोग इतना ज़्यादा उसमें एक प्रकार से फर्टिलाइज़र, पेस्टिसाइड, क्या क्या नहीं डाल रहे हैं जस्ट टू गेट द फूड, ठीक है। और बेसिकली देखा जाए तो फूड तो जब पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है तो फूड डिमांड भी ग्रो करेगी और हमारी सेंट्स डिग्रेड हो रही है। सो बेसिकली एक एस्पेक्ट पे काम नहीं हो रहा है, क्राइसिस केवल एक एस्पेक्ट पे नहीं आ रही है, ये जाके आगे हमारे क्या कहते हैं, सांस लेने, पानी पीने, खाना, तीनों को जाके इम्पेक्ट करने वाली है। और विद द ग्रोइंग पॉपुलेशन हमें तो फोकस करना है कि कैसे लोगों को फूड सिक्योरिटी दे सकते हैं, कैसे हम लोगों को पानी सही मुहैया करा सकते हैं, कैसे हम लोगों को उनके जीवन बचा सकते हैं। आप देखेंगे कि एक प्रकार से करीब बहुत छोटा सा नंबर है, पूरे वर्ल्ड ने क्लाइमेट चेंज से रिलेटेड हेल्थ पे $4.5 ट्रिलियन खर्च किया अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, और हमने $7 ट्रिलियन की क्या दी, सब्सिडी फॉसिल्स फ्यूज के लिए। रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, एक प्रकार से एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के लिए $4 ट्रिलियन की। सो बेसिकली एक प्रकार से देखा जाए बजटरी एक्सपेंडिचर देखें तो करीब $11.5 ट्रिलियन के पड़ रहे हैं एनुअली अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, और रिक्वायरमेंट केवल $4 ट्रिलियन की है। तो यार ये खर्चे यहाँ के रोक के प्रॉपरली हमें क्या करने चाहिए, माइग्रेट करनी चाहिए, सो दैट हमारा एक जो एक्सपेंडिचर है क्लाइमेट चेंज रिलेटेड हेल्थ क्राइसिस पे, उनको हम लोग प्रॉपरली कवर कर पाएँ, ठीक है। आप देखें कि अब आते हैं कि ESG का MSME में क्या रोल है। इस देश के अंदर 6.3 करोड़ MSME है, जो जिनमें से करीब 2 करोड़ तो हमारे उद्यम पोर्टल पे रजिस्टर्ड हो गई हैं। एक प्रकार से देखा जाए भारत का सबसे ज़्यादा जॉब क्रिएशन वाला सेगमेंट है, मतलब अभी तो केवल 2 करोड़ हुई, तो हम 13 करोड़ एम्प्लॉयज़ को रजिस्टर्ड किए हुए हैं अपने पोर्टल पे। सपोज़ करिए जब सारी हम लेके आ जाएंगे तो नंबर इज़ गोइंग टू बी ह्यूज, ठीक है। बेसिकली कुछ टाइम बाद तो हम लोग ये बोल सकते हैं कि एग्रीकल्चर से ज़्यादा हमारे यहाँ जॉब क्रिएशन केवल MSME में हो रहा है। तो जब जितना ज़्यादा जॉब क्रिएशन है या जितना ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन है, उसमें पर्टिकुलरली देखा जाए तो पॉल्यूशन भी उतना ही ज़्यादा क्रिएट हो रहा होगा। बेसिक जब ह्यूमन एक्टिविटी पॉल्यूशन क्रिएट कर रही है तो एक इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी तो कर ही रही होगी। और देखा जाए जैसे जैसे ग्रोइंग कंसर्न हो रहा है ओवर द क्लाइमेट चेंज, ठीक है। आप देखिएगा CBAM आ गया आपका यूरोप में, ठीक है। ये अपने कार्बन बॉर्डर एडजस्टमेंट मैकेनिज्म करके उन्होंने एक टैक्सेशन फ्रेमवर्क लगाया है, जिसकी वजह से जितना ज़्यादा आप कार्बन एमिट करके जा रहे हो उतना ही ज़्यादा वो जाके आपके ऊपर टैक्स लगा देंगे, ठीक है। सो बेसिकली अराउंड द वर्ल्ड सारी MSME के नॉट ओनली MSME जितनी भी इंडस्ट्री है उनके ऊपर फोकस है कि वो अपना कम से कम इमिशंस करें या कम से कम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली बने, सो दैट वो कम से कम दे कैन रिमेन अ competitive advantage in a global scenario. So basically देखा जाए कि एक प्रकार से ESG का जो भी है उसमें सबसे प्राइम फोकस ना सब लोगों ने एनवायरनमेंट पे ही दे रखा है कि आप एनवायरनमेंट पे क्या डैमेज पहुंचा रहे हो, एनवायरनमेंट पे क्या इम्पैक्ट है इसका। तो जैसे देखा जाए कि भारत ने ना सबसे पहले ग्राम व्यवस्था का कॉन्सेप्ट था माननीय श्री कृष्ण जी ने दिया हुआ था। श्री कृष्ण जी ने एक सोसाइटी के सिविलाइजेशन का पहला स्टेप पार किया जब लोग सोसाइटी में रहना चालू किए। उनमें सबसे पहली थी ग्राम व्यवस्था, और उस ग्राम व्यवस्था का कॉन्सेप्ट कितना सस्टेनेबल था आप उसी चीज़ से इमेजिन कीजिए कि पहले हर चीज़ हमें मिट्टी से मिलती थी और हमारे द्वारा उत्सर्जित हर चीज़ मिट्टी में मिल जाती थी, चाहे वो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट होती है इंसान की, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान। तो आप देखें रोटी खाना इंसानों को सबको ज़मीन से मिल रहा है। गाँव में सारे लोगों के घर ना मिट्टी के बने हुए थे। आपका कपड़ा था ना वो कपास से बन के आ रहा था, सूती कपड़ा पहनते थे लोग बाग पहले, या फिर बाकी रिक्वायरमेंट थी वो जूट वगैरह से कंप्लीट हो रही थी, तो वो भी एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट थे। सो बेसिकली प्रॉब्लम क्या हुई कि हमने अब ऐसी चीज़ों का निर्माण चालू किया जो मिट्टी में नहीं मिल रही हैं। सो हमें बेसिकली फोकस करना है ऐसी चीज़ों के निर्माण पे जो आपका लास्ट में उनकी जो भी डेस्टिनी हो ना वो मिट्टी में हो, कि हमने कुछ भी बनाया वो जाके मिट्टी में मिल गया, तब तो वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएशन का पार्ट नहीं रहेगा। अदरवाइज डे बाय डे हम लोग प्रॉब्लम्स में एक चीज़ का एडिशन करते जा रहे हैं। तो मैं इसी के साथ अपनी बातों को थोड़ा विराम देना चाहूँगा और आप सब लोगों से गुजारिश करूँगा कि आप टाइमली अपनी ESG रिपोर्टिंग, कैलकुलेशन, इन सब पे फोकस करें, क्योंकि भाई यही चीज़ है आपको रिमेन कम्पिटिटिव रखेगी विद द करेंट क्राइसिस ग्रोइंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड। सो और मैं फिर से भरत गुप्ता जी को धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूँगा और उनकी टीम को फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सच अ गुड इवेंट, एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच।
पीयूष जी, आपका हृदय से आभार और इस विषय पर अपना पूरा ज्ञान हमारे साथ कुछ शब्दों में शेयर करने के लिए एक बार फिर आपके हम आभारी हैं। और मैं अब बुलाऊंगी मंच पर दिव्या सिंह जी को, CRO जागरण न्यू मीडिया, टू फेलिसिटेट मिस्टर पीयूष मिश्रा। Let us all put our hands together for that extremely engaging words by Mr. Mishra. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a special address on the topic Factors Affecting the Growth of MSMEs by Wing Commander Rajashri D. Nair, Mentor of Change Niti Aayog, Mentor Ministry of MSME Government of India, Co-Chair Medicaid Ethos Private Limited and Director Nutmeg Products Private Limited. Let us all put our hands together and welcome Wing Commander Rajashri D. Nair.
Good evening to all. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. Special thanks to one single person who I can't see him here. He met me during All India Management Association, which had a conclave just a month ago, and he convinced me to come all the way from Trivandrum here for this. Though I was not sure whether this will be possible, but thank you so much, and thank you to Jagran for holding a Badlav like this. This is something which in my career I had a lot of Badlavs, and I'm happy to see that this kind of Badlav is definitely required. When I was approached, I was asked to speak on something related to MSME, and I've been involved with MSME as a mentor for last 11 plus years in promoting startups in whichever way possible. And therefore, I thought challenges was one segment that I wanted to address, and second was factors which affect MSME across India. There were three people who just spoke about MSME more than me. They know most of it, Mr. Bharat, Samriddhi, and Mr. Piyush. But taking it forward from there, the second slide, please. Yeah. This, I'm sure most of you would be knowing about it as to the classification has changed recently as far as the investment and the turnover is concerned, because a lot of people still have this confusion when I deal with MSME that they do not know the difference on this classification, be it in the manufacturing as well as service industry. So therefore, I thought I'll just go through this first to give an overview about what the various classification of MSME is. Second, next. Most of the speakers did speak before me, and particularly Mr. Piyush and Mr. Chuk did mention about the employment generation. And the significance of MSME today in this market is because of the employment that it is generating across India. And in very few, rather than being an employee, most of us, we'll see in coming years, it will be much more of an entrepreneur that we would see, and that is how we could make in India and make India from the fifth economy to the best economy in times to come. Second, as I mentioned, the economic growth as well as we would be the leading innovator in times to come. Most of us, most of the Indians you see are holding positions of power in various segments today. That is because of the strength and creativity that we have today. And therefore, I'm more than sure with the coming generation and the kind of segment that and the training and the support system that government is giving, I'm sure that we are going to be the leading power in this segment. Diversity, the kind of products and services that we are coming into, significance, please. I'm sorry, I think I'll only handle the slides. Possibly there would be a confusion then. Diversity, coming to diversity and resilience, these MSME is the segment where you will see the diverse products and services that are coming. And finally, they are during the economic upturn, downturn, you will see the kind of resilience that these MSMEs is showing as against any other firm that you will look around. Coming to the factors that affect the economic factors, if you notice, economic factors, all these are multiple factors that I'm mentioning, economic, next. Regulatory, access to finance, market, technology, and social factors. I'll just briefly touch upon this because I've been given precisely 10 minutes. I'll try to curtail as much as possible so that I will just discuss the basic details of each of this. Coming to, next slide. Coming to economic factors, the inflation and interest rate, there are 4 segments that I have listed. Inflation, interest rates, exchange rates, and consumer confidence. Why I mention inflation is any product that you purchase today, the pricing is dependent very heavily on the inflation. And if it is an MSME, the loan that they take, it depends heavily on to what is the interest rate that it is going to, where they have to pay up the loan, or if the interest rates are subsidized by the government, then how the pricing would be and what would be the competition on that. Coming to the exchange rate, if it is an import or an export, it is also dependent on the exchange rate that is currently controlled by the Indian currency. When it comes to import, whether the competitive price is managed by it or otherwise. Consumer confidence, as I mentioned, the consumer confidence you have seen during COVID times, how the market has turned upside down because there was nobody who was going outside to spend because we were all being very conservative about our expenses. So the economic factors directly influences the MSME in a very big manner. Regulatory factors, the role of government, the government regulations, the government act, both have positive as well as negative impact. When it comes to government regulation, the positive impact is significance of the regulations, regulatory incentives and deregulation and streamlining. And when it comes to negative impact, it is the increased compliance, which sometimes would be a deterrent, frequent changes in the law, which again makes someone very confused about which law to follow, which law not to follow. And stringent licensing or permit requirements can hinder business entry and expansion for MSME. Access to finance, as you all know that access to finance, it is not only the availability, it is also accessibility and affordability that will be the game changer for this. And why we require finance is, capital is required for growth, then working capital is required for expansion, for risk mitigation whenever there is unforeseen circumstances, and when we have to innovate any product or services. For these, we require financing. But the challenges and the potential solution, I will say both side by side. The challenges when we limited collaterals. Today, you see most of the MSME do not have collaterals to pledge. So when you do not have collateral, this is a request to Mr. Piyush, if you could consider this, that government and financial institution can introduce credit guarantee scheme. I know that it is available, but probably it is not enough for credit guarantee schemes. Sorry? Yeah. So you can still, because we are not that rich, we have not still reached that. So probably the credit guarantee scheme to minimize the collateral requirement, probably one. Second is high interest rates, high borrowing costs can burden MSME. So the solution again, this is my suggestion, encourage competition amongst financial institutions and other interest rate subsidies or refinancing options for MSME, if that could be considered. Third is lack of credit history. Many MSME do not have a credit history, because of which they are unable to even seek loan. If the solution that I would say is promote alternate credit assessment method. I think NISC is already doing that, but in case if there is an alternate credit assessment method such as cash flow based, credit assessment or peer-to-peer lending platform. Then informal finance also, when there is a shortage of funding, what happens? Most of this MSME go at private financing, which is given at exorbitant interest rate. What happens because of this? The MSME goes, within a year, they are unable to pay up. And therefore, a financial literacy, that is also equally important. Today, everybody jumps into this thinking that once they take loan, they will be the next unicorn. But if they are not aware of how this finance is going to be utilized, that is going to be a very bad path for them. Yeah, I think we have practically covered the collateral part. Sorry, I'm using a mobile, that is why I'm... Yeah, lack of credit history, I mentioned access to equity capital and government support. So these would be multiple segments that I would request if Mr. Piyush can look into. Second is how the market influences. The market, what is the demand and competition that is currently present in the market, that is how the market influences an MSME. So how an MSME can work on it is to have a BI. Nobody thinks today that analytics or a market research is required, and unless a research is done as to what is prevalent today, what are the competitors in the market, unless this is process and systems are put in place, getting a MSME onto the path is fine, but it will stumble down the lane because it will not have the necessary research which it should do for whether be it product, for sustainability is on innovating their services and product. Then if it is customer, if they focus, if their business is on customer centric and they focus on the customer, what is going to stay back, and also whether their business model is going to be agile, whether it will sustain the pressures of the time. And collaborating, like what is my strength, maybe somebody's weakness, what is somebody's weakness would be my strength. If you can collaborate with multiple partners, probably that is the road forward. And digital presence, as we all know that today is a digital world, and how we are going to scale up is unless we are technologically advanced, we will not be able to sustain for long. And last but not the least, the pricing and how we manage our cost. Role of technology, which all of us know, whether efficiency or productivity is directly related with how technology, adoption of technology is done. And market access, technology provides MSME with a broader reach, allowing them to tap into regional and global market. Innovation, technology fosters innovation by enabling an MSME. Cost reduction, digital tools can help with analytics. Customer engagement, how we are customer-centric, that will define our role forward. And impact of digital transformation will change the market reach, operational efficacy, competitiveness, e-commerce, global presence, and adaptability. I'm just reading this because of pause of time. And demographic, somebody did mention over here about how the demographic makes a difference. Today, not only the demographic dividend is not only of the region, it is also on age. I have seen the kind of products and services, we have so many options and choices that this is also making a lot of impact in what product and service will. And in some of the states, you will see only aged population, particularly from the state where I come. There are more number of 60+ people than the younger one because everybody is westward ho. Whether be it education or work. And consumer behavior, we are choosy about what we want. Like you will, all of us, when we are doing online purchase, you will know that you will keep skipping, whether be it on Insta where they are pumping these kind of, ads. I may not want to buy, I will always do a comparison. So consumer behavior is something that we need to target. And aging population, ethical consideration, like the water bottle that he mentioned, whether I should continue with this business or not, whether I should think of sustainable products. Then what is my digital native, which is the segment that I need to target. If it is younger generation who are much more tech savvy, possibly that is what I need to target. Cultural diversity, I need to keep in mind what will sell in which state, which area, which kind of segment do I target. And after COVID, the health and wellness trend that has come in, that is one market that we have not tapped as much as possible. And similarly, remote work, which is again a product of COVID, whether we have enough services and products in that segment. So these are some of the social factors that have come into place. This is just a recap of what I mentioned: access to finance, regulatory burden, market competition, technological adoption, and consumer behavior. These are multiple segments that these challenges can be filled by. Next. These are multiple challenges that are faced by MSME because of all these factors that I mentioned. And next slide, please. The opportunities and strategies for these would be diversifying our product, having digital presence in whichever segment we are, collaborating with the strength that each of us have, and of course, with Mr. Piyush's consideration, government support in whichever way possible. Financial literacy, whomsoever is in that segment, to have more events like this where financial literacy can be imparted. Innovation, any product line that anybody wants to develop, one event where we can ask them to come up and say that 10 years from now, your product line, what are the aspects that one need to keep in mind, keeping in mind the new generation, and how customer-centric that we can. And finally, I started with the definition, the significance of it, and what is the multiple factors which influences, and how these factors can be mitigated, what are the challenges that we are facing, and how these opportunities, how we have to create strategies for it. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come here and to speak, and I'm sure there would be some who would have at least taken some points from me. Thank you so much.
That was indeed a lot of learnings and an engaging address. I would request Ms. Divya Singh, CRO, Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and present a memento as a token of appreciation to Wing Commander Rajashri D. Nair. Well, after these power-packed and insightful keynote and special addresses, it's time for our first panel discussion of this evening. We all know that innovative digital technologies have played a significant role in empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises in India. MSMEs are the backbone of Indian economy, contributing significantly to employment generation and economic growth. The adoption of digital technologies has enabled them to enhance their productivity, streamline their operations, and access new markets. So our first panel discussion is on the topic Innovative Digital Technologies Empowering MSMEs in India. By the time we settle for the panel discussion, I'll request my team to kindly pass on the hand mic to me so that I can come among the audience and understand and understand what idea does our audience have on the topic which we are going to discuss. Innovative digital technologies empowering MSMEs in India. So we have our esteemed guests who will be sharing their insights on the topic with us. But before commencing this panel discussion, sir, very quick, in a sentence or two, I will request you to kindly explain what all expectations do you have from this panel discussion. Your name, please, sir.
My name is H.K. Agarwal. I am specialized in the field of industrial electronics, mobile engineering, and various other subjects including high vacuum technology from UK during 1952-53 period. Now the question with MSME is the problem set by the government policies. You see, there are three very important points, as it was rightly mentioned: marketing, technology, innovation. Now, as far as technology is concerned, the government is giving 20,000 crore rupees as subsidy unnecessarily to foreign organizations. Not a single paisa for technical institutes to develop these technologies. Second point is, no, you see, madam, I was involved as...
I completely understand, sir, but very quick because we have a huge audience.
Okay, okay, finish. I mean, this is my point, that that money should go to technical institutes instead of going to foreign companies in import of CKD and SKD kits. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, very quick, I would request you. Yeah.
I am President FIVA, so I am also, looking after the interest of promoting MSME for the promotion of the EV industry. My question is directly pinpointed to Director Madam from Dell. What incentives you have as a cost of laptop for the MSME company? Because I have myself running a company, I am getting nothing, madam, to be frank.
So, question part we can take afterwards because we have a networking lunch break. Ma'am, I would request you to take up the questions.
Because it was a live question, madam.
Absolutely.
Let us hear from one,
Absolutely, sir.
Technology is the key to success.
I completely
and that
understand.
is the topic also. So
I completely understand, sir. I completely understand, sir. Maybe, sir, we can take these questions because we are preparing for our panel discussion. So this was supposed to be for a panel discussion. अगर आपके पास panel discussion को लेकर के जो शुरू होने वाला है हमारे topic को लेकर के अगर आपके पास कुछ inputs हो और कुछ expectations हो इस panel discussion से related, I am sure our panelists will take up those concerns. But उसके अलावा if there is anything else, I think that can be taken up during the tea break. Anything very quick, very short, just related to the upcoming panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Sunil Mohendru from Digicom Consulting. And for MSMEs who can't spend much in technology, how about the data security for the MSMEs?
Great question. Great question. So I think, sir, we'll take it up during the panel discussion and maybe after the panel discussion because there'll be a Q&A session as well. So maybe during that Q&A session, we take up these questions. So in the meanwhile, let us start the first panel discussion of this evening. And I have the privilege of inviting our esteemed guest, our distinguished guest for this panel discussion. Shrut Kirti Vashisht, Regional Head, Google Workspace. Vidya Sagar Singh, Head, Corporate Planning, Digital Services and Training, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Avneet Singh Marwa, CEO, Super Plastronics Private Limited, SPPL. Sajja Praveen Chaudhary, Head, Policy Bazaar for Business. Sanjay Khandelwal, AGM, Strategy and Operations, Just Dial. Anay Pathak, Global Account Manager, Alliance Dell Technologies. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Jaspreet Singh, Partner and National Leader, Client and National Market, Trust and Transformation, Grant Thornton. So ladies and gentlemen, Avneet Singh Marwa, CEO from Super Plastronics Private Limited, is running a bit late. We'll be joined by Avneet Singh Marwa in some time, but in the meanwhile, I would request the distinguished guests who have joined us for this panel to kindly take your seats and we can commence this panel discussion. Sir, I request you. I request all the panelists to kindly take a look at the pictures behind and take their respective seats. That will indeed be very helpful. Thank you so much. We highly appreciate this.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I don't think so this will work. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, fellow panelists. Indeed, a very opportune moment when we are talking about two key aspects of our economy, right? The first one is obviously MSMEs and the digital transformation. Since 2019 end, it's very difficult to go into a meeting and not talk about digital transformation. That's what our lives have all become, right? And I'm pretty sure my panelists will echo that thoughts, that walking into a meeting and not talking about whether it's a cloud, whether it's AI, ML, chat, GPT, whatever. You know, the meeting takes, everybody's talking about all of this because this is the reality. And what we are trying to do here is look at how does this entire piece impact MSMEs, how can their growth be fastened, and they leapfrog into the large corporate segment because of digital transformation. Obviously, by also looking at key things like data security, data privacy. There's the new data protection bill that's been passed on 11th of August. How does all that play a key role? And if I have to look at digital transformation, what are the technologies that I should look at, right? Should I follow technologies that everybody else is doing? Should I make my own roadmap? What is the government doing in this? We'll probably give all of this a thought. Let me start by, probably taking just initial comments from my fellow panelists. Shruth Kirti, your initial comments, please.
Hi, am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, great. So hi, everybody. I'm Shruth Kirti, and like Jaspreet mentioned, this is a very pivotal moment in the Indian economy specifically because we have seen the Indian economy get accelerated by multifold in the last 10 years, particularly after COVID. And sometimes macro factors are very critical in propelling an economy forward. And I believe that while COVID was a very difficult and tough time for India, post that, the acceleration that we have seen in digital businesses, the acceleration that we have seen in small businesses adopting and embracing technology to further move their business upwards has been tremendous. I will definitely add some more comments around what are the technologies that we are seeing as an organization adopt by MSMEs. But my initial thoughts are that this is a golden opportunity for the Indian economy to move forward.
Superb. So you've mentioned this is a golden opportunity for this to move forward, right? We'll take a note of that. Anay, your initial thoughts, please.
I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So I think there is an accelerated digital transformation which is happening after the pandemic, right? I mean, I'm talking about a very simple example. My daughter, how would she attend school? And it was out of syllabus for the EdTech, right? Because they were not prepared for the online classes, right? And something when it is out of syllabus for the industry as well, there were not enough devices to cater to work from home, right? So when pandemic kicked in, right, everyone has to answer this out of syllabus question which came. And everyone has to provide an answer to it, right? In a manner that the business can run, right? So MSMEs who were planning to go into a digital transformation approach by 2025 have transformed in 2022 itself, right? So that is where the effect have come in. And the cost of compute obviously is going down, right? So the data analytics can happen now in a much better way, the way it is happening, right? So that is where we see at Dell, probably there's a lot of technology factors which we are adding to, but everything has gone into an accelerated mode just because the things have changed drastically.
Thank you, and I think very interesting comments. What's the largest university in the world? Anybody? So probably the largest university that at least I know of is WhatsApp University. And there's a message floating around on WhatsApp saying, what's the biggest propellant of digital transformation in India? The answer was COVID, right? With that, let's move to Vidya Sagarji. Your initial comments, and especially around the entire government piece.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So thank you, Jagran team, for this opportunity, and Jaspreet ji for this, this session, leading this session. So yeah, so when we talk about, there were a lot of sessions going on. I attended a few of them. So I think, about MSME, I think everybody would be aware now, what are the MSME challenges, classification and everything. So what I feel is that, in terms of this penetration of technology or adoption of technology, digital transformation in India, among the MSME sector is very, very low. And that's where the government role comes in to maybe facilitate, enable to make this penetration level among the MSME little higher. I mean, we are there that, MSME, the adoption itself is not there. Forget about the which technology and, data privacy and data security. So the first one is, and most of you would be knowing, we have approximately 2 crore MSMEs registered on Udyam portal officially. Although as per the census, it's approximately 6.5 crore MSMEs in India. 2 crore are officially registered on Udyam portal. So out of that 2 crore, 97% are micro. And you have seen the definition of the micro, right? So whatever we are maybe discussing, our policy we are making, we have to keep this factor in mind that, at the bottom of the pyramid, this 97% people, how we are going to touch their life or their business, how we are going to impact. So which are the technologies or what are the policy which needs to be initiated? It should be very, very probably simple, basic, at least low-hanging fruits, for them at least, in the beginning. And then maybe we can go to the next level. So this would be, in the next probably round, I'll be touching few of the new initiatives which government have taken and is going to take. Some of the new scheme are going to be launched on this 22nd of November in Vigyan Bhavan. So that, we have been working very hard. So that also maybe I'll just share with you what's going to come. So if you are aware, then probably you can. So the biggest problem of the government scheme is that awareness is not there, right? So that is, I will try to do some kind of, awareness building session here today at this platform so that you can use them or you can suggest those awareness or inform among your circles and family and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What I liked about the fact is, and probably some key takeaways is, we can't even treat MSME as one complete sector, right? Because if there's a micro, which is a mom and pop shop with 2 people, a factory with 2 to 3 people, versus maybe a multi-crore company, right? The adoption of digital would mean different for different things, and hence our technology, our framework, everything would need to cater to both ends of the spectrum. Thank you very much, sir, for saying that. Avneet, your initial comments, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Avneet. We deal with consumer durable products, consumer electronics. And I would like to start with, there are 2 things right now. There was blessing in disguise, I think, for India that COVID happened in 2020. Whatever we were expecting, as sir said, in next 5 years actually happened in 2 years. Especially the transformation, the speed of transformation that India had gone through. We deal in smart TVs. Whatever expectations we had, 96% in India right now is selling smart TVs. And this was the projection about in 2024-25. The reason behind was that because of COVID, there was no local production that was happening. So all the daily soap, etc., out of syllabus, as sir said. So people started shifting to OTT. And that's when the whole game started changing. And everybody was dependent on screen, either laptops, your monitors or television. And suddenly there was such a huge spike that there was shortage of semiconductors. Today, most of the companies, 70% of semiconductor companies have a stock of 18 months.
Wow.
So, you have to be balanced. We have learned digitalization doesn't mean that we go so aggressive that, first there was a shortage in supply chain. Again, there's advance in most of the product, what we are seeing right now, there is a huge advance in supply chain. So, secondly, coming back, I think this is the best chance India ever had. Whatever examples we see as from a developing to a developed economy, and we always take China as an example. The reason China got, from developing to developed country, one of the biggest reasons was how their small enterprises have grown. And the next big challenge that India has, sir said that, we are very long, still there are penetration of digitalization is not there. But 29% of the contribution in the GDP is from MSMEs. And one thing we lack right now is exports. We have a market of 1.4 billion people, but our actual market for most of the MSME goods are only 350 to 400 million people. So, we have to go out of this country. We have to, I've taken China as an example. Digitalization, for example, Alibaba or all of these sites are not for China, it's for global. If you want to have 5 units, 2 units, 1 unit, globally they're doing that through their digitalization. So that's what India need, that kind of transformation. Government has supported them. Most of the companies in China, government has a share, everybody knows that. So, these sort of policy driven and you need to promote, not in India, I think globally.
I think very radical thoughts, especially on the export, because then you're automatically increasing your market presence by 5-6x of what you have. Or I would say the target segment, right, where you can provide goods and services. And that's a very, I think it was early 2000s when China opened up its borders, right? And then we've seen what happened in the last 20 years, especially in the manufacturing sector, right? Pick up any product, there are Chinese products of that variety which are completely there in the market. And then even from a digital perspective, they had digital payments, though our UPI is probably 100 years ahead of what they could achieve, but the digital payments launched in early 2000s, when we were actually launching 2G phones and the phones were becoming more common in India. That's the digital transformation wave that they were looking for. Thanks for that. Mr. Sajay, your initial comments, please.
Hi, good afternoon. So, taking forward from what everyone has said, the way COVID has kind of moved the digitalization forward, and especially in the SME or the MSME segment. Irrespective of whichever segment, right, we come at the bottom of the supply chain. Insurance is one thing that comes last, whether it's for individuals or companies, and unfortunately, that's where we do business about. COVID has changed a lot in the way a normal customer thinks about their individual choices of insurance, and that's where the entire transformation has happened. But despite the kind of digital transformation that happened on the MSME segment or the business side of it, right, I don't think that much of change has happened in terms of being or taking coverage that is required to kind of take care of your business or your interruption plans and all of that. That's one area which we at least have seen. I think it'll take a lot more, because when you said COVID, I think COVID impacted a lot of individuals and their families and their health and life, right? While we've been telling over the last 15 years that insurance is one thing which can kind of, at the end of the day, while some people say government has to do this, that, it is not really feasible for government to do everything, right? At the end of the day, the tax is going to come from your pocket only. Yeah. So while insurance is one thing that can help in ensuring that one family does not move from above poverty line to below poverty line, or I'm taking a relative example, don't go exactly by the words, on an individual stage. That's the same thing which can happen in business also. And I think COVID has shown that on the individual side, which has made that movement happen. But I think on the MSME or the business side, while large business houses understand it, I think on the MSME side, we're still looking for that. I would not expect, that a COVID kind of incident happen and then people realize. But I think I think it's a transformation that is yet to happen there, and we're looking forward to it while we are kind of lining up solutions for it and whatever is required in that direction. And I think we'll also see that sometime soon.
Superb. But, kudos to at least the sector. I think your sector's gone a radical change in the last 5 years, at least with whatever media coverage we see. Seems that buying insurance is just a click of a button away. So I'm pretty sure you've embraced digital at the forefront of it all. But while I was preparing, for this, I also saw that only 8% of Indians have insurance. Maybe we will talk about that when we come back to you next. Sanjay, leading a company which is completely digital in nature, right? Your complete business model is because of digital. What are your initial thoughts?
Check. Thanks, Jaspreet. So while you said we're leading a company that is completely digital in nature, but the clients we deal with have the least amount of digital presence. So one good thing is we've been working with MSMEs, and I would specifically say is micro and small shops. So when I talk about MSME here, I'm basically referring to the kirani ki dukan or the shop in Karol Bagh or the salon or spa, anything that exists as an individual unit of business and not a chain or not a large business. And while we've been dealing with them, while we've been working with them, one thing I would say, I see them as a very important part of our economy. And the reason I say that is because they make us very robust. For example, there are two reasons. Number one is, so I was recently in Switzerland, and if you notice, when you go buy grocery, there are just two chains, right? There's Migros and there's Coop. Anywhere in Switzerland you go, you'll just find these two chains. And there's some small kirana ki dukan that are called tabaks there. Now, should something happen to Migros or Coop, it makes the whole half of Switzerland vulnerable. Let's just say that. Contrary to that, in India, in the every next gully you will find a kiranika shop, right? Should one shop fail, it would just impact a small number of people, and eventually you will have another shop.
You would have 10 other options.
Exactly, right? So that's one, it really makes us robust and not make us fragile. And secondly, I think small and medium businesses really create opportunities of entrepreneurship, not just employment. So I come from a family of humble Marwari Banyas. So all of us have some kind of shop, some kind of small business everywhere. So when we think of startups, generally in our parlance today, we only think of businesses that are large, that are making billions, raising funds.
Yeah.
But I think my dad, my uncles, and everybody else, my mom, who started a small business and are sustaining it, are just as much entrepreneurs like anybody else. It's just that they're content with where they are and they just want to sustain it along with the family. So I want to represent them while we are having this discussion. And that's where we are. So we try, every time we think of a digital solution, and what I've seen is you can sit in boardroom, you can sit in your conference room, you can come up with the best digital product that you can come up with. The moment you go on the road, you meet business people, things change. Things significantly change, right? And that's where I think great amount of learning has come in as a digital company itself. So we'll bring up that about.
Thanks. And I'll probably, I don't know who said this, but I read a quote somewhere which echoes what you just said. Digital strategy is not for the CEO. It's for the last level of employee in an organization and the last customer that you deal with, right? He says more often than not, the digital strategy is written for the CEO, which should not be the case. I'll come back to you, Shrutkirti. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. News everywhere around workspaces, right? Online, offline, in office, hybrid. Probably the first piece I would want you to answer is, how has hybrid evolved in the last 2 years? What's the meaning of hybrid, right? Whether 50% home, 50% online, what are the tools from a workspace perspective? And then probably second is, what are the small businesses then doing about this entire hybrid workspace?
That's a pretty loaded question, Jaspreet, but I'll try to do justice to the question. So the first part of it is that, how has hybrid evolved, right? What does hybrid really mean? So while, this term has been there ever since COVID and everybody is, almost sick and tired of hearing what hybrid is, everybody pretty much understands what hybrid means. Why did hybrid even come into the picture? Because pre-COVID, there was no concept of hybrid. There was just sick leave and there was time in office, right? So right now we are at a place where everybody has become very comfortable, and that kind of flexibility that employees are given is actually making a very positive impact in everybody's life. Like Jaspreet just mentioned that the digital strategy is not just about a CEO, it's about impacting the last level of your employees. So when we look at hybrid at Google and the way we have seen even the small businesses evolve, what hybrid essentially means to them is whether it is an information worker or it is a field worker, how are we giving them the right tools so that they have access to the right tool to do their job, number one. Number two, do they have the right data on their fingertips to be able to make the decisions that they have to make every day? This could be data collection, this could be data massaging, or this could simply be taking decisions based on the data that is provided to them. The third and very important aspect of this is a lot of the times small businesses rely on last mile field workers to be able to do the last mile job, whether it is delivery or whether it is information collection or simply around a certain process, right? For these workers, it is very critical that they have information in the hands of their handsets. Not everybody in an MSME environment will have desktops or will have an office to go to be able to have that secure environment to work. So how do we make sure that we are giving them the right tools to not only be able to do their jobs, but whatever access is provided to them on their personal device should also come in with a layer of security. This is something that we have on and off discussed a lot with organizations in the last 3 years. And how hybrid hence is changing is that while there is still a lot of debate around whether hybrid is good for you or not, largely basis one of the research that we have recently done at Google with The Economist, the research spoke about how at least 72% of the CEOs still feel that hybrid is a better strategy, which gives an agility to the organization and helps the employees get a lot of flexibility around their work. And hence, the meaning of hybrid is different, whether it is a large enterprise or whether it is an MSME. But at the end of the day, it is about making a strategy which works for your organization. Because the challenges that a small business faces is very different from the challenges that a large enterprise faces. So what is the culture you want to drive and what are your business goals? I think primarily these are the two things that determine what level of hybrid to work with.
Challenges and culture, right? And sorry, being in consulting for about 20 years, work from home never existed for us pre-22nd March. And after that, for about 6 months, we did not know what to do. So we ended up working 18 hours a day. And I think it was common for everybody because we knew that nobody's leaving home. And if you're not leaving home, you're at home, then you better as well as do some work for the company, right? And then other technologies helped us to contact people 24/7. But thank you for that. Really great insights. Let me come to you now and couple of questions. Since we're talking about digital transformation, what are some of the technologies today that you think that will propel these MSMEs into the next wave of growth, right? So maybe few technologies that you would be very passionate about. And second, obviously one thing is very easy to sit on the dice and say, everybody adopt AI, everybody adopt cloud or use ChatGPT. What are the challenges that they would need to overcome to implement these technologies?
Yeah, thank you. I think, am I audible? Yeah, so very, very, very valid question, right? First is technologies, and we all know the buzzword around AI, cloud, security, and so on, right? But MSMEs have to adopt these technologies in the right way as well, right? So while Dell as a company would provide you XPS or Precision or desktops and laptops and so on, right? We also have to look at the wider ecosystem which is available with Dell Technologies, right? So when it comes to AI, we would have the right services in place to tell you whether AI is the good fit for you or not, right? So I think first is to understand the technology landscape, and everyone wants to be in Gen AI as of today, right? As was with cloud some time ago, right? And when we talk about hybrid workplace, and I think ma'am mentioned about it, in the end, we have to give this hybrid setup so that the transition is seamless. So I think Samriddhi touched on concept, right? A medical company, do they have that high-end devices at home to develop something which can help the greater cause, right? So that transition has to be seamless, and that is where, when it comes to the major technology factors, and as sir said, while we can use technology, where is the sustainability part of it? You heard about Gen AI or Chat GPTs of the world. Look at the sustainability factor. It is like going in negatives, right? To cool that devices, the powers, the cooling which is required is nowhere, right? So we also have to adopt to the technology which is sustainable, and MSMEs would be attracted towards open source. But are they secured? So security side of it, right? So for me, sustainability and security matters a lot. And that is where you would probably come to us and have those consulting or workshop which would help you choose the technology which is more sustainable and secure. Now, the last question probably which would come in everyone's mind is, I am a company with 1 or 2 employees, whether I should reach out to Dell or not, please do reach out to us, right? There is a booth outside. We have advisors for this segment specifically, and even if you are a one-person company or a 100-person company, the advisors would guide you through this digital transformation journey. And that is where we want to assist the MSME landscape.
Thank you so much, Anay. I'm a security guy by heart, and I don't know how I've stumbled on sustainability, but 14-year-old son, I asked him to search something on Google. What does he do? He opens ChatGPT and starts searching it, right? Unfortunately, that's how technology, as you said, is evolving without even thinking whether it's the right technology and what's the effect it's having on sustainability. Just for everybody here, if you pick up, not this Sunday, the last Sunday's newspaper, there was an article on ChatGPT, and ChatGPT annually uses as much water to run ChatGPT as the entire country of Ireland in 1 year. That's the water consumption of one AI tool we're talking about. So, you know, all sustainability evangelists are looking at this space very, very clearly and very, very closely, right? But I think everybody wants to hear from you, Vidyasagar sir, on what is the announcement on 22nd November that you just mentioned from a MSME perspective, and what is government doing to overcome whatever challenges are being faced by organizations today?
Yeah, sure, Jasprit. So
sorry for putting you in the spotlight.
No. Before telling about the that what is going to be announced on 22nd by the Honorable Minister, I would like to, as we said that, the problem with the government scheme is the awareness, right? So first I would like to, talk about some of the existing or recent initiative of the Government of India, MSME Ministry specifically, just because many of you may not be aware. So, and that will be, there are many schemes, but I'll be, only touching the scheme which is relevant to the topic. Digital technologies or digital transformation. So there are 2-3 things. When we, as I said, that 97% are micro, and the micro turnover, as per Government of India definition, is up to 5 crore turnover companies are micro, right? 50 crore is small, and up to 250 crore is medium, and above 250 crore is large. So this is the Government of India definition. So, and you rightly said that, any policy, government policy cannot be, one policy fits all. Because of the, obviously, even 5 lakh ki company is there is a micro, and 250 crore is medium. So, and there is a, many of you might be knowing that there is a new term called nano. Yeah. So these although we talk about MSME, but there is something called nano, and nanos are who maybe, the single person driven companies. And recently PM Vishwakarma scheme was launched by our ministry. Most of you would be aware. So maybe that would at least touch the lives of the nanos, which are primarily the traditional artisans. So, under 18 categories and all that. So we have been working on that. So that's there. So coming back to the topic. So when we talk about digitalization or digital transformation among MSMEs, I will broadly divide into 2-3 things, maybe 3 categories. One is, the adoption of the ICT technologies among the MSMEs, information and communication technologies, which we are talking about. That is one. Second is maybe adoption of e-commerce, because that's maybe same but relatively little different from the market access point of view. And third is about the skilling and training on these technologies, because of course they don't know, they are not aware. So then what is happening in all these 3 aspects is by the NSIC or the MSME Ministry is, first is ICT technologies adoption, right? So there is recently NSIC have launched a scheme called ICT facilitation for MSMEs. So what we noticed is that many of the MSME, even they do not have the basic ERP or CRM or even legitimate accounting software. Now after the compulsion of the GST and e-billing and all that, maybe they are being pushed into the formal sector and adoption, but as of now, many of them were managing their accounting on the Excel sheet, or somebody else was managing, or they were using maybe the pirated software. So everything happens, it's India. So that is one of the challenge. Low-hanging fruits, I would call them. So these basic things, to manage their day-to-day operation by adopting these technologies, basic one. very, very basic. We have come up with the scheme, and what we are doing is we are partnering with the leading service providers. We have already started. We have impaneled some of the leading service providers so that we can offer these things through an SIC at a special price or a special offer, and there is a reliability factor, because as of now, if they want anything, they don't know, and there is always a fear among MSME, because they are not tech savvy, so there may be fear of exploitation, who is the right technology, where to go, and all that. So to overcome, because we are, for NSIC, we are more than 66, 67-year-old organization, there is some kind of credibility, some kind of touch base with the local industry association, MSMEs. So there is some comfort, and we are into running so many schemes of the commercial, the ministry, subsidies and nodal, schemes, promotional schemes. So there is a kind of touch, and a lot of walk-ins, people keep coming. So what we thought that if we can become one-stop solution for all MSME needs, it will be easier for them. They don't have to run from pillar to post. And so that was the idea. So I initiated this. It took me a lot of time and launched the policy. So we have already impaneled, and we are looking for all kind of service providers, partners in this domain to join hands. Because government job is government organization job is not to again recreate the ERP, waste years, and then that's not will be relevant. There'll be bureaucracy. We all know, right? So the best is join hand with the leading service provider and help MSMEs are the sector that will be more efficient, faster, and probably we've coming together, we will be able to do much better than working in silos. So that is one there. The second is adoption of e-commerce. So what is happening is, we all know, I was with Jabong, before joining NSIC, I was with Aditya Birla Retail, I was with TPG, so I have the corporate background. I have, I was with Lean Feng, it's world's #1 consumer goods sourcing company. So I understand the business, MSMEs, their pain points. So, e-commerce, we all have been reading, from last few years that e-commerce business is growing in India like anything, and this is the, the festival sale, this is what happened. But when it comes to MSME share in that business, the reality is totally different. What is happening is that, all the business, maybe 80–90% of the business is, siphoned out by the just few big companies, and that too of those, platform companies, their own subsidiaries, sister concern. And ministry and government of India realizes this. From last 5 years, we have been struggling to find out a solution. We called all the leading service provider, all the top service provider in the ministry meeting, but they have their own ways and limitation, whatever. So what we did is that, so to overcome that solution, obviously many of you would be knowing the ONDC have come in. So ONDC is actually the brainchild of all those problems which we have been trying to solve, not to have the monopoly, duopoly kind of situation, give the right weight, due importance to the MSME, do not kind of put unnecessarily kind of pressure, or do not skew them in the sense of margin and all that. But that was not happening. So the open network for digital commerce, many of you would be knowing, have come in, and that's going to really transform the way e-commerce will be happening in India and globally. It's a very, very unique kind of initiative. First in the world in India, it's going to be the second UPI, right? So if you are already have not explored the ONDC as a MSME, I would highly encourage you to try out, join ONDC, this bandwagon. And so now, since this topic have come, so this on 22nd, new scheme of the Ministry of MSME is going to be announced, and that is related to this. Sure. So team scheme, trade enablement and marketing support scheme is to be launched on 22nd. So that will help MSME take benefit of this, ONDC, because again, how many of you are into some product manufacturing and, B2C, B2B? Maybe, can I ask?
Many.
Okay. So are you still there on ONDC? No. So that's why. So because there is a, kind of awareness gap, there is some kind of fear, we don't know where, exploitation, all that. So government is coming up with an initiative with financial assistance also. So that's the best part, to help MSMEs on board, take benefit of this new technology, ONDC. A lot of awareness session and workshop are planned across India, including the onboarding, financial assistance for cataloging, for onboarding, including the account management.
Right.
Because that's the problem. You know, we have seen, I was in Jabong, so see people on board, but they do not do any business for many months. They are not able to do. They do not understand the platform, order processing, cataloging, promotion, what is the right keyword you should write in their description on all those things, right?
Sure. I think, sir, you've touched the entire universe of the problems that everybody is facing, right? You mentioned, I'll probably take 2-3 key takeaways. One is technology as a service, which is minimum baseline that everybody should have for the ease of doing business. The second, you said policy, procedures, and awareness. I think excellent key points, right? Avneet, 5 key points from a digital transformation perspective that all MSMEs should take care of. If you were to advise people, everybody sitting here, on what are the 5 key initiatives they should take?
I think starting from, if you have identified the product, firstly, how to backward integrate. That's, I'm talking about micro, above small, okay? If you have identified the product, backward integration, if that's, you can assemble, manufacture, produce, whatever. Second, most important, that comes out to be the bomb, that you have to be very, very competitive, okay? How you'll be competitive through digitalization. Let me just complete. How you will be, firstly, the problem was that because digitalization was not very common, anybody who's in Patna, anybody who's in Guwahati, anybody who's in Bhopal will never used to get same price. Now, through digitalization, we have single price across. E-commerce, for example, then first MRP came and then discounts and etc. etc. Today we have one price in 19,000 pin codes. Okay, absolutely. So price bomb that comes in. Third is how well you can sell through e-commerce. Okay, I have seen, I may differ from sir, from a small to medium, large, I think e-commerce has made us. Okay, and we were one of them who used to just produce about 50,000 odd smart TVs. Today we're producing more than 750K. And e-commerce was that time was about, what, 6%? Today it's 39%.
So technology has enabled you to do this.
Absolutely. Then comes out to be your quality. Through digitalization, through your capabilities, and let me, as sir said, that all this digitalizations, etc., comes at a very later stage. First, we have to correct our fundamentals. This country needs more of skilled labor than unskilled laborers. And that's where you have to, wherever, if you have 1 employee, 10 employees, 10,000 employees, it's how you skill your employees from day one. That will transform your product. Last, supply chain and after sales of that product. Very, very important. Through digitalization, if my SLA was 10 days, how to reduce it to 2 days.
Absolutely.
Okay, supply chain again, same. Delivery. How can I have through digitalization, how can I have small warehouses across the country, cut down the main warehouse, divide by 1/3, and then per square feet, how can we divide and do through digitalization, how can I reduce my SLA? So these are a couple of points that I have made. Now, just to add one more thing of AI, it's a very special thing. So when this AI whole chat GPT thing came in, so I thought I should start from my own name, that, what is the information, what's the background? And when I searched my name and the university I graduated, I showed to my dad, see, Dad, you don't know that I graduated from this university. You should be really proud. I was not graduated from that university, by the way. Until today, it's the same problem. So
nice. We have to treat it with caution also, right? On
exactly.
What we, But I think some excellent points, especially I like the point around, you need to go back to your business to see what are the use cases where you will drive digital. And it will affect every single aspect of your organization, supply chain, etc. Before I come to you, Saja, I'll probably jump to Sanjay. And Sanjay, since you mentioned the Kiryana stores, etc., and Avneet spoke about skill development, awareness, literacy, how would you tackle, or how are you facing this problem of digital transformation? Every single day you get up in the morning, there's a new technology that people are talking about. Somebody's, LLM 6 months ago for 99.9% of us on earth did not exist. And now ChatGPT is like a household name. Your thoughts on the entire awareness piece?
Well, for example, my uncle is a diamond trader in Surat. But if you ask him to book a ticket on IRCTC, he can't do it for the life of us.
We are friends now. Yeah.
So one of the biggest challenge, for example, we face as an organization as Just Style is the very first point that you mentioned, which is awareness, right? You can talk about why people don't adopt digital technology, why they don't understand it, etc., etc., etc. But the very first problem, and the one that we try to solve in the initial phase, is trying to help people understand the importance of internet. To give you just a very small example, our direct replica, for example, in the United States is Yelp, right? Now, if you go to Yelp, and you will see there are banks. So there are people posting reviews on banks, and banks are replying to it, right? Here, most people would not post a review for banks. And even if they do it, I suspect if there'll be a reply to that.
Yeah.
Second, in most cases, like for example, Google or Facebook, most of the products are self-served. So there's not a sales assistant who's helping you drive your campaigns, everything, unless you're a very big company on these platforms. Similarly, on Yelp, a significant chunk of the revenue comes through self-serve, where businesses directly choose their keywords, choose the demography they want to target, etc., etc., etc.
Just Dial wouldn't that be that easy?
Just Dial wouldn't be or would be easy, but it's extremely difficult for us to tell our customers, sir, you need to just do it yourself. Because every time we go first, we need to tell them, sir, why internet is important, why it is important for you to get reviews of your customers on the platform. Because today, every time somebody is looking for a business, the first place they go to is on the internet, right? And they look for a business. So if you appear there in any platform which is relevant for you, you will get those discoveries and businesses that you want to gain.
First name of recall.
Exactly. So the very first problem that we really try to solve is awareness there. Now, even if there is awareness, the second question that comes in is ability. I'll just give a very recent example. I was on field with a sales executive, so we're trying to build a product, and I was with him trying to meet customers and see how the conversation goes. And he got a call from one of our customers, right? And he said, you got to come now and meet me. So our executive who visits customers and sells our product, we went from Andheri to Dahisar in Mumbai, which is like 15-20 kilometers. Right. It's a very important part of his day. And I thought maybe something went wrong. When we went in there, and he just warmly welcomed us and nothing chai bhai bulai. And फिर problem में थी उनको सिर्फ photo upload करनी थी अपने listing में. Now all you have to do is go into your listing, click on photo, upload it. But the customer didn't want to do it, and of course our executive was very nice and हाँ sir मैं कर देता हूँ. हम 5 मिनट का काम था वो.
So awareness plays such a key role.
Awareness,
and intent.
Exactly. So what I've seen is and it's not like people don't want to learn, because I have seen, again, as I said, Marwadi families, right? Most of my relatives are spread across South India. My dad can speak Kannada, my aunt can speak Tamil. They are in Chennai. जब business के लिए ज़रूरी होता है सब सीख लेते हैं. The thing is, right now, they don't see the importance of it, because the value that you gain takes certain time, right? Yeah. And you don't get it immediately.
How you can go from X to 10X.
Exactly.
With that. With that, I'll come to you. Just 1 minute. I'll come to you. With that, I'll come to you, Saja. Selling insurance products on digital, why is the uptake not happening? What are the challenges you are seeing, right? Sanjay mentioned some of the challenges. What are you seeing in your industry?
So I think when I said uptake, we've seen a very, very rapid uptake as the e-commerce progressed, where Indians, over a period of time, the individuals started buying things more and more often online. They got comfortable with paying online. They became comfortable with entering their credit card details, bank details online. And that's where, as I said, right, insurance comes at the bottom of the pyramid for everyone, or at the end of the supply chain. Just to take an example, not really related to business, but even for an individual, you don't really wake up dreaming, today I'm going to go to this website and buy health insurance. Or today I'm going to wake up and, I'm going to buy term insurance. Although, it's important, right? It takes a lot. Like, you're going on the road and you've seen someone pass away. Or you come to office and someone says, my aunt got hospitalized and she does not have insurance and the bill came to 50 lakhs. That's what changes. And that's where COVID changed for individuals and the heavy uptake has come in. Now, when we speak about MSMEs or SMEs as such, see, corporates, large corporates, over a period of time, I think they've learned from the risks that have happened with them. See, you see a 10 crore shipment going bad, which means you need to have marine insurance or transit insurance in place. Or you've seen your factory go down with some kind of fire or floods, which means you've taken a loss of about, say, 100 crores on the facility, under 50 crores on business interruption, which is a 150 crore loss. Now, you cannot just take it, right? So today, large corporations have actually people who are sitting on their payroll who also take care of their entire insurance portfolio. Yeah. But when it comes to SMEs and MSMEs, I think one, obviously, there's always a lack of, or how do you spend that last penny wisely? Obviously, that thought is there. Having said that, there is a lack of, I think, push or education also that happens in terms of or the fundamental thing which I said about what happened on the e-commerce side, which led to individuals change, or the COVID thing which led individuals to change. I think that level of, obviously that kind of event has never happened on the MSME side. And that's one of the probably things, hence, we're still not seeing on the MSME side. But having said that, there's a lot of impact or there's a lot of movement that's happening on the product side and, on the propositions that are being developed, especially from some of the government segments, right? I think there's a scheme that's being run in Kerala by the government, on Maharashtra by the government for especially shop owners or small kind of MSME outlets or segments kind of. So some of these are still yet to happen. And I think from government side also, what we would expect is rather than spending that money or taxpayer money in terms of by giving out, in the form of whatever you call it, whenever an incident happens, you should kind of, I think it should happen that it should be proactive or the messaging should go in terms of buying that insurance so that you don't spend that much of money, right? Probably you spend about 1/10 of the money in ensuring that people take insurance of their own and then they become self-sustainable, or you call it Atmanirbhar. Yeah? So that's how it is.
So again, goes back to awareness. Yeah, Shudkirti, you were...
I just want to play off of what Sajja and Sanjay both mentioned. I think extremely interesting points. So I think I want to play off of what you said, Sanjay, where you were speaking about a simple image upload and how a business is facing issue with that. There is AI that can significantly play a role in that case. And of course, that will come with a lot of awareness, a lot of education, because AI and MSMEs are very, very far off. Like Sir also mentioned, we have a long way to go, right? So it's not exactly fair. But it's like a point in history where at least we are building off of these models. And like Jaspreet mentioned that, a year ago, LLM would have been somebody only a data scientist or a code engineer would have known. Today, all of us at least know that word, right? We understand what it means, even if we don't know in depth what an LLM can do. However, what we are seeing very interestingly, even in the SMB and MSME business, is that how do you take these models and take it and transform these models in such a way so that it becomes, like you said, technology as a service. So there are small businesses, and I can call out one of the women-founded startups called Mad Street Den. They are a women-led business, and she's building off these models, which can help small mom-and-pop stores to actually upload images and make sure that only through image recognition models, you can categorize and classify that product, which is going to, in the future, make it very, very easy for even small retail owners. And she's just starting off with retail. But in the future, that's the beauty of AI. It can encompass literally any industry, because once you have an algorithm and a model in place, you can duplicate it, apply it to insurance, apply it to manufacturing or any other industry for that matter. So this is something that we are seeing this increasingly in our organization. The other thing I want to mention, something very interesting that you mentioned, Sajja, is that there has to be a trigger point. For example, in insurance, sometimes, there has to be either a necessarily negative trigger point, which is extremely sad, but that's the reality of the insurance business. What we are seeing in the MSME space is that continuity of business and ensuring that continuity of business is maintained is a very important trigger point for folks to even look at infrastructure from a technology lens, right? When we speak about continuity of business, what I essentially mean is your systems, your processes, and your data are they going to be persistently and continuously available to you and to your employees to make sure that you are making those decisions that you need to make on a day-to-day basis? And this is where the whole cloud story comes in. We are very far from 20 years ago where we saw, data used to be either kept manually or in paper-based or files and, maybe local servers, which is still the case for a lot of MSMEs. But going forward, what we are seeing that even in the SMB space, there is huge cloud adoption, which means that the availability of infrastructure and availability of data becomes a very critical point for them to just continue their business.
I think excellent points, but on whatever you said, especially with the women entrepreneurs example that you gave, I think all of this just aids the ease of doing business. I think if we use this well, our ranking would probably go up right through the roof when we, from an ease of doing business perspective globally. With this, I think, I've been already pestered twice to stop this, but I would want to start with you, Anay. Just last one conclusion, one line on what do you think will next 5 years look like? And then, sir, I'll probably come to each one of you. Just one last line.
I think we are into the data decade anyways, right? So while the data is evolving, we can't escape from digitalization, right? I mean, my mom is doing a video call. I would have never imagined this before, right? So
agree.
Ultimately, the internet, you can't go away from internet. You have to come to internet. You have to be aware about it. And that is where awareness is important, because you have to use it with the security features bundled in. You have to make sure that you use it wisely, right? Because while you have to use the internet, technology should not be an afterthought. You should think about it with your product itself so that you can multiply in next 5 years is what I would say.
If technology is an afterthought, then the business is also an afterthought.
Absolutely.
Today. Absolutely. Vidya, sir.
Yeah, so I would just like to, request with all of you is that stay informed. There are a lot of things happening. There are a lot of facilities, benefits available, but probably information gap is there. So I would, because we, at NSIC, we have the training center on all these latest technology, including AI, AR, VR, 3D printing, robotics, all Industry 4 components. And we are training, some of the renowned engineering colleges of India, professors we are training on IoT and all those things. So those facilities are available to all MSMEs also. So I would request that, please visit our website, please visit our, facility in the Okhla, and you will be amazed to see what kind of work is being done, what are the facilities available to you. Government is offering 75% subsidy for increasing adoption of e-commerce. But people are not, aware, they are not using. So just stay informed, visit, some of the relevant portal, champions.gov.in of the MSME Ministry, nsic.co.in, and then I think you will be able to, take a lot of benefits and, grow your business. Thank you.
Right. Like I tell a lot of my friends who are visiting India for the first time, India is not 500 companies. India is 2 lakh companies, right? And an innovation is at every house. Avneet, your closing comments.
I think we need a marriage of tradition and Gen Z. We need that for next 5 years. It's very important if you want to go the digital way. It's very important to break that tradition. And things are improving. And Gen Z and millennials and alpha now, how to retain their patience with experience. Very, very important. I think I see a lack over there. And if that marriage goes well, nobody can stop India.
Yeah. The only comment there is, I think our pace is decent, but maybe that can be propelled by using some kind of nitro there. Right?
That's what I'm saying, that we have to come out of the comfort zone. Yeah. We have to come out of the comfort zone. 70 hours, 90 hours, 100 hours, so on.
We can have a personal discussion later on that 70 hours thing. Sajay, your closing comments, please.
So, as I think as the MSME sector moves ahead on adopting technology more and more, I think we're also very well looking forward to it. As I said, as you, as leaders of the industry or the people who kind of push them towards it, we are always prepared, and we are the ones who are on the other side who are kind of able to or have the ability today for all the MSMEs to be able to get such kind of covers or facilities in insurance, which otherwise were kind of only there for large corporates and were not available or were not made available in such a competitive way, which whether it's pricing, whether it's in terms of features of products, whether it's products for your employees, or whether it's about products for industries kind of a thing, and the kind of savings that you could get from comparing, which otherwise kind of would have been sold at say 2x the cost or 3x the cost kind of, and we look forward to that kind of adoption on insurance, and being able to kind of take care of the risk as you adopt technology, and as you adopt rest of the things. There's also risk that starts to come in whether it's about you kind of moving across 10 stores across the country instead of one store, and you being there and being able to sort it out versus not being there, or similar kind of thing with respect to other risks that are associated with it.
I think excellent uptake of insurance, not only MSMEs, not only because of DT. I think as a society, we could do much, much better on that. And I think awareness would play a very, very key role. Thank you for that. Sanjay, last but not the least, your closing comments.
Thanks, Jaspreet. I'll just share a learning that I've had in the last couple of years. So I've been working for 7 years, and one thing that I've seen is in terms of when you talk about strategy, be it digital strategy or any kind of strategy is great on paper and decks, but the moment you hit the field, you realize a lot of things don't stand. So one thing I realized, and I've worked on quite a few projects that have tanked and some projects that did well, and one of the significant difference in the way we do it differently now is before you start building something, go down and actually speak to that salon person, or speak to the kirana wala shop, or speak to the jewelry store. A lot of times you'll understand that you may be extremely excited about building a solution for a problem that does not exist. So speaking to the customers, speaking to the MSMEs, and actually understanding will give us more insight and maybe help us optimize for our cost and time than perhaps directly building products. So that's been my learning, and that is what I would want to end with.
Excellent. Just 2 points there. One is being connected to the end customer for whom we are building, right? It should not be that we are in our mind building a rocket and actually he wants a car, right? And the second piece on strategy, any forces people here, I read this quote, which is very famous in forces. It says that all strategies go for a toss when the first bullet is fired. Please give a huge round of applause for all my panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you once again, everyone. And now I would request Mr. Jaspreet Singh to kindly felicitate all the guests who have joined us for this discussion. First, Ms. Shrutkirti Vashisht. You can stand here. Excuse me. You can stand here. Mr. Vidya Sagar Singh. Mr. Avneet Singh Marwa. Mr. Sajja Praveen Chaudhary. Mr. Sanjay Khandelwal. And Mr. Anay Pathak. Thank you once again, everyone, for that engaging panel discussion. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture, please. Thank you once again, everyone. And with this, we have come to another interesting fireside chat. The micro, small and medium enterprises play a pivotal role in the economic and social development of the country, often acting as a nursery of entrepreneurship. They also play a pivotal role in the development of economy with their effective, efficient, flexible, as well as innovative entrepreneurial spirit. Now, the important point, which remains the focal point in this context, is digital transformations for small businesses, helping them achieve growth. And for this fireside chat, we have an eminent guest, Mr. Amit Murarka, Head SMB Greenfield Sales, AWS India and SARC. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Nandakumar Nair, Video Head, News and Info, Jagran New Media. Let us welcome Mr. Amit Murarka, Head SMB Greenfield Sales, AWS India and SARC. Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you, Smriti. Thanks a lot. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. First of all, I know इंतजार हो रहा है चाय पे चर्चा का इंतजार हो रहा है. But first of all, a huge round of applause to this lovely audience. Because I moderate session every week, I have never seen an audience this engaging at all in last few months. So thank you very much. A huge round of applause, please, for each and every person who is sitting here. Thank you very much. The session was really very engaging. Loads and loads of insights. And I'm sure all our viewers who are sitting here or watching online must have seen the change, the badlav that is required. So at Jagran New Media, that's what we believe in. We believe in Naya Bharat. We believe in badlav. And that's the reason we all sit here, engage in discussion and try to bring something new to the table. This particular session is going to be very, very important. It's not going to be a very long session, I assure you this. It's going to be a 15 minutes crisp section that we are looking to. And with me, as Smriti said, Mr. Amit Murarka, who's the head SMB Greenfield Sales, AWS India and SARC. Amit, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Anand.
Usually, whenever I'm getting into a moderation seat, I try to engage with my guest in advance, talk to him a little bit, what are the key points that we should touch upon are going to help the audience. And just in 5 minutes, I was absolutely clear that in this 15 minutes, I'm going to learn a lot more than I would have gained in last 15 days of reading on digital technology, transformation, going to tier 1, tier 2, 3 cities, understanding the people, grassroots and everything. So, Amit, thank you very much. And as one of our speakers in the last session said, all the strategies goes for a toss. If you don't understand the real SME, the grassroots problems, right? And that is something that even I have seen whenever I'm engaged with these small and medium enterprises. They ask me a simple question, you know, especially from the manufacturing and the service side. Why do we need digitalization? What are the basics of digitalization? When do we start? And how do we start? How to understand that very simple thing, that how digitalization is going to help me and why?
Sure, and thanks, Nand. I think a very loaded question, if I may say. And I think his introduction, he said he's going to learn a lot in 15 minutes. And I think he was just putting the pressure back on me, right? So guys, I hope I can live up to his expectations. You know, firstly, thank you so much, Nand and Jagran BADLAV for having me. And the lovely audience, guys, I hope I can add value to you all, right? Over the next 15 odd minutes. I want to start with one thought, right? See, when we talk about digital transformation, and again, like I know Mr. Khandelwal before me was talking about it, I also come from an entrepreneurial family background, right? And very often I know people get really worried about these words, digital transformation. Let me just simplify it, right? Firstly, it is not a task. In my mind, it's a journey, right? For any MSME or any company out there, you know, walking the path of digitization is a journey. And one has to decide where is the starting point. You don't need to worry about the end point. Because as you start adopting digital technologies and you start, you know, going down the path of digitization, you will see more and more things unfolding in front of you. Simply putting it, there can be two dimensions to it, right? You can either think of digital transformation within the company, and that could be for a particular issue that you're facing. It could be for a particular point in time problem that you do have. How can you adopt technology to solve that?
Or you can think of digital transformation from an outside perspective. How can I do more with it? How can I adopt digital technology to sell more, to reach out to more customers, to maybe enter new geographies, new countries, etc., right? Or service them better. So just simply putting it, at least the first perspective in my mind always when I think about digital transformation and when I think about MSMEs, right, when we speak to them, is what really is either your problem and secondly, what is your aspiration? Now, why should digital transformation be at the forefront for all of you all sitting here, right? I was reading a study the other day, right? So obviously the MSME sector contributes to 34% of the GDP for India, which is huge, right? But what is even more interesting is that study said over the next 5 years, you all will contribute to 50% of India's GDP. Now that's the kind of unprecedented growth that our SMBs, our MSMEs are seeing today in the market. And this is post-COVID, right? So this kind of growth did not exist earlier. I know there were certain slowdowns and shortfalls we all faced, right, in the business during the COVID phase. But after that, things have really looked up, right? And now why is this happening? Now in every conversation that I have with most of, founders, heads of businesses in these MSMEs is, they're all thinking aggressive growth. There is no single CEO who's not thinking of how do I expand my business, probably double, right, in every year. Now this growth mentality is what is driving, this push, right, that how do I grow faster than what I was growing last year? Now you can do it by just adding people, right? But that's not always a solution. So they're looking for newer solutions, innovative solutions. And this is what is driving or the need for adoption of digital technologies. Obviously, we've all heard of startups, right? At Amazon, at AWS, we work extensively with startups. On an average, India adds 20,000 startups every year. Now, if I just remove the word startup, these are basically new SMBs that are challenging all of us, right? They are also doing business, very often B2C business, and they are also ultimately reaching out to your customers in a different way. How can we stay ahead of the curve, right? Whenever a new startup comes up, probably it's into some line of service or some line of business where some of you all in the room are already there, right? How do we stay ahead of them? How do we learn from them? How do we stay competitive? And just last thought, guys, I think India, all of us, including our customers, are phenomenally changing. 1.4 billion is the population. 800 plus million mobile subscribers. Today, everyone in our house, everyone in our offices, your factories, everyone has a mobile phone. They have access to data. Probably they are watching more things or they are learning more than what we get time to use the mobile phone for different things, right? So their decision making is changing. The amount of awareness that they have about things or the way they can go find things, all of that is changing. Now, if we don't reach out to them through mediums that they use most effectively, we will be left behind somewhere, right? And which is why the need for digital transformation. Sorry, if I may just bring it together, I think that's one of the key reasons I feel today thinking digital for any MSME out there is extremely important, right?
And growth seems to be the key, right?
Absolutely. So I think growth is what takes you forward, but there could be times when you want to also reduce some cost, right?
Yeah, for growth you need process.
For growth
that's where you need to reduce cost, right?
Absolutely.
So growth is the key factor, if I may say. And for any organization, any SME, it could be internal or external, right? Internal to make the process easy, external to grow the business, right? Now, when we talk about growing the business externally or making the process smooth internally, cloud plays a big role, right? So could you please explain, enlighten with some of the examples that, how could these cloud-based services help businesses simplify process and improve growth?
Sure. I think, straight up the alley, right? So, guys, at Amazon, overall from an Amazon group perspective, right, our focus on working very closely with the MSMEs, the SMBs out there, this started, predominantly this focus on digitizing these customers came up in January 2020. That's when Jeff Bezos was in India, and we made a commitment to digitize 10 million SMBs. I think that's where, as a group, we stood up to the pledge and we said we will digitize 10 million SMBs. And I can tell you that obviously down the line, 2.5, 3 years now, 3 years plus, we are on track, right? We're on track to digitize 10 million SMBs over the next 3 years, right? It was 5 years back then, but yeah, over the next 3 years. So I think that's one of the key reasons why we said we want to focus on this segment, because this is the kind of customers that have the need. These are customers that we can help and we can support, right? By bringing the best of technology to y'all. Now, what is cloud, right? If I talk about AWS, guys, we have a portfolio of 200 plus services. And this could start from storage, which is obviously a base infrastructure service. It can go all the way up to IoT, AI/ML, all the fancy advanced services that is used. From an AWS perspective for y'all, I can tell you, the way y'all should think about this is we've actually democratized technology for the MSMEs. So every technology, when you think of cloud, every technology that is used by the largest of enterprises, by the biggest of startups, that same technology is available for each of y'all by just learning and adopting or just understanding what you need from it. So today, if a large enterprise is let's say running their ERP on AWS, which is let's say their SAP on AWS, it doesn't mean that a 50-member or a 70-member manufacturing unit who also has SAP cannot run their ERP on us. So that's available, right? The same features, the same functionality is available to everyone. So that's the power of cloud, right? And that's the power of cloud, why MSMEs like you all should really think about adopting AWS and adopting cloud. Now, talking about some of the functionality, right? So what do we do? Now, we can obviously talk about those 200 services, but that's really for the builders. In my opinion, a lot of the MSMEs, like what you all understand, would be the business use cases. How do we simplify technology in the business language that you all understand? And let me start with a very, very simple example, right? Most companies today want a website, or they have a website, and it's running probably in a server in-house, right? What if your traffic in the website increases 20x? And your current, because you have growth aspirations, right? You will be doing a lot more marketing, a lot more campaigning. How do you manage the traffic? Now, hosting your website on cloud, on AWS, helps you, just drive so it just helps you scale, right? So the moment you start seeing the traffic increase, it helps you scale on the click of a few buttons. You don't need to worry about really thinking about upgrading your infrastructure or figuring out how do you manage the traffic that's coming in. A classic example, again, most of you all would have heard of Chumbak. It's a retail brand. They saw this efficiency. Every time they ran campaigns, they saw the traffic on the website increasing 10 times or 10 times or more. And they could seamlessly manage it because they were hosting their platform on us. So their internal retail platform, the e-commerce, was hosted on AWS. To drive efficiencies in-house, like again, an ERP solution, right? Talk about SAP. I'm sure we've all heard of Haldiram, right? It's a local brand, originates from here. They're seeing tremendous benefits in-house by just hosting their SAP on us. What happens is it just takes away the need to manage a heavy infrastructure internally in-house and letting it run on cloud, right? So they don't need to worry about the downtime. There will be zero downtime. There will be fantastic functionality because there are people to manage it, and it just takes away the issues of managing the hardware. And likewise, if I may just give another example, Have More, right? Again, it's an ice cream brand. Most of us would have heard it. They migrated on us almost 4 to 5 years back, but they're happily running their SAP on us and have seen fantastic growth in their business, because that's automatically, if you're not spending time thinking about how to manage things internally, you can reinvest that time thinking about how do I grow my business. Obviously, I've got multiple other examples, right? I can go on and on. I think another simple thing, if a simple use case, right? And I had a friend of mine calling me once when I was during the lockdown time. And, they are into, again, diamonds and exports. And he called me saying, Amit, I just need help. My website is so slow, I can't sell to my buyers. Every time they try to access a video, it's really slow, and they lose interest and they move away. And he was hosting his website on-prem, right, in-house. And obviously I told him, I'm like, given the lockdown, they're not able to send goods up across the country into different countries for people to see it. They're not able to hold those exhibitions. So it was very critical for them to show the product and a very clear video, right, on the website. And it should be fast, because someone who's buying it may see 20, 30 videos before making a choice. And the moment we moved him on AWS, he started seeing fantastic functionality of the website, right? The feedback itself from his clients went up saying, you know what, whatever you've done, it's really helping us. So that's just the power of technology, right? Power of using technology that can help you and help your customers, consume better.
Amit has almost convinced me that, if I am trying to expand or do something new, then there are 200 or more than services that is available on AWS. And the kind of examples that he has given, talking about Chumbak, Haldiram, Have More, these are big examples, but these are growing examples in the market, right? But what about competitiveness? So if you could, share some insights, how to stay competitive in the market. And I'm sure there are a number of partners and you guys helping out, SMEs and MSMEs stay competitive. How to stay competitive?
Sure. So again, I'll first, take the partner question, right? So again, I just want to tell the lovely audience here, right? When it comes to cloud, you don't need to worry about, do you have the skills to use cloud? Okay. So over the years, AWS has, across the world, we've got over 100,000 partners. These 100,000 partners are partners that are waking up every day and helping our customers use cloud effectively. And out of this global stats that I just gave, India is the second largest base of partners, right? Because that's the kind of skills India always boasts of, right? We're a huge population and we obviously have fantastic skills, right? And we actually export a lot of talent. So having said that, we don't need to worry about, do I know cloud? Do I know how to log into the console and actually spin up things and use it, right? We do have partners that simplify the technology. What we've done is we've created multiple bundles with them. And the bundle could be as simple as just using, hosting your website on AWS, hosting your accounting software or your ERP on us. And it could go all the way up to, let's say, developing applications and helping you, completely transform your IT infrastructure today. So we've actually developed these partners and they come with the skill sets and we work backwards from customers, right? So we try to understand your problem or your growth aspiration. And then we try to, carve out the digital journey for our customers. So that's one thing, right? Coming to the competitive part, cloud is not necessarily expensive, right? We have to look at it in perspective of what are we really bringing or what are we really paying for. Today, if you think about it, like from an AWS perspective, we've specifically carved out very, very interesting, programs and propositions, right, for customers. One of the biggest investments that we've announced this year is towards the SMB and MSME population, and we called it AWS Lift. By virtue of this, we commit to giving up to $80,000 of usage credits to customers that are building on AWS. So there are terms and conditions, obviously, right, the finer print, but once you are eligible, and these are for net new customers, once you're eligible, we do commit up to $80,000 of credits just to support our SMBs and MSMEs to build on us. Outside of this, we've got simple try and buy. You can actually just run a pilot, right, without really, and there's no cost associated to it. There could be certain effort from the end customer side, but there's no cost. And the idea is that because we want to give you an experience of it. If you like it, if it works for you, you continue. And otherwise, you can very well, go back and think of another experiment that you want to run.
So that seems to be your strategy, for large adoptions by SMB on the cloud?
Absolutely. And we run this ourselves. We run this via our partner ecosystem. We believe that, we want to take away the inhibition of cost from the SMB's mind, right? So when you think of cloud, we don't want you to worry about the cost associated with it.
So is that one of your strategy, or there are more strategies that you guys adopt, so that more and more people come and adopt cloud?
See, from a financial perspective, these are some of the strategies, right? We do a lot of other things. Now, if I may just talk, right? For us, penetrating tier 2, tier 3 cities, like really going to our MSMEs in remote cities is definitely a priority, right? We've got a separate team of internal sales people, technical people, and support people that are actually focused on going and activating the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So they're actually going and spending time much in advance with these customers to explain to them, taking the power of technology, explaining to them how they can leverage it. On the other side, we're trying to see how can we activate at scale, right? So can we run specific scale, value propositions for our customers and just help them adopt the cloud? We believe once you get started on the cloud, like I said, when I started, right, digital transformation is a journey. It's not a task. Once you get started is when the newer opportunities and newer areas will open up for you, and you'll be able to finally look at adopting it.
Last question, because we are talking about benefits. What exact, if I talk, 5 benefits that, as a person who is watching us or listening to us from an SME sector and MSME sector can say that they can get from the AWS?
Well, yeah, I can obviously quote more than 5, but I'll keep it to 5, right? So guys, the first thing, right, is how do you stay agile? How can you make sure that your business remains agile, your decision making, your ability to make change is very fast? How can we stay efficient? Like today, when I gave the example of Chumbak, right, when their website started getting 10x traffic, they don't need to worry about how do you scale. So stay efficient, you should be able to spin up more and scale faster. How do you go global at the click of a few buttons? Like, can you actually transform your business to go global by just reaching out to a wider audience? How do you bring down your fixed investment? Cloud is a pay-as-you-go model. We would love to explain the commercials around or the concepts that we use, right, and say that you don't need to worry about upfront capex cost, and you can actually think of paying as you go. And if you're, let's say, over a weekend, if you're not going to use the servers, if you know you're not going to get traffic, you can actually shut it down and save cost. So just some of the benefits that I wanted to highlight. But definitely, right, I would urge each of you all to understand this a little more. Feel free to reach out to us. We've got a vast team of professionals out there. We are heavily invested and eager to engage with you all and actually help you all into the cloud journey.
Fantastic. Amit, I must say, it's been really engaging. Engaging in the sense, I have been just silently listening to you. Because there were so many new things that I learned about AWS, and I realized that there is so much of potential, not just in cloud and all the 200 services or things that, AWS would be providing, and I am going to explore them for sure. So thank you very much. And audience, as I said, thank you very much for being such a patient listening. And Amit is going to be available here. We are going to take a short break for a tea, and you are please feel free. And if there are any questions that you want to ask Amit in person, be our guest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Very rightly mentioned, Nand, that it was indeed a very engrossing and a very engaging session. We were all ears to you. And I would request Mr. Nair to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Amit Murarka. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, with this, we will disperse here for a short networking tea break. Let us all make the most of this break, forge connections, exchange our learnings, and try to take up the questions with the concerned guests during this break. Let us all see each other in another half an hour. Thank you. Excuse me. Your kind attention, please. In another 5 minutes, we'll be commencing the next leg of this. Your kind attention, please. We are commencing with the second leg of this event. I request you all to kindly settle down. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all made the best of this networking tea break. Well, with this, we are starting with the next part of this conclave. There is another very insightful and very empowering fireside chat on the topic Raising Capital, SME, IPO, a good choice for small businesses. So there'll be a small deliberation on this. I would like to invite Mr. Hitesh Mohan Bhai Patel, Managing Director, Funding Touch India, for this chat. And Mr. Nandakumar Nair, Video Head, News and Info, Jagran New Media, will be moderating this fireside chat. Gentlemen, I request you all to kindly come forward and take your respective places. And let us all welcome them by putting our hands together.
Thank you very much. टी हो चुका है, मेरे ख्याल में तालियां की आवाज़ थोड़ी और ज़्यादा हो सकती है हितेन जी के लिए. शुक्रिया. और टॉपिक सबसे मज़ेदार यही है क्योंकि बात पैसों की है और बिजनेस मतलब पैसा, और उस पैसे में आईपीओ की हिस्सेदारी कैसी हो सकती है, यही समझने के लिए, डिकोड करने के लिए आज हितेन जी साथ में मौजूद हैं. हितेन जी, ये एजेंडा जब कई सारे हमारे जो व्यूअर्स हैं और जो दर्शक यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, जब उनके पास ये एजेंडा आया था तो उन्होंने एक ये सवाल सबसे पहले कहा कि आपसे पूछूं, और वही दर्शकों का सवाल है जो मैं आप तक लेके आ रहा हूँ. एसएमई स्मॉल बिजनेसेस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए आईपीओ फंडिंग का एक आसान तरीका या रामबाण कैसे हो सकता है, जब आपके पास एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स, फ्रेंड्स, इक्विटी, कई सारे और तरीके हैं. यहाँ पर आपको काफ़ी सारा पेपर वर्क मौजूद है, यहाँ पर आपको अपनी बुक्स ओपन करनी पड़ेगी, क्लैरिटी की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, बहुत कुछ पेचीदगियाँ मौजूद हैं. इतनी सारी पेचीदगियों के बावजूद क्यों एक जो दर्शक हमें सुन रहा है या देख रहा है, जो कि स्मॉल इन्वेस्टर है, वो आईपीओ के ज़रिए पैसा बाजार से क्यों उठाए?
थैंक यू जागरण, थैंक यू भरत जी, थैंक यू मनीष जी, जो मेरे को ये एसएमई इंटरव्यू में इनवाइट किया. जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा, आपको पता होगा लास्ट 4 साल में 10,000 से ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप्स शटडाउन हो गए जिनको फंडिंग नहीं मिली. जैसे आपने बताया कि कोई भी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, प्रमोटर्स अपना बिजनेस शुरू करता है, या तो पहले अपना खुद का पैसा लगाता है, फिर फ्रेंड्स रिलेटिव्स से लेता है, फिर ये सीड फंडिंग लेता है, एंजल इन्वेस्टमेंट लेता है, फिर राउंड ए बी सी डी वैसे ग्रो करता है. लेकिन बीच में अगर कुछ राउंड्स नहीं मिले और स्टार्टअप में, सीड में, जैसे कोविड का टाइम भी हमने देखा, तो काफ़ी सारी कंपनीज शटडाउन हो गई फंड की वजह से. बिजनेस मॉडल अच्छा होने के बावजूद भी ग्रो नहीं कर पाई क्योंकि फंडिंग नहीं था. अभी जो हाल के सिनेरियो में आप देखेंगे इंडिया में, जो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने सपोर्ट किया है, सेबी रेगुलेशंस जो है, बीएसई, एनएसई, सब ने जो स्टार्टअप, एक तो स्टार्टअप एक्सचेंज शुरू किया बीएसई, और वो एनएसई ने भी शुरू किया. उसके बाद बीएसई एसएमई भी शुरू किया. आपने देखा होगा कि पिछले 4 साल में मोर देन 700 कंपनीज एसएमई में लिस्ट हुई है, और जिन्होंने 5,600 करोड़ रुपया रेज़ किया है. लेकिन आज का मार्केट कैप आप उनका देखोगे तो 90,000 करोड़ का है. तो ये एसएमई का पावर है. और मैं एकदम सिंपल सा एक गणित समझाता हूँ. इंडिया का पॉपुलेशन 140 करोड़ की आबादी वाला भारत देश है हमारा. 140 करोड़ की आबादी में शेयर मार्केट में लिस्टेड कंपनी ओवरऑल, एसएमई को छोड़ के ओवरऑल 4,100 कंपनी लिस्टेड है. 4,100 कंपनी में एवरी डे का 4,000 करोड़, 3.5 से 4,000 करोड़ का डिलीवरी बेस वॉल्यूम बीएसई एनएसई का जो होता है वो हो रहा है, और डेरिवेटिव्स मिला के 7 लाख करोड़ का टर्नओवर हो रहा है. और ये सिर्फ 4,100 कंपनीज में ही हो रहा है. यानी आप बैंक में एफडी कराते हो, इंश्योरेंस लेते हो, या एसआईपी लेते हो, जिनको शेयर मार्केट का ज़्यादा नॉलेज नहीं होता है वो यहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं. बाकी सारे जो है एफपीआईज के थ्रू, फंड हाउसेज है, एफआईआईज है, म्यूचुअल फंड है, वेंचर कैपिटल है, एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स है, हाई नेटवर्क है, एचएनआईज है, सारे इन्वेस्टमेंट डायरेक्टली करते हैं. रिटेल है जो अपना रिसर्च करके इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं. तो मेरा बोलने का तात्पर्य यही है कि सारा पैसा घूम के शेयर मार्केट में ही आ रहा है. और आपने देखा होगा लास्ट 4 साल में जो इंडिया का ग्रोथ है, और जो गवर्नमेंट जो पॉलिसीज़ आ रही है, जो एकदम इनकरेज है, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर इंडिया में आ रहे हैं एफपीआई के थ्रू, काफ़ी सारा पैसा इंडिया में आ रहा है. और सारा पैसा लग रहा है तो ये 4,100 कंपनी में ही लग रहा है, और कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है. सबकी लिमिटेशंस है, फंड हाउस की, पी फंड की. एक लिमिटेशंस के ऊपर एक कंपनी में स्टेक नहीं ले सकते लार्ज कैप में, क्योंकि लार्ज कैप, मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप, फिर एसएमई आता है हमारा. तो एंड ऑफ द डे जो नए नए कंपनीज जो आ रही है तो नई नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है। आपने कभी देखा भी नहीं होगा, हमने पिछले 4 साल में कभी देखा नहीं कि वीसी फंड या बड़ी बड़ी कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस है वो लोग एसएमई में आएंगे। फंड हाउस है, मॉर्गन स्टैनली है, एचडीएफसी है, कभी एसएमई में पैसा लगाए कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता क्योंकि वॉल्यूम नहीं था। लेकिन आज देखेंगे पिछले आप 6 महीने का डेटा देख लो, सारे एफआईआई सारे फंड हाउसेस एसएमई में पैसा डाल रहे हैं। आईपीओ जो सब्सक्रिप्शन लेवल है, अगर 30 करोड़ का आईपीओ तो 6000 करोड़ का सब्सक्राइब हो रहा है आईपीओ, यानी 200-300 टाइम तो आम हो गया। अभी मैं आपको बता दूं एसएमई आईपीओ क्यों करना चाहिए। एसएमई आईपीओ कर आप अगर हम एंजल इन्वेस्टमेंट या वीसी फंड लेते हैं तो लीगल बिजनेस फाइनेंशियल ड्यू डिलिजेंस उसमें भी होता है, इट विल टेक 6 मंथ। उसके बाद एसएचए होगा कि नहीं होगा हमको नहीं पता है। लेकिन एसएमई आईपीओ का जो टाइम फ्रेम है ओनली 3 मंथ्स, 3 महीने में कंपनी आईपीओ कर सकती है। उसके लिए क्राइटेरिया भी पूरा सेबी रेगुलेशंस के हिसाब से बनाया गया है। जो आपकी नेटवर्थ है 2.5 करोड़ की चाहिए, आपका टर्नओवर 5 करोड़ भी है, प्रॉफिट 30 लाख भी है तो आप आईपीओ कर सकते हो 5-6 करोड़ का। और छोटी जो प्रमोटर्स है, छोटी जो कंपनी है उनको ग्रोथ के लिए जो कैपिटल चाहिए 5-7 करोड़ जो मिलती नहीं है, लेकिन एसएमई के जरिए इजीली मिल जाती है। तो मेरा बोलने का मतलब है वंस यू लिस्टेड तो आपके कॉर्पोरेट जो एक्सपोर्ट करना हो तो आपके एक जो ब्रांड है उसकी वैल्यू आप अनलॉक कर सकते हो। एक्सपोर्ट में भी आपको काफ़ी काम आता है। अगर लिस्टेड कंपनी है तो कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस आ जाता है, आपकी कंपनी में अच्छे अच्छे डायरेक्टर्स को आप ले सकते हो, कंपनी को ग्रो कर सकते हो फंड रेस करके। तो एसएमई के काफ़ी फ़ायदे हैं और इजीली फंड अवेलेबल है आज की डेट में। और फंड हाउस भी अभी एसएमई में आना चालू हो गए, तो मेरे हिसाब से ये बेस्ट वे है फंड रेस करने के लिए एसएमई।
हितेन जी, आपने काफ़ी सारा डेटा दे दिया, डेटा की बात करी, और लोगों को ना समझने और समझाने में तब ज़्यादा आसानी होती है जब आप कुछ उदाहरण दे सकते हैं, राइट। अगर आप कुछ उदाहरण दें, आपने कई सारी डेटा दे दिया, पर कुछ ऐसी हाल ही फिलहाल में कुछ ऐसी कंपनियां जिन्होंने आईपीओ के जरिए पैसा उठाया और अपनी कंपनी को ग्रोथ को आगे बढ़ाया।
मैं एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देखता हूँ, मैं इसमें डिस्क्लेमर भी दे रहा हूँ कि मैं कोई रिकमेंड नहीं कर रहा हूँ ये स्टॉक। एक बहुत छोटी कंपनी है, ट्रेडिंग कंपनी से शुरू करते हैं हम। चलो बाकी सब बड़ी कंपनी नहीं, एकदम छोटी एसएमई में 18 करोड़ का आईपीओ 2019 में आया था। नॉर्दर्न स्पिरिट्स लीकर कंपनी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में, जिसका 1.5-2% का मार्जिन है। जब आईपीओ आया तब कंपनी का टर्नओवर 48 करोड़ था। 4 साल में कंपनी का टॉप लाइन लास्ट ईयर का 900 करोड़ हो गया। प्रॉफिट जो 2 करोड़ था अभी लास्ट ईयर का 11 करोड़ का हो गया। तो उनको फंड मिला एक्सपेंशन के लिए, तो वो फंड को बिजनेस में लगाया और कंपनी जो है छोटी कंपनी है बड़ी हो रही है। आज 50 करोड़ वाली कंपनी 20 टाइम्स होना वो कोई मजाक नहीं है कि भाई 4 साल में कंपनी इतना ग्रो कर रही है, क्योंकि फंड मिला। टाइम पे फ्यूल आना जरूरी, मर्सिडीज़ है लेकिन फ्यूल नहीं है तो कोई मतलब नहीं है। तो फ्यूल टाइम पे आना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर को यही बताऊँ, काफ़ी सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को मिल रहे हैं, प्रमोटर्स को मिल रहे हैं आईपीओ के लिए। वो लोग डरते हैं कि वाई शुड वी गो फॉर आईपीओ, मुझे डर लगता है कल को सेबी रेगुलेशन है। तो भाई डरना क्या है, आप जीएसटी भर रहे हो, टैक्स भर रहे हो, पूरा नीट एंड क्लीन है, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस क्लीन है, तो आपको कुछ गलत करना नहीं है। तो डर किस बात का। आपकी कंपनी को अनलॉक करो, आपको ग्लोबली जाओ, कंपनी को एक्सपांड करो। और वंस यू आर लिस्टेड उसका काफ़ी सारे फायदे। जैसे एक बार फंड रेस कर लिया आईपीओ का, मेरे को 10 करोड़ चाहिए, 10 करोड़ का आईपीओ हो गया, तो आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स मुझे राइट इश्यू करना है, प्रेफरेंशियल अलॉटमेंट करना है या क्यूआईबी करना है, तो मार्केट में मैं जब भी चाहे मैं फंड रेस कर सकता हूँ। दूसरा, प्रमोटर्स का ये एक डर रहता है कि मेरा डाइल्यूशन बहुत हो जाएगा। काफ़ी प्रमोटर है जैसे मेरा बिलो 50% हो जाएगा तो स्क्रैपिंग एक्विजिशन में चला जाएगा, कोई आके मेरा कंपनी ले लेगा। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है, ऐसा मेंटलिटी है। मैं सिंपल सा सवाल करता हूँ कि अगर किसी के पास 20% भी है प्रमोटर्स के पास, लेकिन मार्केट कैप 10,000 करोड़ का है कंपनी का, तो क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है उससे। एंड ऑफ द डे उसकी 20 करोड़ की भी तो वैल्यू सामने हो रही है। तो मैं यही बोलता हूँ, डाइल्यूशन से डरो मत। और प्रमोटर के पास ऑप्शन भी है, अगर आपकी कंपनी अच्छी है, ग्रो कर रही है, आपके पास पैसा भी है, कैश फ्लो है, तो एवरी ईयर यू कैन इंक्रीज योर स्टेक 4.99%। तो 5% के नीचे आप एवरी ईयर आपका स्टेक इंक्रीज कर सकते हो। तो डाइल्यूशन से डरना नहीं चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से।
हितेन, जिस तरीके से आप समझा रहे हैं, ऐसा लगता है कि ये इतना आसान है कि एसएमईज अगर फंड रेज करने के लिए आईपीओ का रूट अपनाएं तो आसान होगा। पर क्या ये सच्चाई है? क्योंकि जहाँ तक मार्केट्स की अगर मैं बात करूँ या लोगों की बात करूँ, तो उनको डर की आपने बात करी, इस बात का भी डर लगा रहता है कि ये जो पूरी गेम है ये ऑलमोस्ट इट्स अ स्कैम, ऐसा मानते हैं, क्योंकि वैल्यूएशन को बढ़ाना
नहीं, ये एकदम गलत है सर। इसका मैं आपको बताता हूँ, क्योंकि आप देखेंगे कि फंड हाउसेज सारे एसएमई में पैसे डाल रहे हैं। आप आईपीओ सब्सक्राइब होता है, उसके बाद आप पिछले 1 महीने के या 2 महीने के या 6 महीने के डेटा ले लो, 1 साल का भी ले लो उठा के, कंपनी का आईपीओ साइज़ क्या है, आईपीओ सब्सक्राइब कितना होता है, अलॉटमेंट कितना आता है। हम तो आईपीओ भरते तो पता है कि नहीं के बराबर आईपीओ आता है, अलॉटमेंट होता है, हमको लिस्टिंग होने के बाद स्टॉक लेना पड़ता है अच्छी कंपनी से। तो फंड हाउस को एक और एसएमई को सबसे बड़ा पॉजिटिव क्या है कि अभी एंकर भी खुल सकता है, एसएमई में अभी एंकर आ जाता है। तो आईपीओ के पहले उनको जो फंड हाउस है उनको कंफर्म अलॉटमेंट मिल जाता है, क्यूआई भी रख देते हैं तो उनको कंफर्म अलॉटमेंट मिल जाते हैं। तो फंड हाउस इज ऑल्सो लुकिंग फॉर गुड कंपनीज, क्योंकि देखो बड़ी कंपनी है वो तो बड़ी ऑलरेडी है, जिसका मार्केट कैप 60,000 70,000 करोड़ का है वो यहाँ से 1 लाख करोड़ होने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा। लेकिन जिसका मार्केट कैप 25 करोड़ है ना, उसको 2,500 करोड़ करने के लिए उनके पास काफ़ी वक्त है। अगर बिजनेस मॉडल अच्छा है, कंपनी अच्छी है और प्रमोटर को लग रहा है कि वो बिजनेस में फंड आने से वो ग्रो कर सकता है, तो वाई नॉट। तो और एसएमई आईटीओ एकदम इजी रूट है, एज ऑन डेट बहुत इजी रूट है। और जैसे बहुत ही कम कंपनियां इंडिया में लिस्टेड, आप पॉपुलेशन वाइज भी देखेंगे, मैं तो ये बोलूँगा कि भाई अपना हम बोलते हैं ना कि हमको बेटी दी है तो वरदान दिया भगवान ने कि हमारे घर में बेटी हुई है। तो मैं प्रमोटर्स को ये बताता हूँ कि अगर आपको भगवान ने कोई बिजनेस दिया है, कंपनी दी है चलाने के लिए, चाहे वो एलएलपी हो, पार्टनरशिप हो, प्रोप्राइटरशिप हो या प्राइवेट लिमिटेड हो, अगर अच्छा बिजनेस मॉडल है तो भगवान ने आपको एक वरदान दिया है कि 140 करोड़ की आबादी में सिर्फ 4,100 लोग हैं जो मार्केट में लिस्टेड है और उसके बाद 1 नंबर आपका है। तो ये पूरा समंदर है, पैसा बहुत है मार्केट में, लेकिन बिजनेस अच्छा है तो पैसे की कोई इश्यू नहीं है और डर जैसा कोई इश्यू है ही नहीं इसमें।
आपने कहा कि डर नहीं है हितेन, लेकिन देयर आर ए नंबर ऑफ रिस्क इन्वॉल्व, राइट? अब उस रिस्क को मिटिगेट कैसे करें? क्योंकि ये छोटे इन्वेस्टर्स की, छोटे मैन्युफैक्चरर सर्विस सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए लोगों की बात करें, 8 से 25 एम्प्लॉयज़ जिनके पास हैं, उनकी हम बात कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे में दे कीप द मनी क्लोज टू देयर चेस्ट ऑल्सो, राइट? सो बिफोर गोइंग फॉर एन आईपीओ दे हैव ए नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स दैट दे नीड टू थिंक ऑफ। कब एक कंपनी को लगता है कि यस बॉस मैं आईपीओ के लिए तैयार हूँ, मुझे जाना चाहिए? क्या वो स्टेज होगी? क्या वो आपको लग रहा है वो लाइन, थिन लाइन, जहाँ पर एक कंपनी आईपीओ का रूट इख्तियार कर सकती है?
देखो इसकी कोई टाइमलाइन नहीं है। कोई कंपनी ऐसी होती है जो सोचेगी कि मैं 200-300 करोड़ का टर्नओवर करूंगा, 30-40 करोड़ का पैट करूंगा, फिर आईपीओ करूंगा। कुछ छोटी कंपनीज ऐसी रहती है कि आज मेरा बिजनेस 5 करोड़ का है, मेरा प्रॉफिट 50 लाख का है, लेकिन कोई मुझे अगर 5 करोड़ दे दे, आज एंजल इन्वेस्टर हो, मेरे फ्रेंड रिलेटिव्स हो, या फिर मैं आईपीओ के जरिए ले लूँ, तो मेरी टॉप लाइन में अगर मैं साल में 4 बार भी रोटेट करूँगा तो 20 करोड़ में मेरा प्रॉफिट ही उतना ही मुनाफा मैं कर लूँगा जितना पैसा मैं उठा रहा हूँ। तो ऐसी कंपनी जैसे बिजनेस मॉडल्स भी है काफ़ी सारे जिसमें हम लोग भी काफ़ी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को मिल रहे हैं। जैसे ड्रोन इंडस्ट्री है, डिफेंस सेक्टर है और मेटावर्स है, एआई है, क्लाउड है। तो इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट है फ्यूचर में, ये सारी इंडस्ट्री में आने वाला है जो दिख रहा है कि भाई फ्यूचर है। मेटावर्स भी बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है, तो फ्यूचर में ऐसी कंपनी जो आएगी जो नेक्स्ट बिलियन, हम बोल सकते हैं कि बिलियनर इंडस्ट्री कौन सी होगी अगले 2030 तक। तो हमको लगता है एआई है, क्लाउड है, मेटावर्स है, ड्रोन है, डिफेंस सेक्टर है। तो उसमें काफ़ी सारा इन्वेस्टमेंट फॉरेन से भी आएगा और लग रहा है कि स्टार्टअप में भी हम लोग जैसे इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं एज ए स्टार्टअप में, तो ऐसी कंपनी को हम देखते रहते हैं जिसमें फ्यूचर है लॉन्ग टर्म व्यू के हिसाब से।
इसमें वैल्यूएशन का गेम हम हमेशा बात करते हैं, राइट? क्या आप समझा सकते हैं हमारे दर्शकों को कि किसी भी कंपनी को अगर आईपीओ पे जाना है तो उस वैल्यूएशन को कैसे समझे?
वैल्यूएशन के 2 मेथड है। एक सिंपल है कि आपका अगर प्रॉफिट 10 करोड़ का है तो आप 15 मल्टीपल पे 150 करोड़ की कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन हो गई, तो आप 26% डाइल्यूट करके जो है 50-55 करोड़ का आईपीओ कर सकते हो। दूसरा है कि अगर आपकी टेक्सटाइल या फिर मेटल या स्टील उसमें है तो आपका पी मल्टीपल 10 का हो जाएगा। काफ़ी सारी कंपनीज अभी जो एसएमई में आ रही है 12, 15, 18 मल्टीपल पे आ रही है और ह्यूज सब्सक्रिप्शन आ रहा है। तो मेरा मानना है कि आप अगर 10 मल्टीपल पे भी आईपीओ करते हो, इन्वेस्टर के लिए टेबल पे लिस्टिंग गेन देते हो, तो आपका एक रेपुटेशन भी बनता है। हाई प्रमोटर्स ग्रीडी होते हैं कि भाई वो कंपनी का वैल्यू पी मल्टीपल 25 का चल रहा है, उसका 40 का चल रहा है, तो वाई शुड आई गो फॉर 10 मल्टीपल। अब ये मत सोचो, आप ये समझो कि आप कंपनी को लिस्ट कर रहे हो, इन्वेस्टर के लिए टेबल पे कुछ छोड़ रहे हो, तो इन्वेस्टर आपको कभी नहीं छोड़ेगा। ये स्टॉक मार्केट है, जो कंपनी कमा के देती है इन्वेस्टर कभी नहीं भूलता। वो आज कमा के गया वापस आएगा, तो टेबल पे छोड़ो। हम प्रमोटर्स को यही बोलते हैं कि आज मत देखो, फ्यूचर देखो, कि यही इन्वेस्टर आपको बड़ा करेगा। छोटा इन्वेस्टर ही हमेशा बड़ा करता है कंपनी को और ह्यूज मनी लेके आता है और लगाता भी है। तो बोलने का मतलब है 10 मल्टीपल पे आप आराम से आईपीओ कर सकते हो इजीली। अगर किसी का 50 लाख का प्रॉफिट है तो 5 करोड़ का है तो भी 2 करोड़ का आईपीओ इजीली हो जाता है। तो छोटी छोटी कंपनीज भी ऐसे भी स्टार्टअप प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी जा सकते हो आप। इसमें क्राइटेरिया ये है कि आपका लीड मैनेजर जो रहता है उसका पूरा आईपीओ प्रोसेस है, 3 महीने में डीआरएचपी वो जो फाइल करते हैं। उसमें जो प्रमोटर्स को एक ही ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि भाई जो कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस जो है इस पर इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर लेके आना और इस पर कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस जो भी रिजल्ट शो करना, एवरी 6 मंथ्स आपको एक रिजल्ट देना पड़ता है एजीएम है, बोर्ड मीटिंग होता है, तो सारा पब्लिश करना, तो सीएस उनके जो है सीए है वो उनको हेल्प करते हैं, और मर्चेंट बैंकर भी उनको आईपीओ के पहले पूरा समझाते हैं किस तरह से प्रोसेस है। तो ऐसा कोई रिस्क नहीं है, ना तो कोई ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात है। लेकिन ये वंस यू आर गोइंग फॉर मार्केट, और अगर आपका बिजनेस मॉडल अच्छा है तो आपकी कंपनी को 500,000 करोड़ करने में 4-5 साल में कोई नहीं रोक सकता। तो ये एसएमई मार्केट का पावर है, और पैसा इतना इंडिया में है कि वो एसएमई में बहुत पैसा आ रहा है और आगे भी आता रहेगा। अच्छी अच्छी कंपनीज मार्केट में आ रही है अभी, तो ये देखना चाहिए। एसएमई आईपीओ में 100% जाना चाहिए। मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को यही बोलूँगा जिसका 10, 20, 15 करोड़ का भी टर्नओवर है, तो अगर आपको फंडिंग नहीं मिल रही है, सब कुछ करने के बाद भी फंडिंग नहीं मिल रही है, तो निराश नहीं होना चाहिए। कंपनी को बंद मत करो, एक लास्ट ट्राई करो। तो ये लास्ट ट्राई आपका एसएमई आईपीओ जो गेम चेंजर है, आपकी लाइफ चेंज कर देगा।
हितेश जी काफ़ी पॉजिटिव हैं, और अगर इनकी पॉजिटिविटी पे जाया जाए तो जो एसएमई आईपीओस का मार्केट है वो काफ़ी फ्लरिश होता हुआ दिखता है। फ्यूचर की आपने बात करी, आज कैसा है? क्या आज ये जो छोटे और मझोले उद्योग हैं ये आईपीओस में के ज़रिए फंड इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि आज की मौजूदा हालत क्या है? फ्यूचर की आपने बात करी, क्या आज लोग आ रहे हैं?
आज की भी डेट,
और अगर नहीं आ रहे तो
एज ऑन डेट का आज का भी डेटा 2 तारीख का, तो आप देख सकते हो कि जितने आईपीओ अभी अपकमिंग ओपन हुए हैं सब 50 टाइम, 60 टाइम, 100 टाइम, 300 टाइम सब्सक्राइब हो जाते हैं 2 दिन में। जबकि आईपीओ का पीरियड 3 दिन का रहता है, किसी का 4 दिन का रहता है। लेकिन सब्सक्रिप्शन ही इतना सारा हो जा रहा है कि 50 टाइम, 60 टाइम तो आम बात हो गई। यानी 50 करोड़ के आईपीओ तो ऐसे ही 50 टाइम 2 दिन में हो जाते हैं, और तीसरे दिन यूज हो जाता है 500 टाइम, 600 टाइम्स। तो पैसा तो मार्केट में है, इन्वेस्टर भी है, कंपनी अच्छी होनी चाहिए, और वैल्यूएशन मैं ज़्यादा जोर दूंगा अभी भी वापस। वैल्यूएशन आप एट्रैक्टिव लेके आओ। जो पहले आप आईपीओ में जा रहे हो, मार्केट में जा रहे हो, तो आप वैल्यूएशन पे थोड़ा कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ कर लो। वैल्यूएशन 10 मल्टीपल पे आप जाओ, और इन्वेस्टर के लिए टेबल पे छोड़ो कुछ।
हितेश जी को आप सभी ने सुन लिया है। इस वक्त मुझे इस बात का तो पूरा एश्योरेंस है कि काफ़ी सारे सवाल हमें इस वक्त हमारे ऑनलाइन पोर्टल्स पर आ रहे होंगे हितेश जी के, जिनका जवाब वो बाद में देंगे। लेकिन अगर इस वक्त यहाँ पर कोई ऐसा दर्शक है जो सवाल पूछना चाहता है तो प्लीज़ फील, पर मैं 2 ही सवाल ले पाऊंगा क्योंकि वक्त की हमारे पास थोड़ी कमी रहती है। जी सर।
बराबर है। हंड्रेड 100% आई एग्री विथ यू। सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे काफ़ी फोकस है। अपने प्रधानमंत्री जी भी उस पर काफ़ी सारी योजनाएं लेके आ रहे हैं, और ये नवंबर 30 को ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे उत्तराखंड में देहरादून में हो रहा है। और सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज़ अ वेरी बिग मार्केट, तो उस पर फोकस करना चाहिए, और इन्वेस्टमेंट भी उसमें आना ही आना है। और ग्रीन इको फ्रेंडली वगैरह जो इंडस्ट्रीज है उसमें इसीलिए रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है, इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक है, जितने भी रिन्यूएबल एनर्जीज है उसमें इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। विंड में बोलो आप, सोलार बोलो, अभी ईवी बोलो, फ्यूचर जो आने वाला है सोडियम बैटरी आने वाली, जो अभी लिथियम आयन है उसको रिप्लेस करेगी। तो ऑलरेडी सस्टेनेबिलिटी तो फ्यूचर है ही है, उसमें कोई डाउट ही नहीं है। तो इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडिया में आने ही वाला है ये सेक्टर में, ह्यूज। हाइड्रोजन पे आ रहा है जैसे, तो आने ही वाला है, कोई डाउट ही नहीं उसमें रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में।
You know, I would like to hear your question because you are the one who said that all strategies go for a toss, right?
सर आपको पता होगा, अगर आप एसएमई आईपीओ का थोड़ा देखेंगे तो एक चित्तौड़गढ़ करके वेबसाइट है दिलीप दावड़ा जी की, उसमें सारे जितने भी एसएमई आईपीओज है आपको सबको एक बार देखना चाहिए चित्तौड़गढ़। तो दिलीप दावड़ा जी सेबी रजिस्टर्ड एडवाइज़र्स है, और उनके रिव्यूज़ आते हैं। इंडिया में काफ़ी लोग उनको फॉलो भी करते हैं। आप चित्तौड़गढ़ वेबसाइट पे मारेंगे या एसएमई आईपीओ गूगल पे करेंगे तो उनका पेज आ जाएगा। उसमें सारे जितने आईपीओज आते हैं ना ओपन होने वाले हैं, उनका पूरा वो रिसर्च एनालिस करके वो देते हैं उसमें, तो उसमें आपको मेजोरिटी आइडिया आ जाएगी। कंपनी पिछले 3 साल के ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड रहेंगे उसमें, टर्नओवर, प्रॉफिट और आईपीओ जो आ रहा है तो फेयर वैल्यूएशन है या नहीं है। तो वो एक रिव्यू पे भी आप कॉल ले सकते हो कि मेरे को ये आईपीओ भरना चाहिए या नहीं। अगर उन्होंने अवॉइड किया है फिर भी आपको अच्छा लगता है तो वो आपका कॉल है, सबका पर्सनल है। लेकिन अगर उनका रिव्यू अच्छा है तो आप रिसर्च करके देख सकते हो, खुद का भी व्यू ले सकते हो उसमें।
सर बात पैसों की और डिस्कशन एंगेजिंग रहने वाला है, पर मेरे पास समय की कमी है। लेकिन आखिरी सवाल सर प्लीज़, ये आखिरी सवाल।
सर 2 सवाल हैं। पहला तो जैसे आपने बताया कि 2 करोड़ तक का भी, 2-2.5 करोड़ का भी आईपीओ ला सकते हैं एसएमई, तो उसकी ट्रेडिंग क्या बीएसई पे होती है या उसके अलग एक्सचेंजेस हैं?
नहीं सर, बीएसई में ही होती है। जैसे
सर इसके कई ईमेल आते हैं, कई ये स्मॉल एक्सचेंज ये आ रहे हैं ऐसे
ये जो बीएसई स्टार्टअप एक्सचेंज, बीएसई एसएमई एक्सचेंज और बीएसई मेन बोर्ड एक्सचेंज, एक सिर्फ एक नाम है। लेकिन आप जो लिस्ट होगी आपकी बीएसई स्टार्टअप पे होगी, खाली नाम स्टार्टअप होगा। लेकिन बीएसई में आपका समझो कंपनी का जो कोड है वो कोड डालोगे, वही ट्रेडिंग जो नॉर्मल आप करते हो वैसे ही कर सकते हो। यानी आप ज़ेरोडा पे जाओ या ऑनलाइन कोई भी ऑनलाइन पोर्टल पे या बैंक से आप ट्रेडिंग करते हो तो आप ऑनलाइन कर सकते हो, मोबाइल से भी कर सकते हो।
तो जो छोटे कुछ जो ईमेल्स आते हैं वो फिर वो मतलब वो दे आर नॉट जेन्युइन,
एकदम जेन्युइन आते हैं सर। जो
जैसे एक आता है एनसीआर में भी कोई है कि वो स्मॉल एक्सचेंज चला रहा है, वो एसएमईज का कर रहे हैं, उसके वेबिनार्स वगैरह करते हैं और फॉर लिस्टिंग ऑफ एसएमईज।
वन ऑफ केसेस की बात करें, बिकॉज राइट नाउ वी आर गोइंग जनरल डिस्कशन पे हैं और ये वन ऑफ केसेस है जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं।
बीएसई स्टार्टअप जो प्लेटफॉर्म है वो इसलिए बना जिसकी नेटवर्क 2 करोड़ से भी नीचे है, प्रॉफिट 3 लाख 5 लाख है, वो स्टार्टअप में जाता है। लेकिन जिनका प्रॉफिट 70-80 लाख है वो बीएसई एसएमई में जाता है। खाली उनका नेटवर्क जो है पॉजिटिव होना चाहिए। जैसे मैंने पहले भी शुरू में बताया 2.5 करोड़ का नेटवर्क होना चाहिए, तो आप फंड रेज कर सकते हो। जैसे अगर अब मैं बैंक में जाऊँ, मैं बोलूँ मुझे 5 करोड़ चाहिए, तो बैंक क्या बोलेगी, कोलेटरल दो। जो मैं स्टार्टअप हूँ और मेरे पास कोलेटरल नहीं है, जबकि मेरे पास बिजनेस अच्छा है करने के लिए, मेरे पास ऑर्डर बुक भी है, लेकिन मेरे को धंधा करने के लिए वर्किंग कैपिटल नहीं है, मैं क्या करूँगा? बैंक बोलेगी पैसा कुछ कोलेटरल दो मेरे को, तो उस पर 70% देंगे, जबकि कोलेटरल भी मैं नहीं दे पाऊँगा। तो वो हालत में अगर कोई फ्रेंड सर्कल से हमको पैसा नहीं मिलता है, सीड फंड नहीं मिलता है, एंजल फंड नहीं मिलता है, तो हम एसएमई आईपीओ देख सकते हो। एसएमई आईपीओ में इजीली पैसा 5-7 करोड़ आप रेज कर सकते हो एक्सपेंशन के लिए।
सुनने में बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हितेश जी, और मार्केट कैसे रिएक्ट करेगा, एसएमईज कैसे रिएक्ट करेंगे, ये आने वाला वक्त बताएगा। क्योंकि हर अच्छी चीज़ के पीछे वो फाइन प्रिंट्स पढ़ना बेहद ज़रूरी होता है, और उन फाइन प्रिंट्स पे आप सभी ध्यान दीजिएगा। और किसी भी ऐसी समस्या के लिए अगर आप ज़्यादा समाधान चाहते हैं तो तरीका बेहद आसान है दोस्तों। हाँ जी हाँ, जागरण न्यू मीडिया, हमारा मकसद यही है कि हम नए भारत की सोच को, बदलाव को आगे बढ़ाएं, और जागरण बिजनेस को आप सब्सक्राइब कीजिए। वहाँ पर हम ऐसे सभी सवालों का जवाब आपको बहुत जल्द से जल्द आपकी अपनी भाषा में देने की कोशिश करते हैं। हितेश जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया समय निकालने के लिए, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
इसके अलावा मैं एक आखिरी बात कहना चाहूँगा, थैंक यू जागरण, कि यहाँ पे कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है जिनको फंड का रिक्वायरमेंट है और स्टार्टअप कंपनीज है, बिजनेस मॉडल अच्छा है, तो मेरा ब्रोशर वगैरह आपको मिला होगा, मेरा कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो। फंडिंग टैक्स हमारा कंपनी है, स्टार्टअप में हम लोग 2 करोड़ से 5 करोड़ स्टार्टअप को इन्वेस्ट करते हैं अगर बिजनेस अच्छा है तो, और एसएमई आईपीओ के लिए उनको हम इनकरेज भी करते हैं। तो हम मिल सकते हैं, बात कर सकते हैं। तो ये एक आखिरी बात।
थैंक यू वेरी मच हितेश जी।
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Very much, the lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was indeed a valuable discussion. I would request Mr. Nair to kindly felicitate Mr. Hitesh. Thank you once again.
टाइम हमने थोड़ा ज़्यादा ले लिया, उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहते हैं।
बट मुझे लगता है अगर कंटेंट हम सही पहुंचाएं अपनी ऑडियंस तक, जो हमारा मकसद था, तो आई थिंक 1-2 मिनट ऊपर होने से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए। थैंक यू वंस अगेन। And ladies and gentlemen, with this we have another very interesting session. I'm sure there'll be a lot of key takeaways from this session as well. So let us be all ears and eyes to this presentation on the topic Creating Balanced Work-Life for Entrepreneurs by Mr. Shailesh Kumar, Life Transformation Coach, Midlife Harmony Strategist. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Shailesh Kumar.
Can I have a slide?
This. So front and
Okay. So this is back and this is sure.
Good evening, everyone.
It's my pleasure here, and thank you first of all to Jagran News Media for inviting me and giving opportunity for this for a speaking session. I have a lot to share, but I will try to restrict to the time which I have been provided, but I will do that. So before I go ahead, I want to ask one question to all of you. How many of you have never compromised personal life for work? Anybody? Never compromised your personal life for work? Super, guys, give them a huge round of applause, guys, first. Wonderful. I mean, this is something very amazing to see that some people have really never compromised that. Really amazing. Thank you so much for raising your hand. I really appreciate that, and everybody has applauded you for that. Now, see, I would like to take you through a very small understanding of how a lot of entrepreneurs, we have heard some amazing people here who have done some wonderful work in their business, and they're doing it right now. So this topic is little different because you focus on growing your business, but I'm focusing now here how to grow your people, your team, as well as yourself, to see how you leverage yourself to the next level where you can perform at the level 10x. Okay, so having said that, I would like to introduce myself. I am basically a mechanical engineer from IIT, and I worked for 20 years in IT industry, worked with Cognizant, Infosys, 20 years top IT MNCs, and then now I'm working on my passion, which is transforming people's life. I've been into this work for the last 3 years, and I've been an executive coach working with a lot of leaders, senior directors, even entrepreneurs. Have transformed lives and career of 3,500 plus people who have been looking forward to see how they can make a difference, they can grow, they can have a wonderful, balanced, harmonious life in overall level. And I'm Amazon #1 best-selling author as well. So that's about me, and also best-selling author of this book, Couples in Sync Roll Together. This topic is very close to my heart because relationships are really, really precious. I think this is a fundamental pillar of what we are doing today. If your back end is not doing well, your front ending is going to be impacted, that's for sure, okay? So with this, I would like to I'm going to quickly skip this. This is just my introduction here. And why harmonization in life is must for entrepreneurs. So why this is important, first of all, I would like to take you through a very small piece of code which is something very special I want to share with you. You can't really feel fulfilled from within if your work in business life is good, but your home life is in disarray. How many of you agree with this? Yeah, thank you so much. Now, having said that, it's important to look at some statistics today, which I've gathered from various like Forbes and entrepreneurs.com, and if you look at it, look at the stats. 29% of entrepreneurs experience long-term negative effects of burnout. There are 55% of entrepreneurs feel they're not getting enough emotional support in their lives. And if you look at the stats here, 75% of entrepreneurs are unsure how to have healthy work-life integration, because a lot of people talk about work-life balance. Work-life balance is, as per me, is no longer valid. Work-life integration is what to look at, because work-life balance, people have a notion of 9 to 6 work and then it's all life. Now what I believe is, it's all about when your work needs you, you are with the work. When your family needs you, you're the family. If you can set that up very upfront and clear, I think your life is sorted. And this is exactly what I always encourage a lot of people when I coach them, when I work with them, to help them with a lot of methods and tools which I use. And if you look at it, and these are the key challenges, if you see, typically what entrepreneurs and leaders face today is emotional turmoil in their personal life, and fatigue and burnout at work, health issues, pains, back pains. A lot of people today in the age of 30s, 25, 20, late 20s and early 30s are facing this nowadays. And if you look at taunts from friends and relatives, yaar milte nahi ho, kahan rehte ho, kitne busy ho, baat hi nahi karte ho. There are so many things people all tell us actually when we are on a journey to make a difference for ourselves in our business and so on and so forth. So this is what people actually, these are challenges what most entrepreneurs face. And if you look at what causes it, what is the real root cause of this? Number one is high workload and long working hours. I'm sure all of you are very determined to grow your business. You've got targets, you've got stakeholders pressure, you've got so many things that you really want to see how you want to grow and set your targets well and achieve them, which actually makes you work longer hours. And in this process, you miss out on few things, by the way, because I'm sure most of you have children here who need your help and support when they are growing. And if you look at it, Other important cause is that blurred boundaries between work and personal lives. I'm sure we've got women here and men both, and if you look at it, mostly women, if you look at, there's a lot of responsibilities they handle at work as well as in personal life, and which no one can match it, to be very frank, with all the due regards to all the men. Definitely women are really very expressive. They're doing some amazing stuff today. And my 70% of my clients have been women, to be very frank with you, because they are expressive. I always really give credit to them, how they are looking forward to make a difference. They want to invest on themselves. Now, this is what is a key reason, because they're not sure when to draw that boundary, when to say no, when to say yes. And this is exactly what reason most entrepreneurs face, that they're not able to have that kind of life they want. Uncertainty and ambiguities, because your business always will be in, you always have uncertainties. COVID came in, so many challenges will come. But what happens is that, how do you work on it? This is one of the causes that a lot of entrepreneurs face challenges today. Okay. Fourth one, financial pressures. Absolutely, yes. You've got a lot of expectations to meet from stakeholders, plus your business, a lot of pressures you have, but how many of you really look at something beyond it? Financial pressures are going to be there for entire life. Whether it's your personal finance, whether it's your organization finance, so many things. But this is what something that is another reason. This is something very important. Less delegation and effective team building. A lot of startups today, a lot of entrepreneurs who are budding, who are really looking forward to it, to make a difference and grow into that level, watch a lot of people we talked about. They try to avoid delegation because they believe if I delegate, this work should not get impacted because it's very high visibility work, and they avoid delegation to a certain extent, which actually a lot of fatigue, a lot of burnout they experience, and they're not able to build leaders who are one down and two downs below them. So if you look at it, this is one of the major causes what mostly young entrepreneurs and leaders are facing today, that they don't delegate enough. And this is one thing that is really causing a lot of problems for entrepreneurs to grow. And very important one, lacking self-care. They don't take care of themselves. They don't have a regular regime that they can work focusing on their health, focusing on their own self, where what are their passion, what they should do, and this is one reason why they are facing challenges actually, if you look at it. So now coming to the point where how harmonizing personal professional life helps. Now it's very important when I talk about why we need to harmonize, why we need to have that balance that is needed. If you look at number one is emotional wellness. How many of us really focus on building that emotional security while we are at work, while we are at home? Because the need of the hour is that a lot of people are going through, you don't know, your team who's working for you, they are really struggling in their personal space emotionally, but they're not able to approach you, as well as they're not able to approach your HR also to share what they're going through in their personal life. And because of which their performance, there are a lot of challenges they are facing, which they're not able to really deliver to the potential what they deserve, what they can deliver to you. And I'm sure you also realize there are some employees, some leaders in your team who are very good, who are absolutely amazing. You recruited them, you hired them, and with some amazing institute, but they're still not performing to the level that they want, that you want actually, how they should be delivering. But it's because there are a lot of challenges they are going through. And one important thing is when you strike that balance, I'll talk about the two foundational secrets, how you can do that later in the slide. But this is something very, very important, how to build that emotional wellness. A lot of workshops I've done, a lot of things that are required to build this. This is something that I want to share with you. Second is, once you have harmonized your back end and I'm not talking about your relationship with a spouse or with anybody, but it's more of in your friends, families. A lot of times there are some challenges which definitely need to be addressed at your level. When I talk about integration work life, where when your family needs you, you're with the family. I've seen women taking sabbatical for 3 months, 4 months, just to ensure that they settle that part of life. Then they come back to work. And today, a lot of amazing organizations, good organizations are welcoming them back because they've taken care of their personal life very well for 1 year, even 6 months, 2 years also. They're welcoming them back in the corporates. So this is something that, and it helps in enhancing productivity if you're taking care of that part of as well. And it's definitely important for long-term sustainability because you can't sustain your business for long the biggest challenge a lot of startups and entrepreneurs are facing is sustainability. How do you sustain? Is a function of a lot of different things. I think you got to think. Because if you really need to sustain in your business, your definition of success in your business has to really be strong. Number one, definitely there's there, but there are a lot of other things you have to see what I've talked about. So, and mental health well-being is very important, which is also when you harmonize your journey, when you take care of your personal needs, your personal life, it definitely can help you, because a lot of people go through a lot of mental health issues because of a lot of challenges in the family. I've worked with hundreds of people as a coach. I've seen people have special children, people have a lot of different challenges. Someone is going through a bad marriage, abuses, so many things, and they are working in office, but they're not really productive to the level that they should be. So I'm sure many of you know some people like that. Many of you are aware of that. Many of you have somebody in the larger family who is going through this. So it's very important to have that well-being, that we address it. And I always, when I talk to leaders, when I talk to a lot of people of my clients who are directors, senior directors, I work with them, I see a lot of challenges in that front. And I insist, because we all need to look at, we are looking at business, we also need to look at how we are building up people, because people drive business. Business cannot be driven unless that is being addressed. When people are really focused, people are determined to do what you want, they align to their vision only when actually it's important. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So now coming to the very important part, this is something that I'm going to share with you. There are two foundational secrets which are absolutely important to look at how you harmonize this, because fundamental thing is that you need to have, number one point is, define meaning of success for yourself. A lot of people say, how do I manage my work life? How do I really see I can manage my work life better or personal life better? Now, I'm sure all of you here have defined success parameters for your business. You have got metrics. You've got productivity metrics, you've got your delivery metrics, you've got your financial metrics, everything very well defined. How much to grow this year, next year, year on year, whatever, everything is there. But how many of you have really set some success parameters for your personal relationship with your life partner? How many of you have really actually decided metrics for your relationship with your family and friends, your health, your finances, personal finances? How many of you have done that? It's very important to define this success word. It's very easy, as everybody knows that. But how many of you have really defined this success in every aspect of your life? How many have done that honestly and really diligently? Have you sit down with your spouse, sit down with your family members? This is my success. I'll feel successful if I accomplish this in my relationship. A lot of people have different targets. Couples say that let's go out for a vacation every 6 months, internationally. Combined goal, common goals, right? A lot of people I've seen, when I work with people, I've seen that, wife says that my husband doesn't spend time with me. And they decide a goal that if they can spend 30 minutes in a day, I'm serious, I'm telling you this, 30 minutes in a day having a cup of tea or coffee or drinks together, they believe the relationship is going well. Parameter of success. Now, these are small, small steps that you start defining and it moves forward. And this is exactly what I'm trying to address, because we don't make that metrics. You don't define that metrics. And this is the meaning of success. If you define this very clearly in every aspect of life, I can promise that to you, you will slowly and steadily achieve that, which nobody takes care of this, to be very frank with you, okay? And I'm sure, be honest, how many of you have really defined the parameters? Superb, wonderful. One. Anybody else? Just one. Amazing. Guys, please, she deserves a huge round of applause. Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for sharing it. Because this is what is so important today, and a lot of people don't do that. And next very important thing, the last but not the least point I would like to touch up. I know it's time, but I just want to touch upon very important thing. Many people, when I ask this question, what defines you uniquely as a person, they're clueless. 90% of them do not know how to define themselves. Somebody will say, I'm honest, integrity, I'm a man of integrity, I'm this. But they actually do not know what are their core values, what defines them uniquely as a person. Now, when you are not sure about who you are, how can you understand somebody else, your team? Forget about, a lot of people say, अरे मेरी बीवी समझती नहीं है मुझे कुछ, या मुझे समझती नहीं है, मेरा हस्बैंड मुझे समझता नहीं है कुछ. First of all, अपने आप को देख लो, अपने आप को पहले जान लो, बाकी अगले पे कमेंट करना, because lot of times we don't know ourselves. And this is what I'm talking about when I coach people. First thing I do is I help them understand their core values. This is the very first thing, a foundational thing that is very important for each one of us to know what defines us. Somehow people actually, significance is very important, is one of the most important core value most of the people have. If you don't feel appreciated for the work you do, your teams, if someone is, I work with a person who told me that I'm feeling suffocated in my work. I don't feel like going to office. I'm kind of, every day I get up, I feel, oh man, shit, same work, same office. But when I asked this question to him and when I went through the activity of defining core values, I figured out that one of the core values is significance. And what was missing was, significance was not expressed. He was doing something, he was not appreciated, and it's not about, he was blaming his bosses, saying that my boss never appreciates me, my colleagues don't appreciate me for the work I do, my team doesn't appreciate me. But ultimately, what was the thing that came out, and he confessed is that he is not doing anything that people should appreciate him. He's not doing something out of the box that people should appreciate him, because today is a fast-moving journey. Everybody in career, it's a cutthroat competition. What are you doing? People are in comfort zone. And when he realized that, he started doing some initiative which actually drove that significance in his favor, and he started feeling happy in his journey. Now, everything is in our hands. What I'm trying to drive here is that everything you can control, because you cannot change anybody around you. You cannot change the basic personality of your spouse. You can't change basic personality of your boss. You can't change anything except yourself. So if you take accountability, ownership of what you're doing, I think results will follow. That's what I've seen after working with hundreds of people. And this is exactly applicable to your teams also. Now, I'm sure a lot of people who have got some amazing teams who are working for them, but it's very important for you to take care of them. You invest a lot of things, you invest a lot of money in technology, you invest a lot of money in making sure your business grows faster and better. What investment are you doing on people? Because the employee that you're working with, you don't know what he's going through. And it's very important to address that. I do a lot of one-to-one with a lot of leaders who have engaged me for the work, plus I do a lot of work outside of what our corporates actually provide. But most important thing is that self-awareness is the key, which every one of us need it actually. And mentorship is something that we all need. Everyone needs a mentor. Everyone needs a coach today. It's just that about accepting that reality, where I am, how I can move forward. That's what my message to you guys. And definitely, this is something that I'm not going to share too much thing because time is short. I have a lot of things to share, but I'm going to restrict to these two things. Please keep this in mind. I'm sure this is going to add a lot of value. And one thing I would like to share with you is that, before I share, I would like to share that I would love to collaborate because my mission is huge. I want to impact 100,000 people, bounce back in their midlife and mid-career, and do their best and be their best version. So I would like to collaborate. If you believe that, yes, your people are priority for you, I'm up for it, where I can help you with a lot of workshops I can do for your organization, as well as do one-to-one for leaders whom you believe that they are potential people to perform, but they're not performing at level that they should actually. So I would be more than happy to connect with you and do that. So these are my coordinates. You can reach out to me and you can connect with me offline also. And I would like to close on one very important thing, which I want to share with you, is that the work is like a rubber ball. If you drop it, it can bounce back. But the other 4 balls of health, relationships, friends, and integrity are made of glass. If you drop them, they are shattered. Okay? So with that, I'll close it right now here. Thank you so much for giving me this time, and my pleasure again. And amazing job, Jagran News Media. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shailesh. It was indeed a very engaging session. So I'm sure we all had a lot of takeaways from here. And I would request Mr. Vishal Verma. Mr. Vishal Verma, Vice President, Head of Direct Sales, Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate Mr. Shailesh Kumar. Thank you once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another panel discussion on the topic, understanding the building blocks, running a successful business and taking it global. A very important and a vital topic. Well, taking a business global is a significant step and requires thorough planning and execution. It's essential to understand the unique challenges and opportunities in each target market and adapt your business strategy accordingly. In this context, I believe that seeking guidance from experts with business experience across various expertise can also be beneficial. And keeping this in mind, we have this panel of esteemed guests with us. Let me take this honor to introduce them, and then I'll request them to join us on the stage. We will be joined by Mr. Jaspreet Singh Narang, Pre-Sales Consultant, Google. Shahroz Mirza, Business Head, Meena Bazar. Paritosh Sharma, Co-Founder, MBA Plus Business School. Sahil Pruthi, Founder, Levofy, Keto India. Gentlemen, I request you to kindly take a look at the pictures behind and take your seats accordingly. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Piyush Doshi, Operating Partner, Foundation for Economic Development. Well, the stage is all yours, Mr. Doshi.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Jagran and welcome the fellow panelists. I know we are running late, so we'll try to keep it very efficient. I just wanted to start with one small thing around context setting, right? That, we all understand growing business, why it's important. Nobody needs to explain that. But sometimes we wonder, why is it important to export as a country and why is it important to go global, right? I think just to understand that through an example, if I were to ask you, if any of you is running here a business, right, a manufacturing business, anybody here who manufactures something? ठीक है, आप क्या बनाते हैं सर? Electronics, right? So great. So if we were to say कि हम सब ये रूम में हैं और अभी हम इस रूम को बंद कर देते हैं दरवाज़ा, राइट? इसके बाद ये जो सारे हैं काफ़ी अच्छे वेल टू डू लोग हैं, तो अब हम कहते हैं कि ये आपका कैप्टिव मार्केट है, अब कोई बाहर से आके इस मार्केट में नहीं बेच पाएगा, आप जो भी बनाते हैं आपकी मोनोपोली है इस मार्केट में बेचने की. अब आप बताइए आप कंपनी को कितना बड़ा कर सकते हैं, अपने आप समझ सकते हैं, राइट? तो हम जब इंडिया की बात करते हैं, वी आर अ बिग कंट्री, बट बेसिकली जब हम ये कहते हैं कि हम सिर्फ अपने डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में बेचेंगे, वी आर डूइंग लाइक दैट कि हम अपना रूम बंद कर देते हैं. बट फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर इज कि वर्ल्ड के मार्केट में आउटसाइड ऑफ फूड हम दुनिया का 2% मार्केट है. तो जब हम ये कहते हैं कि हम सिर्फ इंडिया में बेचेंगे, हम बेसिकली कह रहे हैं कि हम 98% मार्केट की तरफ देखेंगे भी नहीं, सिर्फ अपने 2% मार्केट की तरफ देखेंगे. इसमें हम अपनी सरकार से बोलेंगे इम्पोर्ट ड्यूटी बढ़ा दो, हमको प्रोटेक्ट कर लो, और हम ये 2% से रिच होने की कोशिश करेंगे. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि 2% वैसे छोटा नहीं है, पर हमारे पास दुनिया की 20% वर्कफोर्स है. तो 20% वर्कफोर्स 2% मार्केट में बेच के कभी रिच नहीं हो सकती है. सो आई थिंक दैट इज द रीजन व्हाई वी इंडिविजुअली एज कंपनी एंड कलेक्टिवली एज अ कंट्री need to think about going global, competing, and we have people here who run some of the biggest global corporations as well. So I think with that I'll pass on, right? So अब जब हम globalization की बात करते हैं, so you usually and generally growing, we face kind of 4 or 5 kind of challenges. So let me put out there, and I'll just go one by one, and maybe you can pick one of your favorite things and talk about your experience कि ये कोई SME कैसे इससे deal कर सकता है, right? So clearly when we talk about growing, scaling, number one challenge is around access to finance. So how can an SME, what creatively they can do? We had a full session on that using IPO as a route, but any ideas around how to access finance, thoughts, that's one. Second is access to market, particularly important if one wants to go global, exports. Market mein, how can we go? We don't have ability to deploy a sales team in every country. So what are the opportunities like e-commerce technology? Can we use something to go global on access to market? Third is, access to technology, mentorship, new ideas, organization, right? So any of those things. And fourth is just navigating the complex ecosystem, because our country is a difficult place to run a business. It's easy for large companies to hire talent which will manage all the regulatory stuff. But for a small company managing the environment, कोई experience है. So Jasprit ji, आपसे शुरू करते हैं. What are your thoughts on any of these areas, your experience, and what would you advise?
Yeah, so am I audible? Okay. I mean, I come from Google, so I can only talk about technology and how technology can help you move across boundaries. Now, boundaries can be as simple as a city boundary, or maybe just one shop and replicating that to 10 different shops, or it can be one manufacturing unit replicating it to 100 manufacturing units. Now, the problem which I see, or the fundamental difference between something which is limited to one unit or one space versus something which is spread across the globe, maybe spread across different countries, maybe spread across different cities, is that you cannot be there physically, right? So you have to replicate yourself first. And now that's not humanly possible, right? That is where technology can drive a lot of things, but technology cannot be let alone to run, right? Which also means there's a fundamental need of having trust on your employees first. Because without you trusting your employees, you literally have to travel to every city every day. Which essentially means that आप अगर मुझ पे विश्वास नहीं करोगे, if you do not trust the decisions which I am taking while I'm there at maybe a shop floor, maybe I'm there at one of your retail outlet, and I'm taking some decision myself, and if you do not trust me, you cannot replicate that business to 10 different locations. Now, technology can do a lot of these things by building processes, by having tools and bringing information at your handsets and everything, right? But fundamentally, it boils down to the integrity of the employee as well. That I, as a human being, should not be looking at shortcuts, which everybody knows, right, happens in everyday life. But to scale, even outside of the city, needs the same fundamentals and the same technology stacks and the same rules, whether it is within the city or outside the country as well. Now, I work with some customers which have, I mean, we were talking about IPOs just a couple of minutes back, right? I've personally seen a lot of companies running their entire business on WhatsApp. Everybody's sharing their company information internally, chatting among themselves, formal and informal conversations, right? It is pretty easy, pretty convenient to use, but I've also seen companies' financial details also coming out on those WhatsApp groups. And I've personally seen a company who was about to launch an IPO, and they realized that all their financials are already spreading across. And that company is still waiting for it even after 3 years. So it boils down to not just the technology stack, but the trust you have on your employees and the trust which employees have on you. Because they're working with sensitive information every day. And that sensitive information is available every day, every time on your handset these days. So how do you make sure that when you try to think of 10x growth, the 10x issues will also come up?
That's great, Jasprit. I think you have touched upon two very important things, technology and trust. Technology we all talk about, but trust is probably, this is the first time you would have heard how important it is to create a culture of integrity and trust. Both go hand in hand because trust can't be a one-way street. So creating a culture where there is high premium on integrity, and then the company can create that environment when you can trust the employees, only then you can scale. In fact, a lot of people say, there is some research on this. The reason India was, कहते थे ना हम कि हम सोने की चिड़िया थे, but we lost out. We were the world's largest economy, but we lost out. Why? Because we made finest handmade carpets. We made finest handmade guns, but we could not mass produce. Because fine handmade बनाने के लिए one person is enough. You need great art and one person का head knowledge. But to mass produce, you need ability to get people together. And when you need collaboration, you need trust and you need integrity. So I think, how do you build culture in that? That's the foundation of any great companies. On that note, I will come to you, Sharos, on your business, Meena Bazaar, if you can talk about it, and what you have seen from your perspective as the cornerstone of scaling or even going global.
Hi. So I think in continuation with what Jaspreet ji is saying, giving playground to your employees, but with the strong processes, so that your core information of the company will not leaked out, or it will not going to be, what I can say, exploited. It is more. It is the most important thing in any of the organization. But yes, you have to trust your employees. You have to give the playground to let them play with that area. Secondly, coming on to the expansion part, what we are doing right now is expanding what stores numbers we have in 2022. We have doubled the number in 2023 already, and now we are exploring things for globally as well. So what right now what we are doing, we have an e-commerce website called meenabazaar.com. We taking out the data from last 7 or 8 years, and it will be a driven process strategy where we can, machine will going to tell me that yes, your first store should be in Dubai or in Canada or in UK. So again, technology is again playing an important role in selecting that down global country where I can put up a new store or first store of Meena Bazaar. So that's how we are evolving with the data, with the machine learning, and with the AI. So this is how we are running right now.
I'll come back to you on other elements of the scaling. It's a complex business, but let's hear from all the panelists first. So Paritosh, coming to you. What would you like to say from your experience of scaling? What was the most important thing in your scaling journey so far? And more importantly, what do you think will be important going forward?
Sure. So सबसे पहले नमस्कार आप सभी को. मेरा नाम पारितोष शर्मा है and I'll set a very quick context. मैं MBA Plus नाम का एक बिजनेस स्कूल चलाता हूँ जहाँ पे हम हिंदी भाषा में भारत देश के टियर 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 शहरों में हज़ारों लोगों को हिंदी भाषा में बिजनेस करना सिखाते हैं अपने ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज के द्वारा. Now, I'll treat this as my MBA Plus mini lecture right now, right? तो मैं आप लोगों के फ़ायदे की बात करूँगा, not मेरे फ़ायदे की. आई थिंक इस सेशन से पहले एक सेशन हुआ था जिसमें बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एक वर्ड यूज़ किया गया था फंडिंग के दौरान, को लेवरेज, राइट? तो सबसे पहली चीज़ आप लोगों को अपना बिजनेस ग्रो करने के लिए, सिर्फ ग्रोथ, आई विल नॉट टॉक अबाउट स्केल, क्योंकि मैंने अभी तक उतना स्केल नहीं किया है. हम सिर्फ 1.5 साल पुरानी कंपनी है और स्केल की मेरी डेफिनेशन कुछ और ही डिफरेंट. ऑफकोर्स स्केल इज़ ह्यूज, स्केल इज़ मैसिव, राइट? एक भारत जैसे देश में रहकर ऑफकोर्स 140 करोड़ लोगों के देश में आप स्केल हैज़ अ डिफरेंट डेफिनेशन. सो ग्रोथ के लिए सबसे पहली चीज़ लेवरेज पे ध्यान दीजिए, और लेवरेज 4 चीज़ों का होता है जिसको मैं कहता हूँ PTMT, विच इज़ पीपल, टाइम, मनी एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. लोग, पैसा, समय और टेक्नोलॉजी, बस यही 4 चीज़ें हैं जिसको आप लेवरेज कर सकते हो, राइट? जैसे आज मुकेश अंबानी जी कर सकते हैं फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट? इन मेनी वेज. सो दैट्स नंबर 1. सो अगर आप लेवरेज नहीं कर रहे हैं तो आप वैसे भी ग्रो नहीं कर रहे हैं. इट फंडामेंटली गोज विदाउट सेइंग. एंड लेवरेज कैसे करेंगे? लेवरेज के लिए आपको कोई बहुत बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. आज जैसे मेरा वेंचर है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैं ऑनलाइन पढ़ाता हूँ. आज हमारी कंपनी में फंडामेंटली सिर्फ 2 लोग हैं, सिर्फ 2 फुल टाइम एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं, और बाकी हम क्या करते हैं, आज 8,500 लोग हैं जिन्होंने जो पे करके हमारे कोर्सेज लेते हैं पूरे भारत देश के अंदर, राइट? और करोड़ों मिनट की वीडियोस देखी जाती हैं फेसबुक, यूट्यूब पे एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, ऑल विदाउट स्पेंडिंग एनी मनी, बाय द वे. इसको कहते हैं लेवरेज. तो आप लेवरेज कीजिए मीडिया को, आप लेवरेज कीजिए सोशल मीडिया को, आप लेवरेज कीजिए PTMT को. दैट्स नंबर 1. नंबर 2 इज, क्योंकि आपने सर ग्रोथ की बात की, तो वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट विच वॉज पॉइंट नंबर 2, दैट यू सेड मार्केट, राइट? सो हाउ डू यू गो टू मार्केट फास्टर? आपको, जैसे सर ने बोला कि मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का बिजनेस करता हूं, तो आपको 2 चीज़ें बहुत ज़रूरी हैं समझनी, 2 D समझ लीजिए. पहला D है डिमांड, दूसरा D है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. आप जो भी काम करें सबसे पहले ये बात समझ जाइए उसकी डिमांड कितनी है तो हर चीज़ की डिमांड, आइसक्रीम की भी है और कुल्फ़ी की भी है, राइट? लेकिन फंडामेंटली डिमांड कितनी है वो समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है. दूसरा है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. अगर डिमांड है तो क्या मेरे पास उस डिमांड तक पहुंचने की ताकत है? डू आई हैव दैट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैपेबिलिटी? क्योंकि बहुत सारे बिजनेस ओनर्स गलती यहीं पे कर जाते हैं, दैट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बहुत महंगी पड़ जाती है बाद में, राइट? आपको पहले लगता है जी मैंने गूगल पे मान लीजिए 100 रुपये खर्च किए एड्स लगाने में, बट वो 100 होता नहीं है, वो 1000 कब पहुंच जाएगा आपको पता नहीं लगेगा. सो वंस योर कैक फंडामेंटली ग्रोज, आपका रिटेंशन बहुत कम हो जाता है ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, राइट? सो यू हैव टू फंडामेंटली चेक दैट आउट. एंड मेरा लास्ट थॉट आप लोगों को बहुत सिंपल है. अपना बिजनेस जब आप ग्रो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, 1 से 2 जा रहे हैं या 2 से 5 या 5 से 10, सिर्फ एक चीज़ पे ध्यान दीजिए जिस पर मैं भी हमेशा ध्यान देता हूँ और सभी लोगों को बोलता हूँ, विच इज़ 1 KPI. जनरली हम बिजनेस ओनर्स ना फैंसी डैशबोर्ड्स बना के ना हम बड़े खुश होते हैं, हमें मज़ा आता है कि यार 10 नंबर थे भाई, मज़ा आ रहा है, फील आ रही है आज, राइट। लेकिन सर ने बहुत अमेजिंग बात बोली। इन्होंने कहा कि मीना बाजार में, अगर आप सबकॉन्शियसली इनका थॉट सुनो तो इन्होंने कहा कि मीना बाजार को हम लोगों ने 2022 में जितने स्टोर्स थे, 2023 में हमने ऑलरेडी वो नंबर डबल कर दिया है। सो ही स्पोक अबाउट वन नंबर, he said just one number. He could have spoken about 10 more numbers, but subconsciously as a business head in his mind, his company has trained him to seek one number out, right? So seek that one number out for yourself. वो revenue हो सकता है, वो growth हो सकती है, वो people growth, whatever is important for you. So one KPI. तो quickly revise कर देते हैं. PTMT, which is leverage. Second is demand and distribution, and third is one KPI. मेरे ख्याल से अगर आप ये तीन चीज़ों का मिश्रण बना के रखेंगे, you would fundamentally just grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Paritosh. You packed in lot of advice in a few minutes. Coming to you, Sahil. I think first, why don't you tell us a little bit about Livofy? और अभी आपका जो experience है उसके basis पे, what have you learned about growing a small business?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me as a part of this discussion. Really having a great time learning from fellow speakers as well. So hello everyone, my name is Sahil and I am the founder of Livofy. So we're a healthcare tech company that helps people in remission and sustenance of various chronic ailments like diabetes, thyroid, PCOS, obesity, fatty liver, hypertension through integrative care, which is right nutrition and supplementation, and we leverage technology to be able to do so. So हमारा core is leveraging technology, right processes to help people at scale basically, right? And just topping up on different points that Piyush ji kind of raised and fellow panelists kind of raised, right? So I will share my experience of bootstrapping the company for 2.5 years, going to Shark Tank also, you're also there on Shark Tank, to eventually raising seed capital also. So first of all, I think जो आपने बात की पहले कि when should one look to raise capital, we spoke about SME, IPOs as a mean to kind of raise capital as well, right? So before how to raise capital, one should exactly know when they should raise capital in the first place, right? So one of the major things that I see entrepreneurs go wrong is including me that लोगों को लगता है कि business start करते ही capital raise करने की ज़रूरत है, right? So you have to first understand your nature of business. You need to understand ये business bootstrap ही better चलेगा या फिर इसके लिए capital raise करने की ज़रूरत है in the first place basically, right? So that's the first and foremost thing that you really need to kind of think of, right? In my business journey, after 2.5 years of bootstrapping, I realized कि the amount of technology investment that is needed is so high that technology will become a moat या फिर advantage or unfair advantage for me as a business, and that is the point where I decide that I will need to raise capital, right? Again, capital raise करने के भी SME IPO is one way. मैंने private market से capital raise की थी, so we raised about 4.5 to 5 crores in capital, and there are essentially typically 3 ways to raise capital, and capital can be either through equity where जहाँ अपनी कंपनी की हिस्सेदारी दे रहे हो, it could be through debt where you are liable to pay the money back, or it could be through a convertible note. Convertible note slightly more technical, but just to put it simply is that it's a debt instrument that converts to equity. Happy to talk offline about it. But in 3 means of capital के purposes जो होते हैं वो different, like purpose align क्या होता है कि आपने capital use करने to get your business to invest in technology, products, or to grow significantly. And second, which Paritosh ji very rightly kind of put, was to get leverage, right? So जब मैंने investment raise की थी, it was a mix of people who could invest capital for their capital कि उनका capital से उसकी leverage होगी कि मैं पैसा use कर सकता हूँ. But second was capital to get distribution, right? So because I'm in the healthcare space, I got strategic investors on board who could help me partner with hospitals, doctors, insurance companies, so they could open up distribution when CACs eventually get high, right? So it's very important for one to know, एक तो आपको पैसा raise करने की ज़रूरत है कि नहीं है, right? अगर आपको जानना है तो फिर आपको ये देखना है कि आपको कितना रेस करने की जरूरत है, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड द थर्ड इज कौन सा इंस्ट्रूमेंट यूज करना आता है, वो जरूरत है. और चौथी बात ये आती है कि आपको किससे रेस करने की जरूरत है बेसिकली, राइट? हु डू यू वांट टू रेस फ्रॉम, राइट? डू यू जस्ट वांट द मनी फॉर मनी और डू यू वांट द कलर ऑफ मनी टू प्ले इट्स पार्ट एज वेल, राइट? सो जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट से फॉर एग्जांपल ग्लोबल एक्सपेंशन, राइट? सो बिफोर आई स्टार्ट माय हेल्थकेयर कंपनी आई वाज वर्किंग इन अ यूएस हेल्थकेयर बेस्ड फर्म, राइट? सो द आइडिया इज दैट इफ फ्रॉम नाउ आई डिसाइड दैट मेरा इंडिया का फुटप्रिंट इज डीप इनफ एंड आई वांट टू गो टू यूएस, my first people to raise would be from the company where I was previously employed, who can certainly help me with distribution outside of India, right? So strategic investors are great people to help you with foot in the door in terms of opening doors for you, getting the right conversations in place for you, so that you don't have to work and your product can do the talking with the right strategic people, there for you basically, right? So these would be my 2 cents, which can help you kind of eventually grow your company. So yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sahil. I think you gave some very valuable advice on importance or around raising capital, that you shouldn't just run after money. There are nuances to it. Other than money that we all hear about when people have small businesses in particular, is finding people, right? So scaling is all about, right? You know, we talked about trust and so on, but trust तब करोगे जब आपके पास आदमी होगा trust करने के लिए, right? So how do you find the right kind of people who can help you give leverage? Now, for a global corporation, once you have scaled, it's very easy. Everybody wants to work for Google, right? Obviously the bar keeps going up, but frankly, you always have a queue of people wanting to work, right? And there is ability to pay. But let's talk about a small business, right? When you don't have a brand, when you don't have the ability to pay top dollar, what are the tricks have you used to attract the talent, right? Let's start there. Paritosh, maybe although you have small full-time, but maybe you can talk about it, and I would love to hear from you, Sharoz, as well. Although you're more like a mid-sized, scaled-up business.
सो आई थिंक यहाँ पे ना मैं हमेशा एक एग्जांपल यूज़ करता हूँ जो मैं एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिकली भी यूज़ करता हूँ. तो आप सब लोगों से एक सवाल है मेरा. आपने आज तक, और ये धर्म से जुड़ा नहीं है बट ये प्रैक्टिकल फैक्ट है, किसी भी गुरुद्वारे में या किसी भी मंदिर में लंगर या भोज बंद होते हुए देखा है? नहीं ना? नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली नॉट, राइट? कोविड के समय में बंद नहीं हुए थे. क्यों बंद नहीं हुए थे? तो बहुत सारे लोग इसका एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, भाई पैसा है, ये है, वो नहीं. एक्चुअली संगत सेवा करती है. So संगत is a Hindi word. आप इसको अंग्रेजी में बोल लीजिए तो community, right? I mean, if we were to talk in more fancy terms. So किसी भी छोटे business owner को अगर top dollars जो नहीं pay कर सकता, उसको अच्छे लोग लेकर आने हैं ना, तो सबसे पहले ट्रस्ट का एक बेसिक मैनिफेस्टेशन होता है जिसको कहते हैं संगत या कम्युनिटी. क्या आप में वो ताकत है, क्या आपके मिशन में वो ताकत है कि लोग आपसे जुड़ेंगे या नहीं? सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, the last year when I left my job where I was fundamentally working, right, मेरे पास नेक्स्ट एक सैलरी का ऑफर था जो बहुत ही अच्छा था, लाइक बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा था, राइट? और मेरे पास जो दूसरी चॉइस थी वो ये थी कि सो आई एम 38 टुडे, क्या मैं अपना बाकी सारा जीवन इस देश को पढ़ाने में लगा दूँ, राइट? सो 2 choices were there. And of course, the first choice, my family was very clear, यार पहली choice ले, मतलब अच्छा खासा पैसा मिल रहा है, क्या पागल हो गया तू, right? But when the mission, the calling was much more stronger, a lot of people joined together. Phenomenal set of people joined together, right? And by the way, वो लोग पैसा भी देते हैं, वो लोग आपकी ग्रोथ में भी हेल्प करते हैं, exactly just like you said, right? उनको आप strategic investors कह लो. So आप में हिम्मत होनी चाहिए और वो दम होना चाहिए कम्युनिटी बिल्ड करने का. एंड कम्युनिटी बिल्ड तब नहीं होती जब आप अपना बिजनेस शुरू करते हो. कम्युनिटी बिल्ड तब से होती है जब आपके पास सपना शुरू होता है. जिस दिन सपना लेना शुरू कर दिया ना, उस दिन वैसे लोगों के साथ मिलना शुरू कर दो. Such that the day you will start your business, at least you would have those 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 or maybe 1,000 people. और इसका सबसे अच्छा तरीका आपको बताऊं, कुछ भी नहीं, जैसे आज इस हॉल में बैठे हो, अपना फोन उठाओ, एक सेल्फी वीडियो शूट कर दो. Tell the world, go on YouTube, go on Facebook, tell the world that you want to do this someday. कभी तो करोगे जाके, right? आप देखोगे that आज वो आपने बीज बोया होगा, अगले 3 महीने में, 6 महीने, 9 महीने, whenever you start your business, you would grow. I by the way did this. So I started with Facebook live sessions almost about 2 years back. मैं Facebook live किया करता था, 4 लोग देखते थे मेरे Facebook live. एक दिन मैं Facebook live कर रहा था, 20 लोगों ने देखा, मैंने कहा भाई साहब 5x की ग्रोथ हो गई, राइट? और आज जब लोग देखते हैं, so of course there are thousands and thousands of people that watch any live session. So where I'm coming from is, शुरुआत तो छोटी होगी, लेकिन अब वो हज़ारों लोग, ज़रूरी नहीं है मेरे पेड यूजर्स हों, लेकिन वो हज़ारों लोग आज मैं कहूँ तो काम करने को भी तैयार होंगे एट अ लेसर सैलरी, राइट? सो अगर आप संगत बिल्ड कर लो तो आपका लंगर चलता रहेगा. एंड दैट्स माय फंडामेंटल थॉट प्रोसेस.
ग्रेट थॉट. आई थिंक तो पहला चीज़ तो ये कि आपको अपने आप में, अपने आइडिया में और अपने बिजनेस में खुद बिलीफ होना चाहिए, राइट? यू शुड बी विलिंग टू ईट द फूड यू आर गोइंग टू प्रिपेयर इन योर किचन, राइट? और वो भरपूर कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए कि पहले दिन अगर कोई भी नहीं आया तो भी आप दूसरे दिन भी अपनी दुकान खोलेंगे, राइट? तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं होगा तब तक कोई आएगा नहीं. सो दे आर ऑल्सो वॉचिंग यू कि आपको खुद पे कितना भरोसा है बिफोर यू आस्क देम टू ट्रस्ट यू. सो एनी आइडियाज फ्रॉम यू साहिल? आप भी एक लोगों को हायर करने के लिए स्ट्रगल करते होंगे, आप क्या करते हैं?
यस यस एब्सोल्युटली. आई थिंक काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं जो मैंने सीखी हैं, एंड interestingly हमें hiring challenge नहीं हुआ basically. People have taken big pay cuts to join us, so and I think there are multiple things that I have learned and I've spoken to people who have joined us कि यार हमने क्यों join कर लिया basically, right? कुछ तो सोचा होगा basically, right? So there are a couple of things that I've seen as a repeated factor that, people look at when they join, especially the first few hires, right? So first is they want to sense authenticity in the person, right? They want to see that is the person really honest about the problem statement? Is the person really honest that he generally cannot pay right now at an early stage, right? That is one thing that they really want to see, right? Second thing that I've seen is that people also look for the fact that has the person had proxies of excellence in their past, which can make the person, trustable enough right now, right? So whether it could be a good college, whether it could be good work experience, or whether it could be things that you've done in your past that can speak for themselves, that can make the person trust you, basically, right? So that I think is very important. Third thing that I would say is depth in the problem statement, right? So I feel that whether it is depth in terms of how big this opportunity is, how big can this become, are you able to communicate that well enough or not? And most importantly, good storytellers always are able to get good hires. Are you a good enough storyteller that you can actually communicate things in a very top-down manner that people think of you for days even after you've told them, right? So they're actually thinking of other offers, but the only person that they can think of you is you because you told a good story. And fourth is that does the employee generally feel that I can exponentially gain in one of the aspects, and one of the aspects could be the kind of people that this founder is going to attract. I'm going to learn from a lot. Second is, do I have some disproportionate gain in terms of finances, right? So say, for example, if somebody's at, say, X LPA salary, if I give maybe 5 LPA lesser, right? In exchange for that 5 LPA, do I have maybe an ESOP, a growth for opportunity that 2-3 years down, I see a 10x or 15x return or not, or 20x return or not, right? So I'm very objective to people, especially to senior hires who work with us, that, this is the Excel sheet, this is the pay cut that I'm giving. I'm giving it because I can generally not do it right now, and they understand. And I say that this is the X amount of ESOP that I give to you that can eventually, give you a 10x or 15x or 20x return about. And I ask them, what is the disproportionate return that you feel for yourself, right? And everybody has their own triggers, right? So if you are going to seek to an employee, before you tell your own story, reverse engineer and ask them what are the things that matter to them, right? So some people say that, hey, I have been in a lot of companies and I've not learned at all, right? No things that I can learn. So learning is the trigger for them. So you get them sold on that, right? Some people say that, hey, I've been growing linearly in my salary. I get a 10-15% appraisal, 20% appraisal. But now I want to aim big. I'm okay with, a 50% cut in my salary, but I want a 20x return, right? So I want to aim big in terms of money, right? And third could be, I want to have a big hierarchy. I want to be known in the long run, and I think you can complement my skill. There are a lot of failed entrepreneurs who come to us and say that, I've tried business in the past, it's not worked for me. Maybe you could be the one complimenting me. I want to be a part of this journey, right? So understand from them first and reverse engineer the right triggers that they want to hear, and genuinely believe that, you can actually get you there, right? So I think these 4 or 5 things have always helped us get the right people, at the right points in time, basically. So yeah.
So what specific trick works could be different for different people in terms of attracting. But I think one thing which is clear is that hiring the top talent, hiring the right talent has to be a top priority. In fact, I remember from my own experience about 20 years back, I was like, an associate in a consulting firm, and the MD of the company, the consulting firm, it was a fairly large consulting firm, and I wanted to move to another firm. And he called me for lunch saying, explain to me, why are you moving? So I told him this, that. So he said, think about it. He called me for lunch 3 times, and he spent time with me, a couple of hours each time, trying to understand why I was leaving and why, I should stay and all that. Finally, I told him that, look, you are the MD of this firm. I'm like a junior person in this thing. Why are you wasting time on me, right? Let me go. He said, my only job is to, hold on to people and understand why they want to leave, or how I can make them stay. I have spoken to many startup founders, and the most successful ones say that 80% of the time they spend on is just finding, recruiting, getting good talent and keeping them happy. Sales, operations, sab ho jayega. The problem a lot of smart entrepreneurs make, the mistake they make is that they think कि ये hiring वगैरह HR का job है. People, इसमें मजा नहीं आता, मुझे business करना है, sales करना है, right? So I think this is one important advice, that to be a successful entrepreneur at the growth journey stage, you have to make hiring your #1 priority. So I think on that note, let's take a different topic, which is kind of a age, and I particularly wanted to hear from you, Jaspreet. You coming from technology world, right? We all hear about AI, ChatGPT, and all that. It is intimidating for a lot of small businesses. यार हम इसका क्या करें? मतलब सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है, पर इसका हम क्या कर सकते हैं? What is practical advice you can give to an SME that how can they use the emerging AI technology tools that कहाँ से शुरू करें और क्या use कर सकते हैं वो?
See, AI looks very fascinating, right? 6 महीने पहले शायद मुझे भी नहीं पता था what is large language model, right? Everybody started learning about it, everybody started hearing about it by the buzzword ChatGPT and everything, right? But it just doesn't end there by knowing what is ChatGPT and what it can do for you, right? The main and the fundamental question is whether you need it or not, whether you need it at this stage or whether you may need it in future, right? Probably this is a stage wherein if you put in more of your sweat and less of technology sweat, you may be more successful, right? Because whenever we are talking about AI, there is a fundamental risk of your own data getting out of AI hands as well, right? It can hallucinate. It can convince you on something which doesn't even exist, right? Like you may be the president of the United States, right? So the idea is AI will obviously change our lives. It is that same tipping point what we experienced back in 2013, 2014 when smartphones came in India, right? For the first time, when we all moved from Blackberries to Androids and iOS, right? So AI is still at that point. But the whole idea is that, yes, it can fundamentally help any small business man or a small business woman. I have worked with, micro SMEs as well, who don't even know how to write, let's say, a product description themselves. Or they only know their own native languages, but don't know how to translate that in English. Because the search engines will only understand English. They will only know the keywords which are in English. Your customers will probably put in the search words in English only, right? So what about that guy who's sitting probably in Orissa and he wants to sell his product? That is where AI can help you with those very, very basic use cases like help me write a product description, help me suggest some keywords which will help me sell my product globally, and take, let's say, better photographs of my product, maybe edit my photographs for me, right? Maybe free of cost as well. Those can be very, very basic things for which AI can be used by anybody today, right? Whenever we are talking about an organization which has grown in size, an organization which has probably, let's say, 100 people, 200 people, that's when you have to put in boundaries of AI as well. That whether AI is allowed to do specific things or not. Like, I remember this large electronic giant, one of the sales team, they uploaded an Excel sheet on ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT to create a presentation or a summary of that Excel sheet. That Excel sheet had all the part numbers of every product which they owned. That part numbers got, or I should simply say, all those details are publicly available today. You can actually do that search yourself, right? Their entire electronic giant had to block ChatGPT the next day itself. So there are positives of using AI and there are repercussions of using AI as well. Maybe for a small business owner, it might not make sense to go full on. But yeah, there will be use cases for a small business owner versus the use cases for large business enterprise as well. They are totally different.
Maybe a small business owner can ask ChatGPT, what can I use ChatGPT for? So on that note, Shahruz, so, every small business, right, like think of it, right, somebody opens a shop. Everybody dreams कि आज मैंने एक दुकान खोली है, कल को मेरी इसकी chain बनाऊंगा. एक restaurant खोला है, इसको कल को McDonald's की तरह मेरे लाखों restaurant होंगे, right, and make it a corporate. But we all know कि 99% of businesses don't go from one shop to a retail chain, one restaurant to a restaurant chain. Or when they try to scale, they start losing money. They are able to run one successfully, but they're not able to run 5 successfully, right? From your experience, and we talked about a couple of things, technology, trust, so on. But आप थोड़ा और इसमें बता सकते हैं कि since you have a chain, a retail chain which runs successfully, multi-location, क्या करना होता है to go from 1 to 10? किन चीजों का ध्यान रखना है?
So we are on 52 stores right now, and by 2024 March, we will be crossing almost 70 stores. So that's the speed we are on right now, but that's not the reality 2 years back down the line when we are struggling in COVID, because whatever be the stores we have that been shut down in COVID and lots of employees we are having a burden on that, on the company actually. So the important thing is the process. Process is the key to taking down this brand to that height. होता क्या है कि हम लोग प्रोसेस एक स्टोर को चलाने के लिए बनाते हैं, बट हमें बनाना है कि हमारा विजन क्या है बेसिकली. अगर हमें 100 स्टोर खोलने हैं तो हमारा प्रोसेस भी उसी हिसाब से अलाइन होना चाहिए. वी कांट रन अ बिजनेस when we draw a process for one store, it can't be what I can say replicate to the 200 stores. So we have to draw a process and evolve that process time by time. So what we have done is like, we use lots of video in terms of educating our employees. So छोटा भी कोई process होगा हम उसका वीडियो बना देते हैं. उसका वीडियो बनाकर हम लोग we have a WhatsApp group, mentor group. So we posted that video on that particular group so that everybody in the organization can see that thing. And because visualization is the fastest way to learn the things, rather than giving them the theory of papers, so वो काम नहीं करेगा. So you have to create a visualization of every process, a minute process. हम लोग हायरिंग में भी यही करते हैं. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर हमें कंटेंट राइटर हायर करना है, सो वी क्रिएट अ वीडियो कि यार हमें ये चाहिए, हमारा ये एम है मीना बाजार का. सो अगेन द कनेक्शन दैट इज गोइंग टू बी मेड आफ्टर दैट वीडियो ना, वो कभी भी नहीं बन पाएगा. आप अगर व्हाट आई कैन से कि उसको अगर थियोरेटिकली अगर हम देखें, रिज्यूमे देख के अगर हम उसको हायर करेंगे तो वो कभी भी कनेक्शन नहीं बन पाएगा. सो दैट्स द मेन इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग विच वी रियली टेक इन टू कंसिडरेशन.
No, Shahroj, I love that point you talked about, this thing around process and scaling. It reminded me, somebody told me, right, कि अगर आपको हाथी बनाना है तो you can't say that elephant is just a large mouse. So you can't take the process which works at the mouse level and say कि अब मैं 1000 चूहे खड़ा कर दूंगा तो उनको जोड़ के हाथी बना दूंगा. You have to create a completely different blueprint if you are thinking scale. The process which works at scaled up level.
एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ मैं इसमें ऐड करना चाहूँगा. ओनर्स, बिजनेस ओनर्स का जो छोटे एसएमईज हैं, उनका प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो ये चाहते हैं कि सेल भी मैं कर लूँ, मार्केटिंग भी मैं कर लूँ, ऑपरेशंस भी मैं चला लूँ, सारी चीज़ें मैं चला लूँगा. वो सामने वाला जो मैंने रखा है ना, दैट इज़ अ डमी. डोंट डू दैट. प्लीज़ डेलीगेट दैट थिंग टू दैट पर्सन, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली यू आर अ स्ट्रेटेजी मेकर. You don't have to involve in all these day-to-day, what I can say, operations or sales and marketing kind of a thing.
Exactly, and that's why we come back to the point that therefore your job at that point to be finding more people like you, more of those sales people who can do the job, more of those marketing people, etc. And thinking, because yes, you can run one shop being everything from front manager to operations, but you cannot run 100 shops being everything. So it's a different design. See, I think we have covered a good range of points on scaling. I just wanted to give the opportunity to the audience, given the range of experience we have, अगर किसी के कोई सवाल हैं specifically इस panel के लिए.
Up and you are only one founder and you are just going in that first year of stress, you have to do everything. And then you are talking about a vision which you want to be an international company with 500 people across the globe. So how do you get that first set of co-founders who will understand your vision? I understand Sahil's point, you tell the story, right? I do tell my story as well. But because the passion and the vision as a founder you have, you cannot replicate that passion along with the skills you want to complement with you. So any suggestions on that part? Thank you.
So I'll start with, so I've got 2 points on this, right? In fact, one of the thoughts, sir, that we've just discussed here, मैं उस पे भी ना आप लोगों को कुछ share करना चाहता हूँ. So my last startup, which was accelerated by Intel in Berkeley in Silicon Valley, it failed. I failed there. I failed to raise funds. मैं भारत वापस आया. वहाँ से मैंने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ सीखी. तो हम लोग ना भारत में प्रोसेस की आपने बात की, हम लोग ना प्रोडक्ट वाइज नहीं सोचते, हम सर्विसेज फर्स्ट सोचते हैं, राइट? और हमें लगता है कि हर प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन बंदे हायर कर लो, लोग और हायर कर लो तो उसका सोल्यूशन बन जाएगा. मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. मैं एक बड़ी पेमेंट कंपनी के साथ काम किया करता था, विदाउट नेमिंग द कंपनी ऑफ कोर्स, वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, उनके इंडिया ऑफिस में, उनके भारत के ऑफिस में। और एक दिन ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर का सीईओ आया उस कंपनी में एंड उसने बोला, भाई तुम्हारी ये 800 लोगों की सेल्स टीम क्या कर रही है यहाँ पे, राइट? हमने कहा भाई ऑन बोर्डिंग सब कुछ करना होता है कंपनी के लिए, राइट? एंड यू नो व्हाट दैट ग्लोबल सीईओ डिड, अगले ही दिन उस कंपनी के को फाउंडर को सैक कर दिया गया था। आई टेल यू व्हाई। तो हम लोग जो एक गलती करते हैं वो ये कि हमें लगता है हर प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन है और ज़्यादा लोग हायर कर लो, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ लोग कम सैलरी पे भी मिल जाते हैं, राइट? लेकिन हमें प्रोडक्ट वाइज पहले सोचना होगा। आपको जो भी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है आपके बिजनेस के अंदर, सर फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट, थिंक प्रोडक्ट फर्स्ट। उसका फंडामेंटल ये है कि आप कम लोगों को हायर करके कम लोगों के साथ कैसे ज़्यादा तेज़ी से स्केल कर सकते हो, राइट? बिकॉज पीपल, I don't want to talk about in that context, but fundamentally people are the problems. It's not negative. It's in the context, for example, लोग बीमार होंगे, of course होंगे, लोगों की ईगो होगी, of course होगी, लोगों में पॉलिटिक्स होगी, of course होगी, मशीन्स में नहीं होगी, right? So try thinking product first. That's number one. जो आप already कर रहे हो, मेरी आपसे बात हुई, आप ऐप बना रहे हो and so on and so forth. Second most important thing, जो सर ने भी बोला and which is what I'm going to double up. आप अपनी कंपनी की शुरू करने से पहले ना दुनिया में कम से कम 1 लाख लोगों को ना आपका विजन पता होना चाहिए, और विजन ना एकदम आत्मा की लेवल की आवाज से आना चाहिए। इट हैज टू कम फ्रॉम इनसाइड यू। आग लगनी चाहिए लोगों में कि यार ये बंदा ना सॉलिड है, जिस दिन ये शुरू करेगा मैं इसके साथ जुड़ के काम करूंगा, चाहे सैलरी ना मिले, मैं पहले फ्री में काम करूंगा। फिर वही बात आ गई, गुरुद्वारों में जाके जब लोग जूते भी साफ करते हैं उनको पैसा नहीं मिलता है वो करने का, राइट? आप सेवा कर रहे हो। सो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि हमारे देश में ना एक कॉन्सेप्ट सालों सालों से एग्जिस्ट करता है, एंड दैट इज सेवा। अगर आप में दम है, Now I'm putting it back to you as a founder, from a founder to a founder. अगर आप में दम है ना तो लोग सेवा करेंगे आपके साथ जुड़ के, लेकिन अगर आप में दम नहीं है, और now putting this layer of trust over it, sir, which is कि authenticity and trust अगर हुआ तो फिर सर लोग आपके साथ काम करेंगे। और अगर लोगों को सिर्फ यही समझ आ जाएगा ना यार ये हमारा फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं, ये खुद पैसे कमाएगा, हमें कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, हम तो सेवा के नाम पे बस सर्टिफिकेट ले जाएंगे बाद में, राइट? Nobody would come and work with you. For me, the first hires have come exactly this way. There has been no other way. For me personally, if anybody here has a different thought and context, maybe Sahil does.
Yeah, I'll just add to what you said, right? So, early stage में ना मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि delegation 3 तरीके की होती है. I think people talked about delegation, right? So, जब early stage of the company है, आप delegation को 3 तरीके के देखिए. एक होती है delegation to execute on your behalf, जहाँ पर आपको freshers who you need to execute operational stuff. The second is delegate to take decisions on your behalf, जहाँ पर आपको decision makers चाहिए on your behalf. And third is delegation for leadership roles, where you need people to be extremely motivated. They need to speak like you, talk like you, and should be able to drive strategic decisions like you do, basically, right? And early stage of the company में, you have to first recognize आपको किस तरीके के लोग चाहिए, basically, right? जब तक आप वो recognize नहीं करेंगे, तब तक आप लोग ही गलत hire कर रहे होंगे, basically, right? So अगर आप कोई delegate to execute on your behalf पे देख रहे हैं, उनका motivation mostly, I'm not generalizing, is mostly a certain compensation, and they should like the person, basically, right? Younger people like working with people who are young, who are not necessarily young, but people who are enthusiastic, who have a vision, as Paritosh rightly put, right? जैसे ही आप delegation to take decisions on your behalf पे ला रहे हैं, they have to feel that आप उनको quality decision making delegate कर रहे हैं, basically, right? And जैसे again पारितोष ने बोला कि अगर आप उनका फायदा उठा रहे हैं, उनको लग रहा है, basically आप उनको visibility नहीं दे रहे कि यार जो decision maker होगा वो smart होगा कि उसको पता होगा कि यार इसका फायदा उठाया जा रहा है, इसको disproportionate gain में actually visibility है कि नहीं है. वहाँ पर जब आप उनको जब तक concrete और honest visibility नहीं दोगे that they are actually going to create something larger than themselves, and you are the vehicle, they will not do it. And leadership people, you have to be very generous in terms of equity also, right? Like अगर आप कंजूसी कर रहे हैं in terms of, I think SME IPO में उन्होंने बोला कि leave something on the table for somebody else, right? So 100% of zero is zero only, right? So be very liberal in terms of giving equity, parting shares of your company, and making sure that they believe that if they stay in the company for the next 4-5 years, they will become something large, right? But category 2 and 3 जो है basically delegation to take decisions and delegate to who are leaders, delegate to take leadership decisions on on your behalf. They want to make sure that there is a disproportionate outcome that they can foresee, right? Large market, large enough moat. Why you? Why is there a founder market fit? Like, why will you be the one who will solve that problem? Is the market large enough or not, right? Is the founder have they represented, or is the person good enough to pivot or not, right? So वो category 2 and 3 के people ये आप में वो categories देखेंगे. So it's not just storytelling, but being very concrete, very deep in terms of giving them a roadmap or ability to pivot to get to a large enough outcome, basically, right? तो आपको वो अलग category को अलग-अलग तरीके से बात करने पड़ते हैं, which is also an entrepreneurship lesson कि everybody needs to hear a different story. So you have to make sure that you contextualize the story for different kind of people.
Thanks, Sahil. I think we are out of time. Just one last question and very quickly, and I think we will need to wrap up because we are like 5 minutes. We are already out of time. Sorry, I think you can maybe...
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was indeed a very engaging discussion. A huge round of applause for those very important takeaways. I would request Mr. Piyush Doshi to kindly felicitate all the guests here with us. Thank you, everyone. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture also. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a special presentation by Mr. Piyush Mishra, Advisor, Union Minister of State, MSME, Government of India, Co-founder, Net Zero India Foundation. Mr. Piyush Mishra, the stage is all yours.
यार वो पेज गिर गया मेरा. गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. फर्स्ट सेशन में मैंने आपको सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में बताया, सॉल्यूशंस के बारे में डिस्कशन करना हम लोग छोड़ दिए थे कि एट द एंड ऑफ द प्रोग्राम वी विल डिस्कस द सॉल्यूशन. ठीक है. सो बेसिकली हम लोग देख रहे हैं कितना अराउंड द वर्ल्ड क्राइसिस क्रिएट हो रखी है फॉर द क्लाइमेट चेंज. एंड रीज़न बड़ा सिंपल सा था कि भाई ऑलरेडी हमारी इंडस्ट्री, लोग, बिग इंडस्ट्री, सभी लोग मिलके पॉल्यूशन फैला रहे हैं. इवन मैं बड़ा एक छोटा सा नंबर दूंगा जो हम लोगों को शायद पता नहीं होता है, लेकिन हम लोग जाने में सारे लोग उसको कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं. जैसे 1 लीटर ऑफ पानी की जो बोतल है जब हमारी टेबल पे आती है तो 3 kg ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड छोड़ते हुए आती है. कैन यू इमेजिन अ नंबर 3 kg ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बाई जस्ट द कंजप्शन ऑफ 1 लीटर ऑफ वाटर बोतल. पानी की 1 लीटर की जो बोतल कार्बन छोड़ रही है उतना ही कार्बन हमारे उससे भी कम 2.76 kg ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड निकलता है जब हम 1 लीटर ऑफ पेट्रोल जलाते हैं. सो बेसिकली देख लिया जाए कि 1 लीटर जो हमें कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का उत्सर्जन हो रहा था, मतलब 1 लीटर के पेट्रोल या डीजल जलाने से उससे ज़्यादा कहीं पॉल्यूशन क्रिएट हो जाता है जब हम लोग 1 लीटर की पानी की बोतल ख़त्म कर देते हैं. सो इट्स ऑल अबाउट कि यार लोगों को पता ही नहीं है हम लोग कहाँ पॉल्यूशन फैला रहे हैं और कैसे कैसे फैला रहे हैं. सो बेसिकली उसी एम को कंप्लीट करने के लिए हम लोगों ने एक नेट जीरो इंडिया फाउंडेशन की शुरुआत की. नेट जीरो इंडिया फाउंडेशन इज़ अ कम्प्लीटली सेक्शन 8 कंपनी. and non-profit organization है which is closely working with the government to make India net zero. But जैसा कि सब लोग जानते हैं कि pollution एक borderless phenomena है, मतलब हम लोग इंडिया को कितना भी साफ कर लें लेकिन उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, क्योंकि अगर कार्बन का उत्सर्जन कहीं अमेरिका में भी हो रहा है तो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे ये इंडिया को भी उतना ही इक्वली हार्म पहुंचाएगा जितना भी अमेरिका को फैला रहा है, क्योंकि पॉल्यूशन तो किसी समय पर कंसंट्रेटेड हो सकता है, लेकिन जब हम कार्बन इंटेंसिटी के बारे में बात करते हैं वो एटमॉस्फेयर में जाके होमोजीनियस हो जानी है. सो बेसिकली उसी एम से हम लोगों ने पहले शुरुआत किया था नेट जीरो प्लानेट का. बट जब हम लोग इसमें बारीकी से स्टडी कर रहे थे तो हमें एक चीज़ समझ में आई कि अभी G20 होगा तो आप लोगों ने सबने देखा होगा कि वन अर्थ वन फैमिली का हम लोगों ने नारा दिया, जो कि हमारे पुरातन उससे निकल के आया हुआ है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, मतलब पूरा विश्व परिवार है. सो इंडिया या प्लानेट को मतलब इंडिया को साफ करने से कुछ नहीं होना, हमें प्लानेट के बारे में सोचना है. सो बेसिकली ये एक प्रकार से नेट जीरो प्लानेट का ही रूप है. बट बेसिकली क्या था कि हम लोग फोकस कर रहे थे कि ये भारत की तरफ से जाए, क्योंकि ये वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का नारा तो केवल भारत ही दे सकता था और किसी कंट्री ने कभी ना तो ऐसा नारा दिया ना इस पर किसी ने बात की. सो मेरे गुरुजी हैं, गुरुजी को जब मैं इस विज़न के बारे में बता रहा था सो बेसिकली उन्होंने मेरे से कहा कि यार व्हाई आर यू ओनली कंसंट्रेटिंग ऑन इंडिया, क्यों इसका मतलब तुम केवल देश की बात करते हो, जगह की बात करते हो या फिर अपने किसी रिलीजन की बात करने लगते हो. तुम्हें अपने आप को या फिर बाकी तुम्हारे सारे साथ में काम करने वाले लोग हैं ना, आपको कल्चर, रिलीजन, कास्ट, क्रीड इन सब से ऊपर उठना पड़ेगा, वैश्विक व्यवस्था में आना है, विश्व मानव क्रिएट करने हैं. तो उसी एम से हम लोगों ने इसकी शुरुआत की. और फिर देख रहा था मैं कि जब स्टडी कर रहे थे कि यार ये बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों के बारे में हम फोकस करते रहते हैं, तो ये बड़ी कंपनियों का जो स्कोप से इमिशंस है वो भी तो एमएसएमई से ही आ रहा है ना. तो बेसिकली जितना भी इमिशंस है वो तो छोटे छोटे लेवल पर क्रिएट हो रहा है. सो हम लोगों का पूरा प्रोजेक्शन था कि हम लोग एमएसएमई पे काम करें. इंडिया में इस समय करीब 60 मिलियन प्लस एमएसएमई है जो कि 100 मिलियंस ऑफ टन्स ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का उत्सर्जन कर रही होंगी. ठीक है, बट प्रोवाइडेड विद द क्या कहते हैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या कैपिटल दे. हम तो अभी बात कर रहे थे, काफ़ी देर से मैं सुन रहा था बाकी सारे पैनलिस्ट को, तो मैंने जैसे रूपसी नैयर मैम थी उनको भी सुना. तो बेसिकली हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि हमारे एमएसएमई में ना कैपिटल की बड़ी दिक्कत है. हम अपने डे टू डे बिजनेस के लिए जो रेगुलर बिजनेस ऑपरेशंस होते हैं उनके लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं कैपिटल रेस के लिए. सो बेसिकली उनको एक प्रकार से सस्टेनेबल बनाने के लिए पैसा कहाँ से आएगा, पहला क्वेश्चन तो यही आता है. लेकिन अगर हम लोग डीप डाइव करें तो एक प्रकार से देखा जाएगा या हम लोग देखेंगे खुद ही पाएंगे कि ये एक प्रकार से कोई एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं है, ये इन्वेस्टमेंट है. क्योंकि अभी आप जो फ्यूचर में देख रहे हैं कि जितने भी मतलब फॉरेन प्लेयर्स हैं या फॉरेन मतलब या इन्वेस्टमेंट है या किसी प्रकार का हम ये देख रहे हैं कि कोई एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है, तो सबको ये कंसिडरेशन कर रहे हैं सारे लोग कि इनके ESG कंप्लायंसेस कैसे हैं. ठीक है, ये इन्वायरमेंटल को कितना इम्पैक्ट पहुंचा रहे हैं या सोशली कितना साउंड है. सो बेसिकली क्या है कि हम लोग अगर मेन फोकस रखें तो हमारा जो कुछ भी इन्वेस्टमेंट होने वाला है वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़े कैपिटल मतलब गेन का एक तरीका बन रहा है. ठीक है, आप अगर देखें कि सबसे पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव था देखा जाए तो हमने जब जीरो दिया तो पूरे विश्व को ना गिनती आई थी. पूरा विश्व गिनती ही तब सीख पाया जब भारत ने जीरो दिया, अदरवाइज 9 पे ख़त्म हो जा रही थी गिनती. वैसे ही हम लोगों का कहना है कि हम जब नेट जीरो का कॉन्सेप्ट वर्ल्ड को देंगे तब पूरे वर्ल्ड में सस्टेनेबिलिटी आएगी. बिकॉज इस प्रॉब्लम को इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स कर दिया है डिस्कशन की वजह से. मैं देख पा रहा हूँ कि जब से UNEP बना, आपका UNFCCC बना, UNCBD बना, ठीक है, कई प्रकार के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बन गए, लेकिन एट द प्लेस ऑफ मतलब कि जिस समय पे कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का ऑक्सीजन मतलब CO2 इमिशंस कम होने चाहिए थे वो बढ़ ही रहे हैं. कुछ नहीं तो देखा जाए 2000 में 370 ppm हुआ करता था कार्बन का कंसंट्रेशन इन एटमॉस्फेयर पर, और इस समय पे ना 420 हो गया. सो ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनने का फिर उद्देश्य क्या रहा, उनका आउटकम क्या निकला कि इतने बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वजह जो बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स का रेस कर रहे हैं और उनको एक्सपेंड कर दे रहे हैं और घटने के बजाय बढ़ा जा रहा है नंबर्स। तो बेसिकली क्या है कि अप्रोच में है सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत कि हम लोग अप्रोच कैसे कर रहे हैं। हम एक एक प्रॉब्लम उठा रहे हैं और उसके अलग अलग मॉडल सिमुलेशन रन करते हैं। थिंक टैंक्स हैं बेसिकली बहुत सारे, तो मतलब इंडिया में 1000 थिंक टैंक होंगे जो मतलब केवल सोच रहे हैं और अपना सिमुलेशन या नंबर्स दे रहे हैं। उनका क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा पता ही नहीं है। और मोस्ट ऑफ द फंडिंग इज जस्ट क्या कहते हैं यूटिलाइज बाय दोज थिंक टैंक्स। तो बेसिकली क्या बातें हो रही सब जगह, काम कोई नहीं कर रहा है। लेकिन क्या कि कोरोना के टाइम में ना एक हमें ना रियल प्लेस दिखाया कि नेचर के सामने हम लोग ना कितने सिंपल है। आप देखेंगे कि मतलब कई सारे लोग बात करते रहते हैं कि हम प्लैनेट को एक्सप्लोड होने वाला है, प्लैनेट एक्सप्लोड होने वाला है या प्लैनेट मतलब ख़त्म होने वाला है, जो कि बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। क्योंकि नेचर ने ना आइस एज से लेके मीटेरॉइड से लेके जाने क्या क्या नहीं देखा अर्थ ने, ठीक है। बट क्या है कि वो हमेशा साइन ही करती जा रही है, बेटर ही होती जा रही है। और द डे नेचर ये रियलाइज़ कर लेगा कि ये हमें डैमेज पहुँचा रहे हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी विल बी वाइप्ड आउट। और वो एक छोटे से वायरस ने हम लोगों को इस पर जाके खड़ा कर दिया कि देखो हम कितने हेल्पलेस हैं, कि हम सब लोगों को घर के अंदर बंद हो जाना पड़ा। घर के अंदर भी मतलब क्या हर चीज़ के लिए मतलब दिक्कत ही थी कि हमारे सामने मतलब हमें नहीं पता होता था कि हम आज इससे बात कर रहे हैं कल वो हमें ज़िंदा मिलेगा भी कभी नहीं मिलेगा। हाँ मतलब सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत तो यही थी। और दिक्कत क्या थी यार, मैं तो रोज़ देख रहा था एक्चुअली पूरे ड्यूरेशन में मैं हेल्पलाइन चला रहा था। सो बेसिकली मेरे दिमाग में ना पूरा एक हेल्थ केयर की थीम बन रखी थी। सो बेसिकली हम लोग जब हेल्थ केयर में जाते हैं सबसे पहले क्या करते हैं, डायग्नोसिस करते हैं। सो हमने प्रॉब्लम को ना स्टेटमेंट में देखा कि हम अर्थ को ना सिक कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, अर्थ इज़ गेटिंग सिक, सो इट्स टाइम टू क्योर द इलनेस। सो बेसिकली जब हेल्थ केयर को हम लोगों ने पर्टिकुलरली एनालाइज किया, मैंने कोरोना के समय में काफ़ी ज़्यादा काम किया हुआ था मतलब सरकार के साथ में मिलके। सो सेम वे में हम लोगों ने प्लैनेट केयर स्टार्ट किया, ठीक है। नेट जीरो इंडिया इज गोइंग टू बिल्ड अ एंड टू एंड प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर द प्लैनेट केयर। अब बेसिकली क्या है कि जब भी हम लोग बीमार हो जाते हैं तो कहाँ जाते हैं, डॉक्टर के पास में, हॉस्पिटल में। सो बेसिकली हॉस्पिटल में पहुँच के जैसे हम हॉस्पिटल में डॉक्टर के पास पहुँचते हैं, डॉक्टर पहला स्टेप क्या करता है, मतलब बड़ा बेसिक सा कि जैसे ही मैं हॉस्पिटल पहुँचता हूँ या कोई भी पहुँचता है तो डॉक्टर क्या, आज के डॉक्टर कोई भी दवाई नहीं देते, ठीक है। पहले क्या करते हैं, साहब टेस्ट करा के आओ। टेस्ट कराते हैं तो हमें बेसिकली पता पड़ता है कि कमी कहाँ है, दिक्कत कहाँ है। सो बेसिकली यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने 2 टाइप के ना डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर बनाए, एक कार्बोनिल, एक 4.0। कार्बोनिल इज़ अ डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर फॉर इंडस्ट्री। इंडस्ट्री में कहाँ इमिशन हो रहे हैं, क्या कहाँ दिक्कत हो रही है, उन सबको एक प्रकार से डायग्नोस करने का काम ना कार्बोनिल कर रहा है। 4.0 है लोगों के लिए। हम लोग स्टडी कर रहे थे तो बेसिकली हमें ये चीज़ भी समझ में आई कि सबसे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन है ना वो भी पीपल सेंट्रिक है, लोग पॉल्यूशन फैला रहे हैं एक्चुअल में, और जाने में भी फैला रहे हैं, अनजाने में भी फैला रहे हैं। कि हमें कोई चीज़ की ज़रूरत है तब भी ठीक है, और नहीं भी है तो भी मतलब रिसोर्सेज अगर अवेलेबल हैं तो हमारा एक ह्यूमन नेचर बन गया है जस्ट कंजम्पशन का। सो बेसिकली यहाँ पे 2 सेंटर्स बनाए हम लोगों ने, डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर। एक है कार्बोनिल, दूसरा है 4.0। कार्बोनिल इज़ फॉर द इंडस्ट्री एंड 4.0 इज़ फॉर द पीपल। फिर क्या है कि जैसे ही हमारी डायग्नोस्टिक हो जाती है तो हम लोग फिर डॉक्टर के पास में जाते हैं, डॉक्टर हमें इलाज बताता है कि हमें क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है और कौन सी मेडिसिन लेनी है। सो बेसिकली दैट्स अवर ग्रीन गुरु इज़ डूइंग। हमारे जो नेट जीरो के एडवाइजर्स हैं जिनको हम गुरु बोलते हैं, ठीक है, वो लोगों को बता रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्री को बता रहे हैं कि आपको क्या क्या करना है और क्या नहीं करना है, और साथ साथ में मेडिसिन क्या लेनी है। अब मेडिसिन क्या हो सकती है, मेडिसिन बेसिकली आर द पिल्स या दवाई उनको आप कह सकते हो, जैसे एनर्जी एफिशिएंट टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हो गई, ठीक है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जीज़ हो गई, या आपका कुछ ऐसा सब्सटेंस हो गया जो बायोडिग्रेडेबल है। दोज आर द मेडिसिन। कि आपके पास में ऑलरेडी पहले प्लास्टिक था, प्लास्टिक को रिप्लेस करने का अगर कोई सब्सटेंस अवेलेबल है तो जस्ट यूज़ इट। बड़ा सिंपल सा है कि अगर हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन देखना है तो हमें मतलब बड़ा लेमैन टर्म्स में ही बात करनी होगी कि भाई उसकी जगह पे अगर कोई चीज़ प्रॉब्लम फैला रही है तो उसको मतलब उसका सॉल्यूशन तैयार करो, उसको किसी और चीज़ से रिप्लेस करो जो उससे बेटर हो। फिर उसके बाद में हम लोगों ने देखा कि पर्टिकुलरली क्या कि इन लोगों को अवेलेबिलिटी कैसे होगी। सो बेसिकली हम लोग हॉस्पिटल्स में देखते हैं कि हर हॉस्पिटल में ना मेडिकल शॉप होती है। सो बेसिकली हमारी नेशनल ग्रीन शॉप है इज़ अ मेडिकल स्टोर। यहाँ पे 2 टाइप से मेडिसिन मिल रही हैं। पहली मेडिसिन आ रही है इंडस्ट्री के लिए, जो कि मैंने आपको बताया कि एनर्जी एफिशिएंट टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी एंड अदर थिंग्स, मैनी मतलब कई सारे कंपोनेंट हो सकते हैं उसमें। वो रहेंगे। प्लस लोगों के लिए क्या है, जो इंडस्ट्री को हम लोग क्लीन कर दे रहे हैं, उस इंडस्ट्री का बना हुआ प्रोडक्ट ना लोगों के लिए भी यूटिलाइजेशन में आएगा, तो वो उनके लिए पिल्स का काम करेंगे। क्या अभी सपोज कर लीजिए हम लोग अभी मैं आपको एक बड़ा अच्छा एग्जांपल दे रहा था वाटर बोतल का। तो ये जो पानी की बोतल है ये पॉल्यूशन फैला रही है। अगर इसकी जगह पे कोई ऐसी पानी की बोतल आ रही है जो पॉल्यूशन फैलाए बगैर आ रही है, तो हमें उसको कंज्यूम करना चाहिए, हमें उसको यूटिलाइज करना चाहिए। सो बेसिकली ये पूरा एजेंडा इसी के अराउंड घूमता है। फिर क्या था कि सपोज करो कि यार जब हम दवाई ले रहे होते हैं, दवाई लेने के बाद भी हमारा कोई रोग खत्म नहीं हो रहा होता है, तब हम क्या करते हैं? सपोज कर लीजिए हमारी उंगली सड़ रही है, क्या करेंगे? बड़ा अच्छा करेंगे, सर्जरी। तो ग्रीन तंत्रा हमारा वो सर्जरी का काम कर रहा है कि ये एक प्रकार से सर्जरी का एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना हुआ है, ठीक है। यहाँ पे आप कार्बन ऑफसेट कर सकते हैं। अब कार्बन ऑफसेट में अगर हमारे पास में ऑपरेशन थिएटर है तो उसमें सर्जिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट भी होंगे, तो हमने कार्बन डेवलपिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स को ना अपने सर्जिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स माना है कि भाई जो ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स जो कार्बन पॉइंट्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं या किसी तरीके से ग्रीन इकोनॉमी में एनहेंसमेंट लेके आ रहे हैं, तो हम लोग उनको सर्जिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट बोल रहे हैं। और जब हम ये पूरा इकोसिस्टम तैयार करते हैं तो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हमें सबसे पहली जो रिक्वायरमेंट पहले होनी चाहिए थी वो बाद में आती है, और मैं इसको हमेशा बाद में ही रखता हूँ, क्योंकि भाई लोगों ने पैसा तो बना दिया, प्लानिट नहीं बना पाएंगे सर्टेनली। क्या हम बना सकते हैं? आप समझिए कि अगर हम एक पहाड़ को खोद के ना अपने घर मकान या रोड बना रहे हैं, तो ये रोड या पहाड़ या मकान ना हमारे 40 से 50 साल चलने वाले हैं। क्या ये पहाड़ 50 सालों में हम उगा सकते हैं? क्या क्रिएट कर सकते हैं किसी तरीके से? हाँ कर सकते हैं। जैसे हमने ये 4 पहाड़ यहाँ पे दिल्ली में क्रिएट कर रखे हैं कूड़े के, कि वहाँ के आसपास के लोग ना इस समय सारे के सारे कैंसर के पेशेंट हो रखे हैं। तो हम ये तो बिल्ड कर सकते हैं कि एक कूड़े का ढेर खड़ा कर दें, पहाड़ बना दें उसको। और तो इसलिए हम लोगों ने सबसे लास्ट में ना इसमें ग्रीन इकोनॉमी प्लेटफॉर्म रखा, जहाँ पे ना हम लोग सारे जितने भी फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं या किसी प्रकार से फाइनेंस एडिंग है या किसी पैसा जहाँ से भी आना है, वो हम लोग यहाँ से कंट्रोल कर रहे होंगे। और ऐसे मतलब अराउंड द वर्ल्ड बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव चल रहे हैं जो इसको प्रॉपरली मजबूत कर सकते हैं, और पैसा भी आ जाएगा, वो बात की बात है। पहले तो हम लोग इसको इनिशिएट करते हैं। आई थिंक वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ द टाइम। वैसे बाद में बोलने के लिए बहुत कुछ था, मैं कंप्रिहेंसिवली आपको दिखा सकता था हम लोग कैसे ये सारी सर्विसेज लाइव कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फ्यूचर के लिए कुछ छोड़ देते हैं। सी यू नेक्स्ट टाइम। थैंक यू वेरी मच, और थैंक यू जागरण मंच हमें ये मंच प्रोवाइड करने के लिए। और हाँ, वेबसाइट आप देख सकते हो www.netzeroindia.org। ये हमारी बेसिक डोमेन है, आप लोग कभी भी देख सकते हैं और अप्रोच कर सकते हैं हम लोगों से। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. And now it's time for another panel discussion on the topic Women Entrepreneurs in MSME Sector, Strengthening the Ecosystem. Well, the increasing presence of women as entrepreneurs has led to significant business and economic growth in the country. Women-owned business enterprises are playing a prominent role in the society by generating employment opportunities in the country, bringing in demographic shifts and inspiring the generation of women entrepreneurs. With a vision to promote the sustainable development of women entrepreneurs for balanced growth in the country, the government has launched various initiatives for strengthening women entrepreneurship in India. I would introduce the panelists for this discussion. By the time we settle the stage, let me introduce all the panelists, and then once the stage is settled, I request all the panelists to kindly come and take their seats. Dr. Tina Sharma, National Advisor, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Samriddhi Bhattacharya, Director, Small Business, Dell India. Ambika Sharma, CEO, Association of Business Women in Commerce and Industry. Sakshi Tuli, MD, Tandoori Nights Grand Catering Services and The Chart Story. Anshu Anand, Founder, Anshu Anand and Advisor, Member Board of Advisors, World Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. I believe we are not joined by Sakshi Tuli. Rest of the panelists, I request you to kindly take your seats. Dr. Tina Sharma, Samriddhi Bhattacharya, Ambika Sharma, Anshu Anand, and this panel discussion will be moderated by Geetu Moza, Consulting Editor, Jagran Business. Well, the stage is all yours.
Very good evening to all of you, and sorry for the delays which are caused because of the enlightening sessions that we are having through this platform, which is an initiative taken up by Jagran Group, बदलाव. और बदलाव बहुत अहम है. बदलाव के बगैर तो कुछ है नहीं. Change is essential, and that keeps all of us going. I have a very elite panel of guests, and I would like to thank all of them for taking out time. Let me start with the questions because we're already running late. My first question is for Dr. Tina Sharma. She is National Advisor, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Tina ji, जब हम बात करते हैं वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट की, वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की, तो एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो है वो है क्रेडिट. फाइनेंस अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं उनको मिलती प्रॉपर, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द वीमेन हैव टू शट शॉप्स वेरी टू सून. इट्स जस्ट दैट बिकॉज बहुत सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज़ होती है बैंकिंग सिस्टम में भी होगी, चाहे वो NBFC हो, चाहे वो बैंक्स हो. कोलैटरल्स, द एसेट्स दे ओन, दे आर बीइंग गिवन क्रेडिट ऑन कोलैटरल्स, राइट. कोलैटरल्स नहीं है तो क्रेडिट लेना आपके लिए बहुत मुश्किल है. तो ऐसे में एम्पावरमेंट की जब हम बात करते हैं तो कितना आगे हम बढ़ चुके हैं.
I'm so sorry. Hi. I think there are a few things which are not very clear to the people, especially to Tier 3 cities, because I strongly believe that when I was, before joining Government of India in 2020, that was my first tenure was with Mr. Nitin Gadkari when he had this ministry with him. Prior to that, I worked on government of Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. I was policy advisor to the state. I realized that, going on ground makes me more viable while talking policy. You can read, you can study, you can do doctorate in policy, and you can go on any platform and talk policy. But then when you work on ground, you realize that what kind of challenges people feel and what kind of, myths people have. On the contrary, I've realized today also people don't know that, they can just one finger put on Google and can find so many policies and can access them and can enable them. But that is not happening because we have a habit of, finding somebody. Somebody was talking about mentorship. I understand mentorship is very important, very, very important. But nowadays, the authentic mentorship is only provided when you pay money. A lady has to pay 50,000, 1 lakh rupees to get some mentorship, or even on exports, imports, anything. I mean, you beat any platform. There are people who are running these platforms, but you have to pay some advance payment to learn that skill, which is not happening. Anyways, so coming back to the, enabling women, I think there are many portals. Government has done recently in February board meeting, we've done MOU with SIDBI. SIDBI is doing wonderful work on the ground. Earlier we had Stand Up India, Startup India, which I personally feel that, is good schemes for women. And there are many other schemes where collateral free, or not collateral free things are working out. But you have to have a kind of, understanding about MSME, which has to go to Tier 3 cities. And also to understand that, for us also, I mean, probably many of us in the room would be surprised or would be, not knowing that, going on Google, finding Paisa Bazaar, finding Credit Enable, finding Credit Line, these are the NBFCs. You can just call them. It's just a call away. You just call them, get to know all the facilities, what they have. They will facilitate you. They are the interface between government and you. And that's very, very easy, which is not happening. I think we are, the credit, marketing, these are the issues. But government has made it so easy, it is no way issue. That I can assure you sitting here on the panel. Thank you very much.
I have with me Simriddhi Bhattacharya, Director Small Businesses, Dell India. Simriddhi, your company has taken up initiatives for more inclusive, creating an inclusive ecosystem for facilitating women entrepreneurs. So what are these initiatives and how do you think that is going to help the women at the grassroots level?
Thanks, Geetu, for the question. I'm glad you asked this because startup is something that is very close to Dell's heart. Okay, Dell started as a startup 39 years back, and that DNA is very much there in our ecosystem, personally speaking. So we have a lot of initiatives which are driven primarily towards startup. Women represent 51% of the world population. So that is one group we definitely cannot look away from. And like I was explaining some time back, women starts the startup twice as fast as women, but they fail 3 times as fast. And you know why? It is because they don't have proper information, they don't have proper access to capital, and they just don't know where to go. As a result, they shut down their startups. So Dell has put together a number of programs to help address these challenges around women. In 2009, and we are in the 14th year of this initiative, we started something called the Dell Women Entrepreneurship Network. Okay, so this is started with the idea that we have to bring women together on a common platform which facilitates for interchange of ideas where women have easy access to information, and like Dr. Tina was mentioning, you know, where is the free mentorship? And that is where Dell comes in, because every startup today, at least 90% of the startups, if you look at, are tech-enabled. And that is where we come on as advisors, as trusted advisors. We help these women understand by doing tech tear downs, by helping give them free sessions, knowledge sessions, master classes, how to bring up the tech stack and make it resilient for their business. So that is a very strong business that, you know, they will be building 2-3 years down the line. And after that, funds will follow. If we have a good product, funds will follow. So when I said Dwayne again, it also comes with the ability to connect the women to access to funds. So we have the fund hub there where women can go out and talk to the tech investors, whoever is interested in their business. When it comes to the grassroots level, we have a lot of tie-ups with different agencies. So we have one tie-up, let's say in Chandigarh, with Boss Ladies, where we are reaching out to the grassroots level through these agencies and helping promote technology. Maybe they don't need technology today, but tomorrow they will know that even if it is one laptop, technology is something that will make their businesses much more resilient and can stand the test of time. Apart from that, we have a strong forum of tech competitions or pitched panels, right? So we do it every year, couple of them, and it is called the Dell Tech Startup Challenge and also the Dream Tech Challenge. So we do it and we see a lot of participation from women who come up and participate in this contest. We have given accessories and Dell laptops worth about $70,000 US to help women set up their shops. So these are some of the initiatives that Dell is doing currently.
Right. I have Anshu Anand. She's founder, Anshu Anand, an advisor, member board of advisors, World Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. Welcome, Anshu. Anshu, one of the biggest challenges that women face while starting a business, and what do you think needs to be done to really make their life easy as far as access to credit, access to markets?
I think the most important aspect is to not see women as a separate category. I feel the categorization is also, very important to first to notice that, okay, this is one category which is falling behind globally in terms of access to credit, which is the biggest problem. But besides that, also becomes a deterrent, because I feel there needs to be equality in terms of, the mindset shift I feel in the society is yet to happen. which I feel goes much deeper. That can happen by, I think, leadership and development kind of initiatives that are taken by the government bodies, regulatory authorities, or even the large companies like Dell. So where the leadership and development needs to be about understanding equality, understanding the equal capacity of a man and a woman in workplace, rather than just focusing on one gender. You know what I mean? So I feel when as a society, when we come to that level, where I enter the room for board meeting or investors, where I'm not entering because I'm a woman, but because I am an expert in that topic. I feel that is the point in time when the society would have shifted, which I feel would take a lot of constant effort on focusing equality rather than focusing on the development of one gender.
Dr. Tina, gender bias, you have closely worked at the grassroots level with the women entrepreneurs. This gender bias needs to go, but I think it is going to take a lot of time.
Honestly speaking, our society has given gender roles, and gender bias is by product of that. इसको मैं इस तरह से देखती हूँ कि घर में अगर लड़का पैसा मांग रहा है तो फादर देंगे, बिकॉज उनको लगता है इसने शादी करनी है, बच्चे पालने हैं. ये अभी भी कॉन्सेप्ट है. अगर हमें लग रहा है कि हम यहाँ बैठकर, बिकॉज जब मैं घर से निकली थी तो मैं सिर्फ 12th पास थी और मेरी शादी होने वाली थी और मुझे लगा था कि मुझे शादी नहीं करनी है. और मुझे आई कॉल्ड माई मामा कि मैं कुछ दिन आना चाहती हूँ, घर वाले नहीं मान रहे हैं, तो क्या कर सकते हैं. तो उन्होंने कहा आ जाओ, पूछो, ग्रेजुएशन का फॉर्म भरा है. मैंने कहा फॉर्म भरा है बट लगता नहीं है कि कॉलेज भेजेंगे. तो ठीक है, एनीवेज, तो मैं अपने मामा जी के पास आ गई और मैंने एक नौकरी ढूंढ ली. तो 1996 में जब मैंने पहली नौकरी ढूंढी तो मेरी नौकरी सिर्फ 1200 रुपये की थी और मैं गाज़ियाबाद से करोलबाग आती थी. तो 12th पास, ग्रेजुएशन का फॉर्म भरा, क्लास अटेंड नहीं की. तो ये एक माइंडसेट था. और बहुत सारे लोग कहते थे कि एक घर है, मेरे फादर गवर्नमेंट जॉब में थे, एक घर है, इसको कुछ पैसा कोलैटरल करके ले लो और अगर लड़की आपकी डॉक्टर बनना चाहती है तो बना दो. लेकिन मेरे फादर का माइंडसेट था कि नहीं, अगर ये घर है, ये भी कोलैटरल पे चला जाएगा तो कैसे होगा. मैं ये एग्जांपल इसलिए भी दे रही हूँ क्योंकि आई वेंट थ्रू दिस एंड मैंने अपनी सारी पढ़ाई सब कुछ शादी के बाद किया. इनफैक्ट तब किया जब मेरी बेटी 2 साल की थी और मेरी गोद में थी और मुझे ये समझाया गया कि ये बच्चा है, ये पति है जो शाम को ऑफिस से आएगा और ये किचन है जहाँ आपको काम करना है. तो ये जब सारी चीज़ें आप देखते हैं और आपको लगता है कि, और अचानक से ऐसा हुआ कि मैं हर बात पे ज़िद करती थी कि मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मुझे पढ़ना है, मुझे पढ़ना है. मेरी शादी करा दी. पापा के सामने हम रिवोल्ट नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन माई हस्बैंड अंडरस्टूड. ही सेंट मी फॉर फ्लाइंग बिकॉज मैं सिर्फ 12th पास थी एंड ही आस्क्ड मी कि तुम एक फिजिक्स और मैथ्स का पेपर दो इग्नो से एंड आई सेंड यू फॉर फ्लाइंग. मैं US भेजूंगा बिकॉज ही ऑल्सो वॉन्टेड एन अर्निंग पार्टनर with him, and he convinced his parents. My father was already convinced because man has decided no for his daughter. So I think that's the idea what we generate or we have. I went to US 2008 में जब मेरी बेटी 4 साल की थी मैं US चली गई. US गई तो वहाँ जाके शुरू में लगा इंग्लिश बहुत नहीं आती है, बड़ा अजीब सा था. और इनफैक्ट मैंने एक कॉलेज में एडमिशन लिया था दिल्ली में, तो मुझे बोला गया 2 महीने बाद कि आप अपना एडमिशन विड्रॉ कर लीजिए बिकॉज आपको इंग्लिश बिल्कुल नहीं आती है और हमारे सेमेस्टर सारे इंग्लिश में हैं, यू कांट इवन प्रेजेंट. सो आई सेड ओके. मेरी फ़ीस वापस हो गई साल की. भारतीय विद्यापीठ पश्चिम बिहार का एग्जाम्पल है ये भी. सो मैं US गई और मेरी किस्मत ऐसी कि वहाँ US और इंडिया में एविएशन में रिसेशन आ गया 2008 से 2012 तक. अक्टूबर में गई PPL करके, मैं 2009 मार्च में इंडिया वापस आ गई. फीस वापस आ गई तो घर वालों ने सोचा आप क्या, हस्बैंड ने सोचा आप क्या करें, हो गया ख़त्म और कुछ काम है नहीं, क्या करोगी. तो मैंने कहा मैं कहीं जॉब करूँगी. एनीवेज दिस वाज जस्ट एन एग्जांपल. देन आई डिड माई स्टडीज़, आई डिड माई ग्रेजुएशन इन 9 years. You can't imagine. I did my first year when my daughter was 1 year. I did my second year when my daughter was 4 years. When my daughter When my daughter was she was running in 5th year, I completed my graduation. सिर्फ इतना मुझे प्लस मिला था कि मैं कॉलेज हरिद्वार में कॉलेज था कनकल में, और सुबह बस पे जाती थी बच्चे को लेकर, सुबह 7-8 बजे बस पकड़ी या ट्रेन पकड़ी और 11 बजे पहुँचे और पेपर दिए, और उतनी देर पढ़ पाती थी क्योंकि टाइम यहाँ भी नहीं मिलता था. इतना लीवरेज था कि मेरी अटेंडेंस वहाँ लग रही थी. कॉलेज की प्रिंसिपल मेरी मम्मी की दोस्त थी, तो मेरी अटेंडेंस उस टाइम में लग जाती थी, और मैं सिर्फ पेपर मतलब वो 45% से मैंने ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट किया. देन आई डिड माई MA, देन आई डिड माई डॉक्टरेट, एंड आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन ग्रास रूट एज अ सोशल वर्कर, एंड then I reached this level. So I feel that, you know, destiny also brings you here, but every woman cannot depend on destiny. Our men has to understand that there are much more things which women can do. We just don't belong to pots and pans, you know. Meghan Markle rightly said that, you know, she fought for it. We all know that. एंड सभी को मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये कॉन्फिडेंस, हम अभी भी बात कर रहे हैं ना कि ये जेंडर रोल्स जो है ये ख़त्म हो रहे हैं, ये हमारे लेवल पे हो रहे हैं. अभी भी आप अगर आज से 30 साल पुरानी जनरेशन में जाएंगे, वहाँ जेंडर रोल्स ख़त्म नहीं हो रहे हैं. मेरी माँ भी बहुत पढ़ी लिखी है, लेकिन आज अगर वो नौकरी करना चाहे तो वो नहीं कर सकती है. वो घर से कोई काम करना चाहे तो भी हमारे पिताजी यही कहेंगे कि क्या काम खोल रखा है, क्या ज़रूरत है इसकी. तो आई फील दैट, यू नो, society has to somewhere evolve, society has to change. हर किसी की किस्मत नहीं होती कि हरिद्वार जैसी जगह से घर से भाग के आ जाओ. और मेरे साथ तो खैर इनफैक्ट ये हुआ कि लोगों को लगा मैं किसी लड़के के साथ भाग गई हूँ, तो घर वाले बड़े परेशान, पूरे मोहल्ले वाले बड़े परेशान. But anyways, I mean, that was not the case. But yeah, these are the stigmas which we have with us, and I request, I humbly request men of our families, they should look at their women, and कितने भी बड़े घर से लड़की आ रही हो, she should be financially enabled. Thank you.
So somewhere the gender bias is to end, but it's going to take time. Samriddhi, mentoring and networking are most crucial, for success of any business that we take up for both, for male also and a female also. But ऐसा होता है कि mentorship programs के लिए the women are not aware. They think that you have to pay up big money to learn something from your mentor. ऐसा कोई platform Dell ने बनाया है, which I know, that you provide mentorship across the globe. So how does this program work, and what is the kind of participation that you are seeing from Indian region for this program?
Okay. So yes, to answer your question in a short manner, yes, Dell does provide a platform. And like I said previously, this is something very close to the way we do business. From an SB, like Small Business India perspective, this is one of our core strategy. Like the people that we've mentored today, the women that we mentored today are going to be our customers tomorrow. And if we give them the good coaching, the right platform, the ability to connect with more seasoned entrepreneurs and also professionals, industry professionals who will provide the right inputs, I feel that we have won half of the battle. The other half is still left, but half of the battle is won. So these people get a regular access, whether it's online mode or offline mode. We conduct a lot of events where we bring the industry experts together, talk to these people, have master classes, and this is all free. We do not charge anything for the women. And women come from all levels. But obviously there's a gap because the access to this information, like a company like Dell is having such a strong platform, which is not a small thing. It is spreading across 20 countries, 50 chapters with 80,000 strong professionals in the network. So that is not a small gig, it is quite large. And if I talk about, we do a V-Cities Index, which is Women Entrepreneur Cities Index. You know which country tops the chart, which city? It is London, followed by New York, then San Francisco. India is nowhere in the picture, but to our great surprise, last year, Bangalore, and then Delhi, and finally Mumbai featured in the list. So which was definitely a good opening. And I think once we have more conducive environment for women to do businesses, where women will not shy away from asking for information, asking for capital, pitching an idea to, to the right investors, to companies like Dell, I think the money will flow in and they will get the right platform to have access to the technology, right platform to access to the right kind of information to instill technology into their businesses, and it will all fall in the right direction.
Right. Anshu, one last question to you. How do leadership programs in education play a big part for a success as a women entrepreneur?
So on that, I think first I'd like to vouch Dell. I worked with Dell in 2007. That is many, many years ago. I was barely 20. I don't think I was even 20 that time. And working with company like Dell, I had worked with Microsoft and Citibank before, was one of the most life-changing moments till now, even like 15, nearly 18 years later also. Because, again, like what she's saying, it's actually true, with companies, with large organizations like Dell, where leadership and training becomes the foundation of the people who you hire. So when you hire people, people want to leave that company as a better person. So which is why investing in leadership and development is very important, no matter you have 5 employees or 50 employees, or if you intend to go large. So depending on your capacity and depending on what you notice as a small business owner, it is very important to find out those elements. Like, for example, if you feel that your sales could improve with empathy, if your sales professionals understand your customer better, if you're dealing with high-level clients, or if you feel that, the data could be analyzed better. So so there needs to be an understanding of how technology works. So leadership and development on technology can also be done. So I feel, this leadership and development in terms of on organization level, I think India needs to start focusing on even at a smaller scale. That is when it will start gaining momentum for individuals. And again, in terms of, the payment aspect of it, I feel, this is a mental barrier that we have to let go of. Like, are you as committed to your personal development that you want to cut down on your shopping expenses and focus on investing in mentoring and other leadership trainings by paying a certain premium? I feel there's so many platforms available online. But, it depends on what you prioritize. If you prioritize on your long-term, growth, like if you are, for example, saving money every month, for the growth of that capital, similarly, you have to start seeing your personal development as well as a very important aspect to look at, to grow in the long term. So there are certain immediate, action that you can take, certain courses which can help you grow immediately. For example, health, like getting advice on nutrition, or, getting suggestions on body language and even speaking skills. I see a lot of new entrepreneurs, for example, are taking the stage, but I feel that stage is only as relevant as your capacity to command, the audience. So even like if you are an entrepreneur who is going to any networking event, it's very important to focus on public speaking skills. So leadership and development is a very vast topic. Just see what is important for you individually and for your team based on the departments you want to focus on, and start doing it even at a smaller level.
So we have PPP model working everywhere. So here on stage, we have public-private partnership, which is working towards women empowerment, empowering our women in India. Thank you so much, ladies, for participating and for so much insights that you have given on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Indeed, a lot of women power oozing out from the stage right now. I request Ms. Moza to kindly felicitate all the guests on the stage. Dr. Tina Sharma. Samriddhi Bhattacharya. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture also. Thank you, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another insightful panel discussion on the topic, Building Hospitality Businesses in India with New Ideas. Before we proceed, we really appreciate your patience, Ms. Sakshi Tuli, for we had to reshuffle the schedule due to some reasons. So thank you so much for being so patient. I request the panelists to kindly come up on the stage. Ms. Sakshi Tuli, MD, Tandoori Nights Grand Catering Services and The Chat Story. Priyakant Gautam, founder, Simpatico Hospitality. Ankit Agarwal, founder and CEO, Bistro 57. And Shrey Madan, co-founder, Burgrill. Am I right in taking your name? A very warm welcome to all of you. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Nand Kumar Nair, Video Head, News and Info, Jagran New Media. Dear panelists, a humble request to kindly take a look behind and take your respective seats, please.
Thank you. Thank you. नो घड़ी में 8:30 हो गए और मेरे ख्याल में सबका डिनर टाइम होता है, तो खाने की बात करते हैं, इससे अच्छा क्या हो सकता है. सो बिल्डिंग हॉस्पिटैलिटी बिजनेस इन इंडिया विद न्यू आइडियाज. और क्यों ज़रूरत है नए आइडियाज़ की, शायद इस पर बात करने के लिए इस वक्त जो हमारे पैनल पर गेस्ट मौजूद हैं, इनसे अच्छा शायद कोई नहीं हो सकता. सबकी रोचक कहानियां हैं, बिजनेस मॉडल्स हैं और अपने अपने क्षेत्र में कैसे आगे बढ़े हैं. ये शायद आप सभी को ऊर्जा भी देगा, मोटिवेशन भी देगा और शायद नए आइडियाज़ के साथ आपको इंस्पायर भी करेगा. तो शुरुआत करते हैं प्रियांक गौतम जी से, जो कि फाउंडर हैं सिम्पैटिको हॉस्पिटैलिटी के. न्यू आइडियाज़ की बात कर रहे हैं प्रियांक, और जब न्यू आइडियाज़ की बात होती है तो हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर जो है वो एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जहाँ पर तकनीक से ज़्यादा ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन की ज़रूरत पड़ती है. वाई यू थिंक इन ए कंडीशन लाइक दिस, जहाँ पे कोविड के बाद बहुत कुछ बदल चुका है, 2 अलग अलग क्षेत्र हैं जो आ चुके हैं, पूरा हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर बदल चुका है, ऐसे में अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और चैलेंजेस दोनों में आइडियाज़ का महत्व क्या है?
हाय, गुड इवनिंग. काफ़ी वेट किया, कोई नहीं. अच्छा, मैंने जो एक एग्जांपल मैं देता हूँ उसके हिसाब से मैं आपको बताता हूँ. आई स्टार्टेड माय करियर एज ए रेस्टोरेंट इन 2016. उस समय पर सिनेरियो टोटली डिफरेंट था, क्योंकि इतना कुछ रेस्टोरेंट नहीं थे, मतलब जो कि बड़े इनोवेटिव तरीके से चलते थे. उस समय ये था कि आपके पास रेस्टोरेंट है, मल्टी कुजीन आप फूड दे रहे हो, लिकर दे रहे हो, दैट्स इट, और एंटरटेनमेंट दे रहे हो. बट आफ्टर कोविड, ड्यूरिंग द कोविड टाइम, द थिंग्स गॉट सेटर्ड. पता नहीं था क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, पता नहीं फूड इंडस्ट्री किस तरीके से इवॉल्व होगी, ये भी कुछ आइडिया नहीं लग रहा था. बट दैट टाइम मैं अपना एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ उसमें. उस समय आई वाज थिंकिंग कि यार जब भी ये कोविड ख़त्म होगा, पता नहीं किस तरीके से मार्केट चलेगा इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेस्टोरेंट. सो दैट टाइम आई थॉट कि मेरे को, क्योंकि न्यूज़ में आता था हाइजीन है, लोगों को हाथ क्लीन करके ही खाना खाना है, या नीट एंड क्लीन प्लेस होने चाहिए. तो आई उस समय मैंने सोचा यार मैं अपना एग्जांपल ही दे रहा हूँ किस तरह मैंने किया. तो उस समय मैंने सोचा कि यार किस तरीके का रेस्टोरेंट आफ्टर कोविड होना चाहिए, आफ्टर सेकंड वेव. क्योंकि फर्स्ट वेव में तो पता ही नहीं था कि रेस्टोरेंट बिजनेस रहेंगे भी कि नहीं. तो उस समय मैंने सोचा कि यार क्यों ना कुछ इस तरीके का कॉन्सेप्ट लाया जाए कि जो थोड़ा कस्टमर को और भी ज़्यादा फील हो, कि उससे कनेक्ट फील हो. तो जो मेरा जो बेस्ट आइडिया था उस समय, आई कम विद सेलिब्रिटी शेफ बेस्ड रेस्टोरेंट. तो मेरा रेस्टोरेंट आफ्टर कोविड, उससे पहले मैं लाउंज बार बना रहा था, लेकिन उसके आफ्टर कोविड मैंने अपना रेस्टोरेंट एक तरीके न्यू जर्नी स्टार्ट करी विद द मेरा जो ब्रांड है वो कारीगरी बाय शेफ हरपाल सिंह सोगी। वो एक लोगों के लिए एक नया थॉट था, क्योंकि कभी भी सेलिब्रिटी शेफ्स को लोगों ने 5 स्टार होटल्स में देखा है, यूट्यूब पे देखा है, फर्स्ट टाइम लोगों ने देखा उनको रोड पर। तो ये एक बड़ा ही क्रिएटिव आइडिया मैंने सोचा था उस समय, और काफ़ी हिट हुआ, क्योंकि लोगों के लिए ना एक ड्रीम होता है कि किसी भी रेस्टोरेंट में जाऊँ जहाँ पे मैं जिनको यूट्यूब पे देखता हूँ या 5 स्टार के या टीवी पे देखता हूँ, और वो आज हमारे लिए खाना दे रहे हैं रेस्टोरेंट में। तो ये एक एग्जांपल है कि एक इनोवेशन का। आफ्टर उसके अलावा अगर आज का टाइम इस तरीके से चेंज है, क्योंकि प्री कोविड और आफ्टर कोविड मैंने दोनों सिनेरियो देखे हैं, कि आज के टाइम पे कस्टमर ना बहुत ही ज़्यादा इवॉल्व है, उसको आइडिया है फूड के बारे में, वो बहुत तरीके की चीज़ें देख चुका है, वेल ट्रेवल्ड है। मैं टीयर 1 की बात कर रहा हूँ, इवन टीयर 2 में भी। तो अभी के सिनेरियो में ये है कि आपको कीप ऑन इनोवेटिव रहना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज आपका प्रोडक्ट नहीं चलेगा। इवन मैं रेस्टोरेंट में कारीगरी है, प्लाका है, साइबर अब में और काफ़ी जगह और भी रेस्टोरेंट आ रहे हैं, बट मैं हर जगह पर नई स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ जा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जो कारीगरी में चला वो दूसरे में नहीं चल सकता, जो दूसरे में तीसरे में नहीं चलेगा।
सबके लिए अपना एक यूनिक एक्स फैक्टर है जो कि क्रिएट करना जरूरी है।
पॉइंट।
और जो भी हमें सुन रहे हैं उन सभी के लिए शायद एक अच्छा संदेश है कि अगर आप अपने बिजनेस में एक एक्स फैक्टर ला सकते हैं, अपने हॉस्पिटैलिटी बिजनेस में एक्स फैक्टर लगा सकते हैं, तो शायद A to Z आपको सक्सेस लाइन में जो कुछ चाहिए वो सब कुछ मिल सकता है। हम कोविड की बात कर रहे थे, मोटिवेशन की, इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरीज की बात कर रहे थे। मैं अंकित के पास आऊंगा, लेकिन अंकित से पहले मैं साक्षी के पास जाना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज देयर इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी, द चार्ट स्टोरी दैट यू नो I think is going to inspire a lot of people, because when we are talking about corona, that's one story that actually tells you how a challenge can be turned into an opportunity.
So rightly said, all the challenges create an opportunity, and there always a hidden talent in these opportunities, we rightly said. Because till the time जब हम explore नहीं करते, हमें अपनी inner sense और अपनी strengths का पता नहीं होता. So I have already run a successful catering brand, Tandoori Nights, which is already 20 years old organization. I'm an entrepreneur from hotel. So, and it's been really doing well, but we all know the COVID hits the hospitality so bad that most of the new ventures, though the old ventures, they shaken up so badly. But the time, the trigger point, which comes like the chart story by Sakshi, how the story connects to this, and rightly said, that people were in the COVID and they were on the antibiotics, and a lot of, the different taste buds were there, and they have a challenge, to get any food from outside, as well as they said that restaurants, people can't even think of, coming out of the house, and somebody even coming in their house, no matter even they are so close to you, they have a hold, So how I've engaged a lot of team people who are the people who are losing the jobs. I think this is the time which I need to, give back to my team, In season time, we are happy to engage a lot of teams, set up, we keep increasing. But what happened when this COVID hits to us and the family of such a small people across? So I've curated a new company, that chart story, because people have that craving, yaar, hum kahin raaste mein jaएं और कुछ ऐसा मिले कि चटपटा enjoy कर सकें. People will thinking about it. And best of the houses of the people, but they can't go, and they want a luxury experience. So when I talk, I always talk about luxury, a concept which sells. We always say कि trigger, you need to understand what is actually at the moment. Probably उस time पे वो चीज़ें बहुत important थी, आज वो शायद important नहीं. वो कहते हैं ना करवा चौथ पे, I really feel the, what is food, actually the importance. So similarly, there's always a day and time we should rightly hit. We should understand to the market. Because when you are the first one to crack that. Probably, I'm sure after that, a lot of people have started that. So we have started a luxury platters, which the people, my team, I've just asked them to stay in the office. I've made the rooms for them. I said, you're not letting go out, because I don't want to risk your life as well. They will be in the COVID shield. They will be just going like, in any of the hospital, probably you must have seen. And with the luxury platters, covered, hygiene, and they've been given to the people as well. And they're opening. We did a Zoom parties on this, where people are just opening the food at the right time. So this is because they are just hitting so bad at the time of depression also. The food is, we always say na ki khana acha ho, to it change your mood
और
swings.
उसके लिए कुछ भी कीमत भी दी जा सकती है. It makes a
Right.
good business model क्योंकि आमतौर पर एक चाट की प्लेट अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूँ तो 30-40 रुपए की आ जाती है. और आपकी चाट की प्लेट कितनी थी वो भी एक बार बता दीजिए. प्लेटर कितने का था?
So a platter ideally starts from 6 to 8,000 grams. I mean,
10,000.
and which is like people like it's not about chart, but I again said we are making efforts. We are putting people also on that kind of a level. It's not about only making food. It's an experience altogether. You
Experience.
know, and at the right time.
Experience of a luxury chart. So
yeah.
So this gives you an idea. You know. एक यूनिक प्रोपोजिशन लाना जरूरी. और वो सोचिए एक चैलेंजिंग टाइम था और वो चैलेंजिंग टाइम किस तरह से एक बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी में बदल गया.
And I like to add also, from that I got the first wedding of celebrity Neha Kakkar's in the lockdown.
Oh,
so with the platter, somebody had referred my name and we have catered. And my chart has been, now we are doing internationally. We did in Budapest. So we are doing globally. So probably Tandoori Nights is catering, but Chart Stories, it's worldwide within the span of time. And we won 2 awards in the Food Gourmet where we have about 30 players who are already in the industry from last 20 years. But because you have catch the right timings and what you have delivered to them, the vegan food, the healthy food, the gluten menu, I have curated in the chart. You know, it's not only about the chart concept. There's the cancer warriors who have come and they hit with the COVID. So I've given them the tulsi water, you know, detox waters in terms of not compromising on the food. Diabetic people, I did a mulati water for them. You know, something very unique to go about. It's not what we are serving on the platter. So I think that's really, creativity really works a lot for us.
Absolutely, and creativity with new idea, experience makes the difference. And experience is something that, you know, if I'm not wrong, in this hospitality business, people are working on a lot. Whether it's going to be the consumer or whether it's going to be people from the other side, they believe in experience. Ankit, your story is something, you know, I think people relate to when they're talking about experience. We all know Bistro 57 and what is the unique proposition in Bistro 57. Could you please, you know, अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को ये बता सकें कि एक्सपीरियंस को आगे रखकर आपने कैसे अपने बिजनेस आइडिया को मॉडल को आगे बढ़ाया?
It's been 10 years when we started Bistro. तो 10 years पहले हम लोग 2 फ्रेंड्स से हम रैंडमली घूम रहे थे एंड just without any experience, without any knowledge of the industry, we just decided चल यार एक कैफ़े खोलते हैं. पता नहीं था क्या मेन्यू रखना है, क्या कैफ़े होता है, क्या कंसेप्ट होता है. we will sell sandwiches and coffee. बस ये सोचा और we started. 2-3 आउटलेट, 2-3 बार फेलियर्स हुए, काफ़ी फेलियर्स को फेस किया. पर बाय द टाइम आपकी इंडस्ट्री ऐसी है कि आपको इफ़ यू स्टिक टू दिस इंडस्ट्री विल कीप टेलिंग यू व्हाट इट वांट्स. आपके कस्टमर्स ही आपको बहुत ज़्यादा गाइड करते हैं, आपको बताते हैं कि आपको क्या चीज़ मेन्यू में इंट्रोड्यूस करनी है और कैसे कैसे करना है. एंड बाय दैट एक्सपीरियंस इन 2016 वी relaunched our brand, and after that we start focusing on coffee, because coffee is something you can have twice, thrice, 4 times a day. Anything else you can have once in a week or twice in a week, but coffee एक ऐसी need है, if you become addicted to coffee you will need it twice, thrice a day. और इंडिया में एक कॉफ़ी की एक मार्केट ऐसी है जो कि मुझे लगता है अभी थोड़ी अनटच्ड है, बिकॉज कॉफ़ी इज़ लग्जरी, स्टिल लग्जरी. इंडिया इज़ अ टी लविंग नेशन. अभी शायद अगर हम कॉफ़ी ब्रांड्स के बारे में रिकॉल करेंगे तो हमारे दिमाग में स्टारबक्स, CCD ऐसे ब्रांड्स आएंगे विच आर सेलिंग अ ग्लास ऑफ कॉफ़ी फॉर 250, 300, 400 bucks. बट वट आवर कंसेप्ट इज़ making coffee available for the layman. Like you have a class, you are running late for a class and you are a student, you are always low on money. So what you can just spare 70, 80 bucks running late to the class. You just order a cup of coffee on the go. Because इंडिया में अभी कंसेप्ट कॉफ़ी ऑन द गो का भी इतना स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ, तो हम उसी पे फोकस कर रहे हैं कि आप जा रहे हैं कॉफ़ी लें अपना एक इकोनॉमिकल प्राइस में और आप अपने डेली रूटीन के साथ आगे कंटिन्यू करें. तो हमारा फोकस कॉफ़ी पे है. धीरे धीरे वी आर ट्राइंग टू ग्रो, वी आर ट्राइंग टू गिव अ बेटर एक्सपीरियंस टू द कस्टमर. जैसे डिजिटल ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म, मार्केटिंग, ऑनलाइन ऑर्डरिंग प्लेटफॉर्म. आप जा रहे हैं, पहले आपकी कस्टमाइज कॉफ़ी आपको पता है, आपने डेली अपने डाटा में अपनी कस्टमाइज कॉफ़ी हमारे को पहले ही बता रखा है कि आपको हेज़लनट कॉफ़ी चाहिए, शुगर लो एंड हाई. So what will you do when moving out of your home? You just order that coffee, and by the time you are about to reach your destination, in the midway you can just stop for a minute and collect your coffee and continue with your work. तो हम टाइम सेव करेंगे और कॉफ़ी आपको बहुत ही इकोनॉमिकल रेट पे प्रोवाइड करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है. और एक नया कंसेप्ट है, लेट्स सी हाउ इंडिया विल रिएक्ट टू दिस कंसेप्ट नाउ.
फैंटास्टिक। आप तीनों से ना बात करके सब में यूनिक आइडियाज़ तो समझ में आ गए। ज़्यादातर सब आपका प्रीमियम कस्टमर्स हैं जो कि आप केटर कर रहे हैं, यू नो। श्रेय, आपके पास आना चाहूँगा क्योंकि आपका एक नॉन प्रीमियम कस्टमर यहीं पे बैठा हुआ है, क्योंकि मैं आपका बर्गल का काफ़ी इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, जीके पे जाता हूँ। इस इंडस्ट्री में शायद एक चीज़ की कमी दिखती है, वो शायद टैलेंट है, क्योंकि इतना ज़्यादा आसान नहीं है जिस तबके की हम बात कर रहे हैं। हॉस्पिटैलिटी बिजनेस में टैलेंट कितनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है?
First of all, this is Shrey Madan, and I am the co-founder for Burgeril. And answering to you, आज की डेट में the biggest challenge that the hospitality industry actually feels is the lack of manpower, skilled manpower, not manpower but skilled manpower. This has been one of the biggest challenges for a very long time. हमारे यहाँ पे आज भी, I mean, not taking it offensively, but आज भी उस इज़्ज़त से नहीं देखा जाता जिस इज़्ज़त से शायद एक बाहर की कंट्री में देखा जाता है, एक सर्वर को, एक वेटर को, एक बारटेंडर को। बट अगर आप दूसरे कंट्रीज़ में जाओ तो उनको एक प्रिविलेज दिखता है, उनको एक जॉब दिखती है जो शायद बाकी इंडिया में नहीं दिखती। सो आई थिंक दैट्स वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट डिफ़िकल्टीज व्हाट वी सी in this industry. And this is not something that, you know, it's just limited to, you know, getting more people inside the food industry, but it's the problem of getting better schools and better trained and skills, you know, specific skills stores that we, you know, it's not stores, but skilled hospitality schools, which could really help you, you know, feed the industry, the quick service industry that really requires this right now. So I'd like to give you an example. So there is an institute which gives you butlers. There's a butler institute in Netherlands, which is so famous, and it's very, very expensive. I'm talking about lakhs for a course of maybe 6 months. But once you get out of that, you know, get out of that school, the best thing that you get to know is, you know, you will be butler services, not something which you require at your home, but for people who actually require butlers, you need a lot of training. किस टाइम पे क्या बोलना है, किस टाइम पे क्या लिखना है, किस टाइम पे क्या देना है, अगर फूल पसंद है कौन से पसंद है, किस टाइम पे देने हैं, किस गेस्ट को कैसे ट्रीट करना है. So this is what is taught in those schools. India needs that. I mean, that's one of the biggest opportunities that I feel that India requires right now. And, you know, people among us can actually take this as an opportunity and bring more skill-specific schools, which give you the opportunity and also a little more value in the chain where people are considered better in this industry.
Are you planning to open one?
Not really, but I wish कि मैं इसको परस्यू कर पाऊँ.
तो जो सुन रहे हैं, श्रेय तो उसमें इंटरफेयर नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन इट्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. अच्छा खासा पैसा बनाया जा सकता है अगर आप स्किल्ड मैन पावर रेडी करके दे सकते हैं इन हॉस्पिटैलिटी के इन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को. इट्स अ रैट रेस राइट नाउ, राइट? अगर मैं फूड बिजनेस की बात करूं, इट्स अ रैट रेस. सब अपने मेन्यूज को जितना बड़ा कर सकते हैं, जितना एक्सपैंड कर सकते हैं, उस कोशिश में लगे हुए हैं. इतना तक कि चाउमीन समोसे आने लगे हैं, राइट? तो ऐसे माहौल में साक्षी, इफ यू कुड विद योर एक्सपीरियंस टेल अस what is the right way to go, adding to the menu or, you know, getting that fine taste which will bring back the customer to you rather than adding new things all the time.
So I said that India is a full of cultures. We're known for our culture food. I mean, I've traveled world and I've seen jitni cuisines hum yahan pe serve karte hain. Talk about your Mughlai, your Kashmiri, your Awadh, your, you know, Punjabi cuisine. I mean, there's no end to it. But still, we are running and engaging a lot of international standard. Of course, I don't say I myself, kids, they're really fond of, you know, a lot of international cuisines, though. But since me and Lalit, we both from, of course, Indian culinary, and I'm proud of what we are serving. People are taking us across the world, you know, just because of our signature dishes. So there is a lot of fusion. मैं कहती हूँ कई बार सर ये confusion भी है, तो just always try to think and then visualize what we're trying to give. There's always something, a unique factor. But end of the day, we'll love to have our signature dishes, right? And now people have realized it's not that. The kind of menus which we used to give, you know, there's a lot of about the quantity. Now people are really competitive कि हमें quantity के साथ quality ज़्यादा चाहिए. We want best of the quality. साक्षी चीज़ें 10 दो, but it has to be exclusive. People should go back to the same dish and should enjoy. You know, when we enter in any occasion, we always come with one. I have a lot of my niche clients which only for one dish. Only for one dish. It could be either of the dish which they have loved it. It's not about a spread now. It is about what unique dish you have really. That's again the trigger which you are giving to a client dish, to yourself. तो मैं भी कहती हूँ बेस्ट ऑफ उतनी हमने मेहनत उतना पैसा हमने उतने में ही लगाना है कि लोग दोबारा रिफिल करने उसी को आएँ.
But that goes good for a legacy business. But for anyone who's starting the business,
yeah,
what should be his criteria? क्योंकि उसके पास कुछ ऐसा टेस्ट मौजूद नहीं है जिससे कि वो रिकॉल करेगा कस्टमर को. अगर वो किसी नए बिजनेस में हॉस्पिटैलिटी में एंटर कर रहा है, what will be the first thing that it should be in his mind? It should be the menu, the taste, or using all these digital technologies, platforms, and giving a service which is absolutely unique.
अगर कोई भी न्यू एंटरप्रेन्योर जिसको कि रेस्टोरेंट ओपन करना है, तो मेरे हिसाब से फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल उसको ये सोचना चाहिए कि उसको बेसिकली अभी जो रिसेंट टाइम के अंदर में अब मल्टी कुजीन के नाम का कुछ रह नहीं गया है. बिकॉज आजकल जैसे स्पेशलाइज कुजीन काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, जैसे लोग रीजनल कुजीन भी काफ़ी कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी अच्छा आ रहा है, ठीक है, और फ्यूज़न कर रहे हैं, जैसे इंडो मैक्सिकन कर रहे हैं, इंडो जैपनीज़ कर रहे हैं. तो अगर रेस्टोरेंट या कोई भी फूड स्टार्टअप ओपन करना है तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपको मेन्यू को देखना है कि आपको मेन्यू क्या देना है कस्टमर को. क्योंकि अगर आपका मेन्यू क्लियर नहीं, आपको ये नहीं पता है कि आपको फूड आइटम क्या कस्टमर को प्रिपेयर करके देना है, तो आप चाहे अच्छी लोकेशन पे हैं चाहे बेकार लोकेशन पे हैं, अगर आप अच्छी लोकेशन पे आपका मेन्यू अच्छा नहीं है, आप राइट प्रोडक्ट नहीं दे रहे हो, तो वो नहीं चलेगी. अगर आप गलत लोकेशन पे अच्छे मेन्यू के साथ में हो तो कस्टमर ट्रैवल करके वहाँ आता है.
Risk involved. It's as simple as that. Yeah. Ankit, one last question: how to win trust of customers?
Customer trust. आपको अपने प्रोडक्ट पे वर्किंग करनी है, कस्टमाइजेशन करनी है प्रोडक्ट की, क्योंकि हर कस्टमर की डिमांड अलग है. किसी को ड्रिंक में मीठा ज़्यादा चाहिए, किसी को कम चाहिए. तो आपके पास वो कस्टमाइजेशन होनी चाहिए जो उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट फुलफिल कर सके. जब वो आपके स्टोर पे आ रहा है और एक आप पे ट्रस्ट करके आपके ब्रांड से एक प्रोडक्ट ले रहा है, तो वो उसको वो मिलना चाहिए जो उसे चाहिए. कस्टमाइजेशन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आई थिंक कस्टमाइजेशन इज़ द की. बिकॉज आपको जो चाहिए, मैं एक स्ट्रॉन्ग कॉफ़ी पीता हूँ, आप शायद लाइट कॉफ़ी पीते हैं, मैं इंडियन ब्लेंड की पीता हूँ, आप कोई और ब्लेंड पीते हैं, तो वो एक कस्टमाइजेशन कस्टमर के लिए हमेशा होना चाहिए. ये नहीं कि जो मेरे मेन्यू में रखा है मैं वही सर्व करूँगा. एक पर्सनल टच मिलता है उससे कस्टमर को, उससे फील आता है कि हाँ ये स्टोर ऐसा जो मेरे को मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट की चीज़ दे रहा है, तो उससे कस्टमर को रिटेन करना बहुत ईजी होता है. तो यही मेरे को लगता है फ्यूचर का सबसे बड़ी की हमारी इंडस्ट्री में, जो QSR, एटलीस्ट QSR में तो यही है कि आपको प्रोडक्ट पे वर्किंग करनी है और प्रोडक्ट वो देना जो कस्टमर को चाहिए, वो नहीं देना जो आपको बेचना है.
Shrey, your final take, are there any government initiatives that you think will be able to help grow this hospitality sector?
Government initiatives तो बहुत हैं. मतलब अभी you know, there is an internship program which has just started by the government, wherein government is actually paying you 1,500 per intern to get you someone to work for you and get them skilled. So that is something that is really lucrative for startups like us, wherein we also feel that if we are training someone, there is a chance that we would be able to absorb them in our company. So yeah, I think there is a lot of things happening in the government side as well, and you know, with a lot of, you know, I just feel that, you know, there are things which we need to go ahead and get more things into the system to you know, understand and get more ease with the operations of any restaurant or QSR.
All those viewers who are watching us online right now on Jagran New Media's various platforms, to all of you, just a simple message. Just go through the life of all these people who are sitting there with us right now on this panel. ये सभी तस्वीर हैं, तस्वीर
बदलाव की, और वो बदलाव जो कि एक सिंपल आइडिया से आ सकता है। आप सभी मेहमानों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ समय बिताने के लिए। इट्स बीन अ रियल प्लेजर एंड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू गो होम हंग्री बिकॉज यू नो द आइडियाज दैट यू हैव गिवन, आई एम फुल। Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Definitely, I think each and everyone in the audience must have enjoyed this wonderful discussion. I request Mr. Nair to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to all our guests. Mr. Priyakant Gautam. Mr. Ankit Agarwal. Ms. Sakshi Tuli. And Mr. Shrey Madan. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture also. Our gratitude once again to every one of you. And without wasting a single minute, we are heading into another power-packed fireside chat on democratizing access to credit for MSMEs in India. And for this, we have a very special guest, Mr. Ajay Mishra, Business Head, Business Loans, Paisa Bazaar. We'll be needing only 2 chairs. 2 chairs ही रखिएगा. Mr. Ajay Mishra, Business Head, Business Loans, Paisa Bazaar, and this fireside chat will be moderated by Ms. Geetu Moza, Consulting Editor, Jagran Business.
Good evening once again, and thank you for the patience. This is the last chat, a fireside chat, which is very important. Digital platforms like Paisa Bazaar have made life easy for MSMEs, I must say. And the kind of work they are doing is brilliant. I would like to congratulate you for the... my first question is, why is it important to democratize credit to MSMEs, and what initiatives are you taking in doing so?
There are roughly around 50 to 55 MSMEs in India. They are the backbone of Indian economy, right? They contribute almost 30% of the total GDP of India, right? 50% of the exports happens through these MSMEs only. So they are very important. They are very, very important. So we need to help them for their credit demands, actually. So out of these 50 to 55 million MSMEs, only 10 to 15% actually gets the loan. Rest all are not able to get the loan, actually. They manage the loan through their family, friends, and from some informal lenders, actually. So almost 85 to 90% are left behind who don't get a fund. Sure. Acha. So, no worries. So they don't get the fund, actually. So here we need to help them getting the money that way. See, sadly part is there are a lot of challenges, right? There are a lot of challenges. We are helping to overcome these. You know, last week I was in Chennai, so I met one of our customer. He wanted a loan of some 20 lakh within a week's time, actually, right? But he was not aware of whom to go actually, right? Whom to go, what will be the documentation. So I'll talk about the basic thing what MSMEs are actually facing, right? Now, in India, like there are different kind of lenders. There are bank, NBFCs, fintech lenders. But everybody have their own set of customers actually, or their sweet spot. Or their sweet spot, right? Being a customer, I don't know whom to go actually, right? So when I met this customer in Chennai, he was not aware ki where should I go actually. He applied twice, thrice somewhere, but when he contacted us, we helped them within a week to get that his loan. So the first challenge is the guidance, whom to go actually, which lender to approach. Right. Second is being an MSME, it's an unsecured loan. The documentation is pretty challenging actually, challenging or a complicated one. So somebody has to guide to them for the documentation as well. Thirdly, there are new to credit or the customers who are starting their new businesses. Right? Who will fund them? Nobody would like to fund immediately the one who's just starting a business. Right? This is a challenge. What I see the biggest challenge is, I think in the previous panel also somebody spoke about the unsecured lending actually, right? So everybody doesn't do the unsecured lending, right? Everybody look forward to some kind of a collateral so that they get the money back actually. So unsecured lending, that is also a biggest challenge. Everybody don't get it because of that only. And everybody don't have a collateral to give for a loan actually. So these are the challenges we see. Yeah.
Ajay, what are the collaborations that you have done within the fintechs and with the banks so that easy credit is made available to the MSMEs?
See, I will talk about few first. The journal.
And how does it work actually?
How does it work? See, there are traditional lenders in the market, right? Those who are lending through traditional way, which is happening for long ages, right? Now the fintech lenders and the fintech aggregator like us are present, right? They are actually helping to bridge this gap which is there in the segment right now. Right? Traditional lenders have huge amount of money to lend actually, right? Fintech lenders have a technology. They have a reach to the customer, right? You must have heard of now the disbursal is happening totally digitally. The fintech companies are acquiring customer digitally, right? Getting their documentation digitally, doing some kind of underwriting digitally, and disbursing also digitally. So that's what fintech companies have collaborated with the traditional lenders to cover this gap. Because of technology, the TAT has come down. You know, earlier the customer has to walk in, submit the documents. It takes time. Now everything is happening digitally. So the TAT has come down, right? The process is very transparent. I know where is my application, when will I get the application, what all documents do I need to give. It's very, very clear actually. And this is the way we are helping here.
So credit worthiness is something which any of the financial institution, be it Paisa Bazaar, would do. So how do you evaluate an application that comes to you for loan? I mean, you never know what kind of a business that guy is into or a person is into, and is he really credit worthy of getting a loan?
See, we don't do a credit underwriting. We are an aggregator. We do a right match to a right lender. See, MSMEs can come to our platform, check the best loan available for them, and do a best loan available. And we do a right matching. As I mentioned earlier, the customer wanted a loan of 20 lakh. He went 2-3 lenders but couldn't get it. The moment he came to us, within 10 days, we helped him actually. So here the right match actually we are doing. So we do this. So not exactly the credit underwriting, but we ask customer to enter few details in our portal, right? They're the basic questions like how much is your turnover, for how long you are doing a business, what kind of business you are doing, roughly profit we ask, right? And basic, the demographic, where do you work actually. On the basis of that, we do a certain kind of filtration for bank, NBFC, fintech lenders. That's what we do. And the final underwriting is done by the lenders only.
So you do the matchmaking for the MSME, right?
Yes. Okay. It's a comparison site.
Okay, yeah. Right. there are a couple of government schemes and policies, many of them, not couple of them, which people are not aware about, and they have really worked for MSMEs and small businesses. What is your take on these policy measures, and do you think more needs to be done to address the basic issue of financing MSMEs?
I totally agree here. People look for an unsecured loan first, actually, right? On a woman entrepreneur, somebody mentioned, it's not easy. Every woman don't have a collateral to give to get those loans, actually. So same here. Government has a lot of schemes. I'll not talk about the collateral. MSMEs can go and check. A lot of collateral-based lending is there. But yes, government is promoting the unsecured lending also. A few years back, government has come up with the loan in 59 minutes, right? That is a totally end-to-end process, right? You get to know exact loan amount sanction get there, right? It's a totally end-to-end. You have to upload a KYC, your business details, audited financials, and then they will let you know which bank or which lender to go and to get the loans there. Then this is the recently in digital era. Otherwise also government has a good scheme under this Pradhan Mantri Yojana, wherein those customers who are not able to get loans through a traditional lenders, they can get an unsecured loan under Pradhan Mantri Yojana scheme, like Mudra scheme, right? So the government has come up under Mudra scheme. There is a Sishu, Kishore and Tarun. Shishu is up to 50,000 loans if you want to start a new business. Kishore is 50 to 5 lakh, totally unsecured. And 5 lakh and above, 5 to 10 is a Tarun. So here government is supporting MSMEs to go and get these loans from the nationalized bank. That way government is actually supporting.
So how do you facilitate them? Do you make them aware of these schemes?
See, we do make them aware of the scheme. We do publish in our pages, right? But as I mentioned, we are an aggregator, right? The final lending happens after by the banks only when they underwrite. So we pass the right customer to them, and further the customer they lend it. And I think this comes under PSL also, priority sector lending. So they have to lend some 40% of the total net.
Priority sector lending, yes. So how many banks do you have on your panel, and how many do you intend to have?
We have all kind of lenders now. I would not say bank. We have all kind of lenders in our page. 3 categories we call it as one is bank, private, nationalized. Then comes the NBFCs, all big NBFCs. And third is the fintech lenders. Those who are NBFCs working with a collaboration with the traditional banks, they are also there in our portal. So a customer will get the right match from us if he's eligible for the loan.
Documentation is something which everybody is fed up of, because long list of documents banks require or NBFCs require to disperse loans. So do you help MSME sector, meet with this obligation of getting documentation right?
Yes, we do help. As I said earlier also, that's the biggest challenge, right? Every lender has some kind of a different documentations, right? And we are trained in that. We know if it is a bank A, what kind of document, if it is an NBFCs, what kind of documentation. So we do help customer to collect documents. We do collect documents, and we connect a lender with the customer when the customer is ready with the documentation. So we do that there.
Any new initiatives that company is planning to take to ease out credit for MSME sector?
Yes, we are trying to, as I mentioned, help customer get loan in a very limited TAT, right? That's the most important thing which MSME looks forward actually. Herein we are working with the entire digital model for the banks.
Thank you, Ajay for this insightful conversation. I think, do you have any questions for? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Whereas in the traditional business setup, with the amount of time that it takes is long. Is this long time
See, we are not, see, inefficiencies is not there, right? We are an aggregator. See, idea is customer, we can reach customer in any part of the India, right? So customers are coming to our portal and we are helping them to do a right match with the lenders. So customer, as I mentioned earlier, customer don't know whom to go, right? As I gave example earlier also, he was a transport dealer. He went to 2-3 banks, he couldn't get the loan, right? But when he approached us after seeing our ad, he got the loan in next 10 days. So that is the expertise. We do a right matching. And traditional lenders are also collaborating digital lending. All banks are doing nowadays. So we are working with them so that we will reduce the TAT to get the loan faster. You can say that we're helping there.
Thank you so much, Ajay, for this insightful conversation.
Thank you so much for that very insightful discussion. I would request Ms. Moza to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Ajay Mishra. Thank you once again. Thank you so much, everyone. And before drawing the curtains for the third edition of Dell Technology Presents Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave 2023, I would request Ms. Megha Talwar, Senior Advisor, Field Marketing, Small Business Global, Dell Technologies, to kindly come up on the stage. This as a token of gratitude to our presenting sponsor, Dell Technologies, powered by Intel. And I would also invite on the stage Ms. Divya Singh, Chief Revenue Officer of Jagran New Media, to kindly felicitate Ms. Megha Talwar and present a token of gratitude to her. Thank you once again, and it was indeed our pleasure to host you all for the occasion. We are indebted to all of you for making it a success. I, on behalf of Jagran.com and Jagran New Media, extend our heartiest gratitude to the eminent guests for their august presence. Everyone in the audience who attended this event, we are extremely grateful to all of you. Once again, I would like to thank our event sponsors and partners for making this occasion so special. Our presenting sponsor, Dell Technologies, powered by Intel, our partners Funding Touch and HDFC Sky, and supported by Rocket Ship Films. I hope you all have maximized this platform to enhance your knowledge and learnings from our discussions here. As we draw the curtains, I request you all to kindly join us for the dinner. Thank you so much. Have a great evening ahead.